How many more?"
Her husband was still under sedation, too shocked to be interviewed. The family doctor said the entire family was in a terrible state. "The husband is very bad, and I have had to give him a sedative injection this morning because he has been in a state of complete collapse. This has been added to because of the fact that he had to go down and identify his daughter and see the terrible injuries she had suffered. This is an awful lot for any man to put up with. The murder itself is something which is a terrible thing to have to accept, but to have to go down and identify the body and see the full extent of this is just making it even worse." Neighbours and friends of the MacDonalds rallied round to give them support, with several helping around the house. Others vented their feelings in a different way. The day after the murder, white-painted graffiti appeared on a nearby wall. "Scott Hall says hang the Ripper." Piecing together the last few hours of Jane's life took detectives several days of foot-slogging. Oldfield wanted a minute breakdown of where she went after leaving the city centre. A detailed surveyor's street map of the area, showing every house, was blown up and placed on a wall of the incident room on the top floor of Millgarth Police Station. He wanted to flag everyone who had been in the area at the relevant time in the hope someone must have seen the killer and possibly his car. The Hofbrau House in the Merion Centre in Leeds was a beer keller and one of the city's earliest themed pubs. It advertised German beer for only 32p a pint. And although trade could be slow early in the week, come Thursday, Friday and Saturday the place hotted up and the ale began to flow. Chief attraction was an Umpar band, a fake German band dressed in leather shorts and Tyrolean hats which played songs like The Happy Wanderer and waltzes associated with the Black Forest and Austria. Despite being under legal drinking age, Jane had no trouble gaining entry. She met a local lad, Mark Jones, whose fair hair was brushed back off his face and who wore a dark velvet jacket, a light-coloured shirt and dark flared trousers. There was a clear mutual attraction. She had not drunk any alcohol in the crowded bar, preferring soft drinks on what was already a warm night. When the Hofbrau House closed at 10:30, they left to walk into the city centre with his friends. Eventually the others drifted off until he and Jane were left alone. They stopped for a bag of chips in the city centre and then realised Jane had missed her last bus. It was about midnight. They started walking up the York Road towards Chapeltown, Mark promising that his sister, who lived nearby, would drive her home. When they reached his sister's house, he saw her car wasn't there, and they continued walking towards St. James's Hospital. They went into the garden of the nurse's home and lay there on the ground for 45 minutes, having a kiss and a cuddle. The young couple later set off walking towards Hare Hills, but when they reached Beckett Street, they parted company. It was now 1:30 a.m. Mark himself had to go to his home on a nearby council estate. Jane didn't seem at all bothered. Close by was Greenways, the supermarket where she worked. If she couldn't hail a taxi, she was used to walking home. So they bade each other farewell and promised to renew their assignation the following Wednesday. She walked off along Beckett Street towards Hare Hills Road. Several people saw her walking along in her ridiculously high clog shoes, including 2 AA patrolmen in their vehicle parked near St. James's Hospital. At about 1:40 she was seen in Bayswater Mount, walking in the direction of Roundhay Road. She was last seen about 5 minutes' walk from the murder scene at 1:45 a.m. walking through Chapeltown. A woman living in Reginald Terrace said that around 2 a.m. she heard a banging and scuffling from the adventure playground, followed by the voice of what sounded like a Scotsman mouthing obscenities. The murder squad's attempts to detail individual people's movements along a few residential streets at 2 a.m. in the morning might seem reasonably straightforward, given the expectation that most people would be tucked up in bed asleep. But not in Chapeltown on a Saturday night. It was a veritable hive of activity. This was a strong immigrant area. There were people here from Eastern Europe, working-class Jews who could not afford to reside in the northern hills around Leeds. There were families from the new Commonwealth, particularly West Indians, many of whom attended illegal drinking clubs where the sacred brown weed was rolled into 6-inch joints for mutual recreation and spiritual enlightenment. Oldfield later estimated some 200 people were out and about in the immediate vicinity of the route Jane walked once she left Mark Jones. Of these, some 50 were thought to be in or around the Reginald Street, Reginald Terrace area at the crucial time. Oldfield was desperate to identify and eliminate any of these people. 40 revellers were drinking in a West Indian club and left to attend a party in nearby Sholbrook Avenue. A free-phone telephone service was set up in the incident room in the hope that someone might just have seen Jane or the killer. But this was a time preceding the inner-city riots of the 1980s by only a few years. There was a recession, with rising unemployment, government cutbacks, and little funding for the inner cities or urban renewal. There were tensions between police and some in the immigrant communities, particularly the younger element. They tended to avoid each other if possible, so it was not surprising if witnesses from among this section of the community were not flooding forward to help in the Ripper investigation. On the blown-up wall map in the incident room were 200 taggings of people and vehicles from 1 until 4 a.m. Some were individuals, some groups. Each was represented by a flag. Some were positive sightings where police had identified or interviewed a particular person. But there were also blanks. Oldfield was anxious to fill them in. My problem is in identifying those people. Once I can identify them and eliminate them, I am hoping I shall be left with 1 or 2 or 3, or a handful of individuals who have not come forward and have a reason for not coming forward. The trouble I am having is that we are getting cooperation from certain members of the public who are feeding this information of having seen people there, but some sections of the public, for reasons best known to themselves, are reluctant to come forward and admit they were in that area on this particular night. They are the ones who represent the blank spaces I cannot fill. It is frustrating. I am not interested why they were there. The only individual I am concerned about who was in that area at that time is the killer. Anyone else I want to come forward so I can eliminate him and find that killer. Oldfield told the local TV news, I believe the man we are looking for has a good knowledge of the Leeds area, but he does not necessarily live in Leeds. Oldfield began to get more and more desperate in his appeals for help. They had a paucity of evidence. The fingertip search of the area around the playground revealed absolutely zero. In Jane's handbag there were some bus tickets on which the forensic lab found fingerprints that could not be identified. A cigarette packet discovered near the body bore fingerprints which were never eliminated. The Ripper had appeared and disappeared like a phantom, and this in itself added to the gossip-driven mythology surrounding both his identity and the supposed ritual slaying of his victims. Oldfield's greatest fear was that the killer would strike again, and soon. There is no doubt in my mind that he will strike again. The big questions are when, where, and who is going to be his next victim. He was convinced there were many people living in the immediate area who had not come forward. He made several urgent public appeals for witnesses before there was another murder, asking local church and community leaders for assistance. The murder squad also began re-examining old files of attacks on women. Oldfield believed the killer had definitely taken 4 of his previous victims in his car after picking them up for sex. He was positive other women who probably were not prostitutes may have been propositioned or offered a lift and had turned the killer away. He hoped the man's face peering out of the car window would still be fresh in their minds. We believe the man we want must have tried it more than once and been turned down. One case they focused on closely was a serious assault on a 34-year-old woman in an alleyway in Keighley 2 years previously, in July 1975. Mrs. Anna Rogolski had been assaulted and left badly injured. Oldfield told journalists she had been struck over the head with a blunt instrument and had injuries to her body similar to those of the Ripper's victims. Sadly, they failed to listen to Marcella Claxton from Chapeltown, who was convinced it was the Ripper who attacked her. The day after Jane was killed, she told a reporter she was sure the man who bludgeoned her was also responsible for the girl's murder. A 10-year-old boy and a housewife, both living in Chapeltown, contacted the incident room. The woman had started noting down the registration numbers of curb crawlers after being pestered by a man in a car. The boy had been collecting car numbers, hundreds of them. Officers were detailed to check the owners. Oldfield by now very much the public face of the police investigation, asked residents to jot down the registration number of any vehicle acting suspiciously or curb crawling and ring the police. "They will not be wasting our time," he said. Nothing more clearly reflected the desperate situation he was in as senior investigating officer. Finally, Oldfield made a firm decision to bring the documentation for all 5 murders under one roof. The paperwork for the 4 previous killings was integrated into a major incident room on the top floor at Millgarth. A few doors down from the purpose-built incident room, Oldfield shared an office with Dick Holland and another superintendent, Jack Slater. They were working an average 13 hours a day, arriving at 9:15 a.m. in time for a 10 o'clock briefing at which they updated officers conducting house-to-house inquiries. Top priority was trying to maintain their morale. They left to go home between 10 p.m. and midnight. At that stage, Holland and Slater were reviewing the paperwork, dispensing actions to the troops on the ground, checking follow-ups. They filtered the stuff Oldfield ought to see, and the paperwork began to pile up. Occasionally, his other job at the Wakefield HQ held up his work on the Ripper inquiry. Suddenly he would announce, "I'm stopping tonight." He would make sure he had half a bottle of decent whiskey on hand, taking frequent sips until he cleared the backlog. Then he would go and bed down in the section house of the police station, where a number of single constables had rooms, so he would be ready and available for work first thing the next morning. Holland directed that a detective inspector or detective chief inspector trained in the West Yorkshire murder system should work on every shift in the incident room. Their job was to check incoming statements. The Leeds staff hadn't taken kindly to the changes Holland made. "Their reaction was hostile to start with," he said. "They were moaning and trying to get away. At that stage I actually worked in the incident room, seeing that everything that went there was done in the West Yorkshire style. Now that had never been done in Leeds until then." The house-to-house inquiries were widened until the occupants of 679 homes in 29 streets were seen and interviewed. Many houses were in multiple occupation. Nearly 3,700 statements were taken. Checks were made on all men taken into police custody for offences of violence, particularly if they involved women. Oldfield also organised a seminar with 25 psychiatrists from Yorkshire in an unsuccessful effort to get assistance from mental hospitals about patients who might be suspects. Prostitutes were questioned in detail about regular clients, even as the Leeds police began clamping down on soliciting in Chapeltown. On the one hand, they wanted the women's cooperation. On the other, they were trying to put them out of business. At the same time, Jim Hobson was mounting a covert operation of static observations, with officers recording registration numbers of vehicles trying to pick up women in the red light district. Lists of registration numbers could then be examined after any future murder, and the drivers traced and interviewed. Over the next few months, 152 women were arrested and reported for soliciting, and 68 more cautioned. It was a measure of Oldfield's frustration and desperation that he virtually begged people to support the police effort. "The public have the power to decide what sort of society they want. If they want murder and violence, then they will keep quiet. If they want a law-abiding society in which their womenfolk can move freely without fear of attack from the likes of the individual we are hunting, then they must give us their help." A month after the murder, the trail had gone cold. But the Home Secretary, Merlin Rees, MP for a Leeds constituency, seemed to have full confidence in the West Yorkshire force. He paid a visit to the incident room in Leeds and was asked how concerned he was that the Ripper had been at large so long. "I am no more concerned than the Chief Constable," he replied. "Often piecing evidence together, considering it, analysing it, does take time unless someone is there with a camera when the murder is committed." Considering that 5 women had been killed by the same hand within a small geographical area, this answer appeared somewhat flippant. But, as the law stood, the Home Secretary could have said little else. He simply could not interfere. His own Home Office colleague, Dr. Shirley Summerskill, had made the position clear during a debate on the Black Panther case 12 months previously. Britain's criminal justice system relied on the operational autonomy of the police. The press at this stage was describing the Ripper as Yorkshire's most wanted killer. No policeman pointed out to the Home Secretary during his visit that this was a national problem rather than a little local difficulty. Neither did they reveal they hadn't a hope of catching the man unless he tried to kill again. In such a hopeless situation, there were few words of comfort that Oldfield or his colleagues could find for the MacDonald family when they buried Jane. Those who have never suffered bereavement in such circumstances can have no comprehension of the feelings of the families. Wilf MacDonald later described in a television interview the moment he learned of his daughter's death. "The police came in and said, 'Are you the father of Jane MacDonald?' I said, 'Yes.' I said, 'I'll kill her when she comes home because she didn't phone last night.' They said, 'You may not have to.' And that's as much as I knew. If she had died of, illness or accident, but when it happens like it did, mutilation and everything, I went to identify her and I just collapsed there and then. He has murdered the whole family, you can almost say." Oldfield's surviving daughter was about the same age as Jane and a pupil at Wakefield Girls' High School, hoping to go on to university to study dentistry. His heart went out to Wilf MacDonald, and soon after her murder he made a private visit to the family to pledge he would not rest until the man who killed Jane was caught. In October 1979, Wilf MacDonald, too, was dead, aged 60. He was buried in a grave next to his beloved daughter. His family emphatically believed he never recovered from Jane's murder and died of a broken heart. In the months following the death of Jane MacDonald, Oldfield's nightmare scenario, that the killer would go on attacking women again and again, came true. 2 weeks after he struck down Jane, Mrs. Maureen Long became his latest victim. She survived the attack, but at a terrible cost. 25 years later, when she was in her 60s, she still was suffering from the head injuries she had received at the hands of the Ripper. In conversation, she was very nervous, clasping her hands to stop them shaking. She could not watch anything on television that involved violence, and she had bouts of depression and anger. In July 1977, Maureen was 42, the mother of several children and separated from her husband. She hadn't had an easy life by any means. At various times she had been in trouble with the police. She enjoyed the company of men, but was certainly no prostitute. She lived with another man in Farsley on the borders of Leeds and Bradford. According to a police report, although she and her husband were separated, they continued to have a friendly relationship, and she still held a good measure of affection for him. On Saturday night, 9th of July, they met up in a Bradford pub, and she drank 4 pints of lager in his company. When the pub was closing around 11:10 p.m, she headed alone in her long black dress for the Mecca Ballroom in Manningham Lane. She was a woman who loved dressing up in her finest and going out for the evening, especially to a night out dancing. Maureen was a regular at the Mecca and well known to many of the staff. The music played, she danced with several men and continued drinking. Her last clear memory was of going to the cloakroom at about 2 a.m. on the Sunday morning. Outside, a hot dog salesman preparing to close up his pitch for the night saw her leave the Mecca heading for the city centre. Her recall of subsequent events is hazy. Police believe that, infused with alcohol and in a befuddled state, she may have been going to see her husband, who lived in Raynell Street. Later, at around 3:15 a.m, a security guard, Frank Whittaker, who worked at the Tanks and Drums Limited factory abutting on Bowlingback Lane, heard his dog bark. He went to the main entrance and looked up the lane. An engine revved up and he saw a car without lights initially drive off at high speed out of Mount Street. He was certain it was a white Ford Cortina Mark II with a black roof. He thought there might have been something heavy in the boot. Next morning at around 8:30, the residents of a gypsy caravan site off Bowlingback Lane heard shouts for help coming from nearby. Police were called, and on a patch of rubbish-strewn open land they found Maureen Long in a deeply distressed condition. "All I remember was trying to pick myself up," she said. "I kept falling, and then I wondered what was wrong with me, and I kept falling back, and as I were trying to pull myself up, falling back again. Then I was screaming, and I heard this dog barking and someone say, "Are you all right?" And that's all I can remember. When you get hit over the back of the head, you can't remember things. If I hadn't had beer that night, I'd have died of hypothermia. The person who attacked her obviously left her for dead. Her clothing was displaced. Her bra had been pulled down to her waist, her tights and pants pulled to her knees. Suffering very severe head injuries, she was rushed by ambulance to Bradford Royal Infirmary, where doctors saved her life. There was a large, depressed fracture of the skull and 5 stab wounds to the front and side of her trunk and left shoulder. She also had 3 fractured ribs. Her head injuries were so severe that she required specialist neurosurgery at the Leeds General Infirmary. Professor G examined Maureen in hospital at Bradford a few hours after she was admitted. Accompanied by Oldfield and Holland, he stood beside her bed in a cubicle in the casualty department. Her head had been partially shaved by the neurosurgical senior registrar, revealing the severe lacerations to her skull. A police surgeon took various swabs from intimate areas, searching for potential forensic evidence. One of the stab wounds had penetrated her liver, though she had not suffered from gross bleeding. G thought her lucky to be alive. She spent 9 weeks in hospital before being discharged, but continued as an outpatient for many years because of fits as a result of her head injuries. Maureen couldn't provide police with much help. She had woken up in the intensive care ward of the local hospital. That Maureen's memory was poor did not surprise Holland. He had recently worked on a stabbing case in Bradford where a non-Ripper victim's memory was impaired because of loss of blood and consequently loss of oxygen to the brain. They got her brain functioning again perfectly. She hadn't brain damage, but everything that was stored on her disk, if you like, to use a computer analogy, prior to the stabbing, had gone forever. Holland's belief that extensive head injuries made a surviving victim's memory unreliable was understandable, though tragically mistaken. Yet he eagerly grasped at one clue provided by Maureen Long. She described the man who gave her a lift as being a fair-haired white male aged about 35, thick-set, over 6 feet tall, and having what could have been a white car. The Ripper Squad had already targeted taxi drivers in Leeds and Bradford as potential prime suspects. Many prostitutes, including Tina Atkinson, used taxis. More than 600 cab drivers were interviewed. A taxi driver called Terry Hawkshaw, whose physical appearance was similar to the description provided by Long, was top of their list. He lived with his 67-year-old mother in an old terraced house at Driglington between Leeds and Bradford. He was 36, 6 feet tall, weighed 15 or 16 stone and had rather long fair hair brushed back, a fresh complexion and a round, almost babyish face, a bit saggy and flabby, as was his whole build. He dressed casually but not scruffily, a typical taxi driver who did his own repairs. He also drove a white car. Hawkshaw was one of 15 men at that stage regarded as strong suspects, whose alibis were to be thoroughly checked for the night Jane MacDonald was killed. Some were flagged to be kept under observation and taken in for questioning the moment another Ripper incident occurred. Hawkshaw, now dead, had been seen in his taxi near the Mecca ballroom on the crucial night. He came under close scrutiny because he was a taxi driver who drove a white Ford Cortina with a black vinyl roof and made a living ferrying prostitutes and their clients. He allowed them to have it off in the back of his taxi, Holland revealed. Oldfield suspected Hawkshaw got sexual thrills out of watching the prostitutes at work on the back seat. A search of his accounts revealed taxi receipts proving that he had the opportunity to have carried out several of the Ripper attacks. He was in close proximity to the red light area at the material times. There was not enough evidence to hold him in a police cell, so Oldfield arranged for him to help the police with their inquiries without arresting him. He was virtually kidnapped and held incommunicado. Oldfield took him in as a prime suspect, despite the fact that legally the police were not allowed to hold him at a police station. So he was kept for over 36 hours at the detective training school at Bishopgarth in Wakefield, which has a 13-storey accommodation block just across the road from the force headquarters. No student courses were being held, and the flats on the top floor were empty. This was not the first time this had happened. Suspects in other serious cases had previously been questioned at the detective training school when there was a danger of leaks to the media. Oldfield was anxious also that other police officers were kept in the dark about the fact that they were questioning a prisoner who was not a prisoner. It was a high-risk strategy and could have landed some of West Yorkshire's most senior detectives in hot water had it backfired. Hawkshaw's civil rights were clearly denied in the belief they had a strong suspect for 5 murders. Nowadays, he could probably have sued for wrongful imprisonment. The officers involved would have been disciplined, the police complaints authority involved, questions asked in Parliament, with the media becoming self-righteous and the civil rights lobby having a field day. Today, without question, someone's head would have rolled, probably several. That it was done at all was a measure of the sheer desperation the Ripper's reign of terror had caused among senior detectives. The cost of the inquiry so far was approaching £1 million. He was not arrested, and I'm playing with words here, Holland admitted. There was a detective who slept at his door to make sure he went nowhere, but he was not arrested. It was a long way down, 13 stories if he'd gone out of the window. We took him there because there wasn't enough evidence for putting him in one of the cells. We found a way of holding him without holding him. In the euphemism of the day, he was assisting police with inquiries. He knew where he was going. I would have defended it to his lawyer by saying he was just being interviewed. The legal test then was that if he had chosen to go, if he had said, "I'm leaving," would you have stopped him? I would have said no. He agreed to come, so he couldn't have made a complaint that we had kidnapped him. We did not give him the impression he was under arrest. We didn't read any caution, but the law was different then. You only had to caution when you had some real evidence, but we felt we had strong grounds for suspicion. We had all day on him verifying his story, verifying what he was doing, forensically checking his car. He really fitted the bill as described by Long and had the car described by the night watchman, so we hadn't dreamed his name up. He had also visited the pubs and clubs frequented by Richardson and Jackson. He also had 2 hammers which were checked, so circumstantially he was a strong candidate. Forensic later gave us a negative report on the hammers. He didn't get rough treatment. We'd been going all day and well into the night. This is typical George. Hawkshaw was quite open. He was talking to us and he was saying, "Yes, I do run prostitutes. I get paid. They pay a bit more than the standard fare if they use my taxi. I might help prostitutes, but I am not a murderer." That was his line, and he was quite frank and he was softly spoken. He might have had a kinky streak, and I think he was a soft touch for the prostitutes, but he made a bit more money. Information provided by Hawkshaw was checked with the files. Oldfield, convinced that he'd got his man, cross-questioned him for hours on end. For Hawkshaw, the whole experience was terrifying. "It was a nightmare," he said. "When George Oldfield sits behind his desk and tells you he thinks you are the Ripper, blimey, it turns your stomach over. They told me, 'Come and sit here. Terence, this fellow wants catching. He is not bad, it's just his mind.' The police nearly convinced me I was out of my head. They said someone with a split personality could be like the killer. He could be normal in the day and all of a sudden his mind goes click and he kills someone." After a considerable time, by now it was 3:45 in the morning, Oldfield decided, it's crunch time. Holland was unsure whether Hawkshaw was out of the frame. Looking at his watch, Oldfield decided to defer a decision which wasn't going his way. He thought they should snatch some sleep in the empty training school study bedrooms. "We will start again at 9 o'clock, he said. "Tell you what, we'll have an extra half hour. We'll start at 9:30. He had laid on breakfast and an early call. Now, that was the sort of boss he was, said Holland. He thought he'd given us the earth because he'd given us an extra half hour and paid for our breakfast. He hadn't paid himself, he'd authorised the force to pay for our breakfast. So we got a free cooked meal and an extra half hour in fucking bed. We'd worked all day until 4:45 in the morning. After thorough searches of his taxi and his mother's home, in the end Hawkshaw was allowed to return home. We had no evidence. Forensic had turned up absolutely nothing, because it wasn't him. They'd done their job. Forensic can be a two-edged sword to the investigator, but it's a good thing from the point of view of the innocent person. It revealed absolutely nothing to connect him with the attacks, and we would have expected something. The hammers he had were not of the same dimension and weight we were looking for. We needed time to have those things examined. We had him for the best part of 48 hours when the point came when we had to say, "Thank you, Mr. Hawkshaw," and let him go. Then we fixed up a team of detectives to shadow him discreetly night and day. That was done chiefly with crime squad cars supplemented by murder squad detectives. There were 12 men a day on this. Eventually he realised he was being followed. We checked with his books and records of taxi runs, and he was in the right area to have the opportunity to have committed 8 of the attacks. I don't think we did anything illegal. In order to do our job, we were deliberately sailing as near to the wind as we could. We were just on the side of legality. We planned to interrogate him and keep him away from any potential leak of information. You've got to appreciate, it would have been all over the media if we had a suspect in for the Ripper. The surveillance on Hawkshaw lasted for some considerable time until he was completely exonerated and alibied for one of the Ripper murders. John DeMail decided he could not afford to wait for the Ripper to strike again in order to move the inquiry forward. He decided, as a new tactic, to enlist the help of the latest victim herself. So several months after the attack, Maureen Long cooperated with the Ripper squad in mounting an undercover operation to see if she could recognize the Ripper and help them arrest him. For 3 weeks running, she went out on Thursday, Friday and Saturday nights in Bradford, accompanied by a woman detective sergeant, Megan Winterburn. To the uninitiated, they were 2 women out on the town together, and Winterburn, then in her 30s, found Maureen affable and pleasant. She didn't deserve what happened to her, she said. She was very fortunate to have survived the injuries she had. Maureen made no bones about saying she was a Ripper victim and liked to show off her scars. To prepare for this undercover assignment in the pubs and nightclubs of Bradford, Megan Winterburn had ceased washing her hair, letting it go lank. She found a seedy outfit, including a rather old Afghan coat. Mr. DeMail said that if I dressed up as I normally do to go out, I'd stand out like a sore thumb, she said. I had the most smelly Afghan coat, a raw suede coat with this horrible fur around the collar and embroidered sections on the front and fur round the bottom. I went a little bit over the top with the makeup and tried to blend in with the rest of the clientele. During a night out, she let Maureen do her own thing. Another detective accompanied them, keeping in the background, but maintaining close watch as they drank and danced at West Yorkshire Police expense. The pair built up a good rapport. On a few occasions, Megan watched her new friend get loaded. She once asked her whether she always got this drunk when she went out. "No," replied Maureen. "It's just that it makes me feel safe." Megan Winterburn, a married detective on plainclothes undercover duty, handbag slung over her shoulder, was getting an education into the seedier side of life. She visited pubs she would otherwise have avoided, and she had never been a nightclub person. To her, Maureen appeared somewhat naive and lived in an insular world, doing the same things week in, week out. Going out drinking was part of her social world, but Megan didn't find any of it the least bit offensive. She had been brought up in the mining village of South Kirkby. Her father was a miner who, after he was injured, became a steward of a club. Policing was what she had always wanted to do, and after a couple of years as a shorthand typist after leaving school at 17, she joined the West Riding Force. "Maureen was quite funny and entertaining when she had a drink," said Megan. "She knew everybody in every pub we went into, and everyone knew Maureen. It opened my eyes to the sort of person Maureen mixed with. They were the salt of the earth. Everyone was concerned about her. The people she knew didn't think any less of her because she had been a victim. They didn't shun her. She was mortified that some people were saying she was a prostitute, which wasn't true. You had this very naive and pleasant lady who was leading a normal life with an active social life, labelled by the press as a prostitute. To have to explain this to your family, who were still coming to terms with you being attacked, must have been horrendous to her and her family." On one occasion they were on the Mecca dance floor. Suddenly, Maureen stood stock still and stared at a man across the room. I said, "What's the matter?" She shook her head and said, "Nothing." I said, "Yes, there is. What is it?" She said, "It's him over there." I'll never forget him. He didn't have a gap in his teeth, and it wasn't Sutcliffe, but he did have a lot of jet black curly hair. Obviously her subconscious had said, "the hair." The man was checked out and eliminated quickly. Another time the pair were pub crawling in Manningham Lane, close to where the prostitutes hung out. A young colleague of Winterburn's, in the dark about the operation, came into the pub. I recognised him, and he was looking at me, and I was looking away, trying to make him not look at me. Eventually he plucked up courage and walked over to me and said, "What are you doing here, Sarge, dressed like that?" I remember taking the lad out to the toilet to have an appropriate word. I pinned him against the wall and told him to leave. It was serious, and I couldn't afford to let my guard slip. The undercover operation with Maureen Long, though it showed commendable courage on her part, went nowhere. She failed to recognise her would-be killer. The rest of the murder squad had plenty of other avenues to explore. The boss's new proactive policing was working, for the clampdown against prostitutes and the covert operations in Chapeltown were clearly having an effect, the most important being that they appeared to have driven the Ripper back to strike again in Bradford. Oldfield immediately stepped up the covert observations, recording the registration numbers of vehicles in the red light areas, extending them from Chapeltown to Manningham in Bradford. The attack on Long was treated as attempted murder. A major effort was mounted to find everyone who had been at the Mecca ballroom on the Saturday night. Thousands were interviewed during the inquiry. It led nowhere. The information provided by the security guard was critical. In response, a search was launched for Mark II Ford Cortina owners in West Yorkshire. 3,000 owners were interviewed and no positive evidence obtained. More crucially, Jim Hobson's tracking inquiry was, over his profound objections, brought to an abrupt halt because the Mark II Ford Cortina was not on the list of vehicles which could have left the tyre marks at the Richardson murder scene. As we now know, the Ford Cortina inquiry was a complete red herring. The security guard had seen Peter Sutcliffe's car leaving the scene of Long's attack, except he was driving a white Ford Corsair, which was on Hobson's list of tracking inquiry vehicles waiting to be eliminated. But Oldfield was faced with a massive problem: lack of manpower. Eliminating 30,000 vehicles had been a colossal task, and Oldfield felt the remaining 20,000 vehicles would take forever to check. Experience had shown that as you got nearer the end of such an inquiry, progress on eliminating one vehicle took far longer than the straightforward checks at the beginning. As an inquiry continued, the man-hours that went into it got higher and higher in relation to the finished product, while the actual productivity of the investigating team got lower and lower. All the difficult vehicle checks were those that had dragged on and were left to the end. They were the cars that had been sold to gypsies 6 times under false names, had gone through car auctions, had changed owners, had been stolen, written off, or not correctly recorded on the fledgling PNC. Oldfield thus found himself in a complete bind. He had major murder inquiries involving a maniac on the loose going on in Leeds and Bradford, and the tyre inquiry seemed never ending with no assurance of success. "We were desperate for men," Holland said. "If you were warm and breathing, you were on the bloody Ripper case. We'd checked roughly 30,000 vehicles and eliminated those, but there were in fact 22,000 to go. Sutcliffe's vehicle was in there, and unfortunately it was missed." Hobson took the cancellation of the tracking inquiry very badly. In the incident room for the Long investigation at Bradford Police Headquarters, a few senior officers, including Holland, Oldfield and Hobson, were standing in a corner late one afternoon when Oldfield broke the news as a fait accompli. Hobson had seen the tyre inquiry as the one good chance to find the killer. They had a positive clue from a murder scene, and his inquiry ought to run its course. Now they were suddenly looking for a Ford Cortina. Oldfield believed the Ripper had changed cars. There was a good chance the one which made the tyre tracks in Roundhay Park had been destroyed. Hobson was furious, visibly angry and muttering under his breath. But the decision had been made. The Leeds murder squad believed Oldfield was being deliberately partisan because of his known disagreements with the senior city detectives. It was a fracture in relationships that never really healed. The Ripper by now had murdered 5 women. McCann, Jackson, Richardson and MacDonald in Leeds, and Atkinson in Bradford. The police believed he had attacked Long, intending to kill her, and were now casting an eye over several other serious assaults on women. In reality, there were 8 other women that Sutcliffe had almost certainly attacked in the West Yorkshire area, though the squad had ruled most of them out as Ripper attacks because they could not rule them in for certain. Indeed, they were gripped almost by a phobia of putting an attack into the Ripper series, for fear it would turn out not to be his handiwork and might contaminate the investigation with erroneous evidence. Moreover, if the Ripper was caught and prosecuted for one murder he did not commit, he could escape justice. Thus, Tracy Brown and Marcella Claxton, along with several other victims, were never included in the series, though there was an extraordinary similarity in the photo-fit descriptions they had given, which now lay unnoticed in police files. Day by day, the cost of the investigation was assuming mountainous proportions. 300 officers had worked 343,000 man-hours. 175,000 people had been questioned. 12,500 statements taken, and 101,000 vehicles checked. The attempt to find the man with the ginger beard, said to have been seen by witnesses in the MacDonald and Jackson inquiries, was stepped up. Police had 117 tips of men who bore such a description. They traced 56 such men and eliminated them. The rest were never found because there was no real clue to their identity. Already inside the mountain of paper were the clues and the evidence that could have identified the Yorkshire Ripper. Chapter 7. Punter's Money. In the mid-1970s, the backbone technology of British industry, its businesses and institutions, was still a Victorian invention: the typewriter and shorthand note. Computers were as yet the hugely expensive private tools of government, vast number crunchers gobbling up and spewing out punch cards. They occupied whole floors to do the work a child's toy can perform today, but the world was still only on the verge of the revolution. Within a year or two, advertisements began to appear in colour supplements offering home computers to be built by hand, whose programming language needed to be learned before simple mathematic problems could be solved and tic-tac-toe games played. Pocket calculators, costing the equivalent of a working man's weekly wage, were finding their way onto the market. But the white heat of silicon technology was still 10 years from our desktops. The Home Office, the government department primarily responsible for the security and policing of Britain, wanted to be at the forefront of this revolution. The computer, when it arrived, would be a vital tool in the battle against crime, reducing the burden on manpower and budgets and speeding up detection. But the use of computers and the application software would have to be tailor-made to the task, specifically designed to handle, sort, cross-check and deliver information. In August 1976, the House of Commons learned that the Police Scientific Development Branch at the Home Office was studying the use of computers to assist the investigation of major crimes like murder. Computers, according to the Home Office Minister Dr. Shirley Summerskill, would organise the collection of information and the identification of key elements in murder inquiries. Parliament was debating criticism of the police handling of the Black Panther inquiry when Dr. Summerskill reiterated a key principle of British justice affecting any criminal inquiry: that overall command in an investigation rested ultimately with the Chief Constable. It is for him to decide when to call for assistance and help and what to call for. So if a Chief Constable wanted a computer, he had to ask for one. For the overburdened West Yorkshire Police in the summer of 1977, it seemed like a lifeline, or at least a straw to clutch at. Ronald Gregory therefore set up a working party at his headquarters in Wakefield to look at ways of using computers in the Ripper inquiry. The Force's new Computer Project Unit in turn approached the Home Office to see how close its scientists were to achieving the goal of a computerized incident room which could actually handle a complex murder investigation. They had been working on the problem for 3 years. After several meetings, the West Yorkshiremen learned that more development work was needed by government scientists and the Police Research Services unit before they could hand over a computer they were certain was reliable. The only experimental working police computer in the country was in Staffordshire in the Midlands. The working group and Gregory paid a visit, but the project was still in its infancy and the budget for the experiment was prohibitive, already running at more than £1 million. Breakthroughs were being made in pushing back the frontiers of computerized systems, but in August 1977, when the West Yorkshire Force needed one as a matter of desperate urgency, no machine was available. The writing of programs of such complexity was in its infancy. Moreover, 3 of the most senior Home Office scientists had just departed from the project, leaving only a junior colleague to work on the necessary research. Then West Yorkshire Police were given the chance to use spare capacity on the mainframe computer at the Atomic Energy Authority establishment at Harwell in Berkshire. It was a rare opportunity. Even the suggestion of such an offer was a clear indication that at least someone in Whitehall recognised the importance of catching the Ripper and the difficulties the police in West Yorkshire were facing. Whether the senior officials in the police department of the Home Office appreciated that the murder investigation was not just a little local difficulty facing their friends in the north is open to question. It wasn't the first time a branch of the Home Office, faced with a major investigation, had received help from atomic scientists with access to the country's best computer technology. In the early 1960s, the security service MI5 approached the Atomic Weapons Research Establishment at Aldermaston, which at the time had the biggest computer facility in Britain. MI5, in conjunction with the codebreakers at GCHQ, were trying to decipher intercepted Soviet Union espionage messages intended for Eastern Bloc agents in Britain. The traffic was known by the code name Venona. The AWRE began a top-secret project, with its computer running code-cracking programs for 6 hours every night for 2 months. To help catch a serial killer, the AEAE at Harwell was now willing to allow its mainframe computer to be accessed via telephone lines by the Ripper Squad directly from West Yorkshire, with additional information on cassette tapes being sent physically to Harwell by courier. There were huge problems with this imaginative plan. To back-convert existing records held at Milgarth would take 13 man-years of effort, costing a nominal figure of £25,000, which the Home Office was prepared to fund. But West Yorkshire would have to stump up £3,000 a week to run the system. Finally, Ronald Gregory decided on the grounds of budget and the experimental nature of the project to turn the offer down. At this stage, the experiment would have involved using equipment not yet proven at the operational level. Gregory was later backed by the hierarchy of the police service for making a brave decision to stick with the manual system of managing information within the incident room. Though the volume of material grew larger every day, it was at least a tried and tested method. The problem was, there had been nothing like the Ripper case before. Gregory authorized his working party to contact the private sector to see whether the nominal index in the incident room could be computerized. IBM suggested a mainframe computer called Stairs. The quote was in excess of £500,000. Again, back record conversion would be a mammoth task. A number of the biggest multinational computer firms and local government agencies in Britain were also approached, but could not come up with a viable scheme to automate the incident room. As the amount of information in the system grew, the problem of back record conversion became the biggest obstacle to computerization. At that stage, no one had designed a full text retrieval system that could solve the incident room problems. Another worry by some senior officers was that serious money would be wasted if the murderer should be apprehended quickly. Home Office officials knew the urgency of the West Yorkshire problem, which became worse as the years went by and the toll of yet more Ripper victims began to rise. Yet, development of a police incident room computer system was never a priority, and it took several more years before one was available. An increasing number of attacks by the Ripper meant greater information overload both for the incident room and the men and women having to manage it. The more the documentation piled up, the less likely the chance grew of back converting it into a computerized system. The West Yorkshiremen seemed to be chasing their tails. And their problems were about to be compounded by the very next and sixth Ripper murder across the Pennines in Manchester, England's second largest city. Here he murdered another prostitute on the 1st of October 1977, a 20-year-old mother of 2 children, Jean Jordan. Then he hid her body under bushes where it lay undiscovered for over a week. The killer's decision to strike in a completely different town reflected a pattern of sorts. When the heat was on in Leeds, with Hobson's undercover teams keeping watch on Chapeltown's red light area, he moved to Bradford and found a victim in Manningham. With the pressure on in both Leeds and Bradford, he visited Moss Side, the red light district of Manchester. Positioned in the northwest of the country, some 200 miles from London, Manchester spreads itself over 60 square miles. With local government reorganisation in 1974, it had become Greater Manchester, absorbing a number of local towns like Salford. Within 5 miles of the city centre lived 1 million people. Within 10 miles, 2.5 million. Manchester dwarfed the Leeds-Bradford conurbation and was the hub of many industries, not least as the northern headquarters of the national newspapers, who all had offices and printing plants there. It was also home to one of Britain's great liberal institutions, the Manchester Guardian. In the 19th century, as in Leeds and Bradford, the manufacture of textiles was a dominant industry, the humid air apparently assisting in the production of cotton products. In the 1950s and 1960s, redevelopment schemes swept away the old and the derelict to produce a modernised city centre. A new road on stilts was built, the Mancunian Way, designed to ease traffic congestion. Piccadilly, a large square in the heart of the city, became a central shopping area dominated on one side by a towering modern hotel designed to appeal to a fast-moving international clientele. Around the periphery of the city were arterial road links, the M6 and M62 motorways, taking traffic north and south, east and west. In no time at all, a driver could speed from Bradford and Leeds over the Pennines and into the heart of Manchester. From there to Moss Side took 10 minutes by car. Just like Chapeltown in Leeds and Bradford's Manningham, Manchester's red light district was a formerly prosperous area fallen on hard times, where large terraced houses had long been converted into flats. Together with Hume, where Jean Jordan lived in a run-down council block, it was, and remains today, among the poorest areas in the country. In 21st century Britain, Moss Side and Hume score 1st and 5th on the government's most recent index of urban deprivation. A high concentration of ethnic minorities form 1/3 of the local population. Lone parent households abound, and the area has had high levels of unemployment, poverty and social exclusion for years. 60% of households receive social security, and 1/3 of local people are long-term unemployed. 54% of local youngsters leave school without qualifications, and only 3.7% of them manage to get 5 GCSE passes at grades A to C. 9 days after Jean Jordan was murdered, her body lay on an old allotment site off Princess Road in the suburb of Chorlton, near Manchester's Southern Cemetery, 2 miles from where she had lived. It was found at lunchtime on the 10th of October. Adjacent to Princess Road was an iron gateway opening onto a track bordered on both sides by trees. The track led into an area of disused allotments, measuring roughly 100 yards square. The murder scene was between the cemetery and a new area of ground recently provided for allotment holders by Manchester Corporation. The new allotments had been fenced off from the disused land, which then became quickly overgrown. It was well known as a place where prostitutes took clients for sex. Those among the Greater Manchester Police Murder Squad who saw the body claim it as one of the most horrific crime scenes they have ever witnessed. And for 23-year-old Bruce Jones, the unfortunate local dairy worker who called the police, the sight left him with nightmares for years to come. He held an allotment on the adjoining land and had merely been looking for disused house bricks with a friend. The man who would investigate Jordan's murder was 44-year-old Jack Ridgway, the Detective Chief Superintendent in charge of central Manchester. He had been in the job a month, having been recently promoted following several years as head of the Force Serious Crime Squad. While he was having lunch with his deputy, Detective Superintendent Grange Catlow, the call came through that a corpse had been found near the southern cemetery. His first task was to view the body and call out the Home Office pathologist, Dr. Reuben Woodcock, a consultant to the Bolton Group of Hospitals and lecturer in forensic medicine at Manchester University. Ridgway was at the crime scene a good 90 minutes before Reuben Woodcock arrived. A uniformed constable was already there, along with a local CID officer from Chorlton-cum-Hardy police station. It took Ridgway only seconds to realise that they had a really savage murder on their hands. "Jesus, what a bloody mess," he said to his deputy. He had been involved in umpteen murder investigations during his 23-year career with Manchester Police, and he had long since learned to bring a high degree of emotional distancing to the job of murder investigator. Objectivity was essential, and he tried to engender it in members of his team, but this was an indelible experience. "It was a really bad body," he recalled. "I had never seen anything like it before. It was in an advanced state of decomposition. The weather was quite warm, and it had laid there over a week, and it was heaving. It was clear she'd been murdered. Half her guts were hanging out." The body lay in grass near a wooden hut next to a cinder track. It was completely naked. The head twisted to the left, the trunk and legs in a semi-prone position with the arms spread apart. A coil of intestine was wrapped around the waist. The head was blackened due both to injuries received and changes brought about by putrefaction. The rest of the body was clean and white. The skin on the trunk and the upper legs showed numerous yellowish areas caused by physical damage and degeneration. There were clear wounds to the abdomen and scalp, and small pieces of paint on the skin matched that on an old door found nearby. There was a large area of blood staining under the bushes. Soon at the scene was Manchester's fingerprint expert, Detective Chief Inspector Tony Fletcher. His immediate thought was that someone had robbed a grave at the nearby cemetery, then mutilated the corpse. In the long grass nearby, he found scattered randomly items of women's clothing: pants, bra, tights, boots, cardigan, coat, skirt and jumper. Most of the top clothing was badly blood-stained and crawling with fully developed maggots. Under the privet hedge which separated the allotment from the pathway, there was a depression which was absolutely teeming with maggots. Leaning next to the adjacent shed was a wooden interior house door. Ridgway realised fairly quickly that the corpse must have been recently moved. The body had at one stage been underneath the bush out of sight. Anybody walking along the path wouldn't go looking under the bush, and it could have escaped notice. But lying where it was when we saw it, there is no way it could have escaped notice. It stuck out like a sore thumb. You looked at the body and you thought, "I know this is a fairly isolated place, but there is no way this body has lain in this position a week." The state of decomposition told you it had to have been there a long time, so I thought it couldn't have lain in this position without it having been discovered. However, at that stage it didn't occur to me that the killer had gone back to move it. Now a full-scale murder hunt kicked into action. A suite of offices on the third floor at Longsight Police Station in Stockport Road, Manchester, was permanently on standby as a murder incident room. It was fully equipped with the kit needed for a major inquiry. The 4-storey Edwardian building was very big, having started life as St. Joseph's approved school, where young tearaways 70 years before were sent to be weaned from a life of crime. The police station's cleaners' cupboards were located in rooms that years earlier had been used as punishment cells. Some of the rooms were huge and had been partitioned with chipboard and wooden panelling to make them smaller and more useful as offices and workrooms for the police force. Ridgway had a hard core of officers he wanted to man the incident room. They had done it many times before and knew the ropes. A brief story about the murder appeared that night in the Manchester Evening News. It prompted a man living in nearby Hume, Alan Royal, to walk into his local police station. He said his wife had been missing for a week. His initial thought had been that she had taken herself off on one of her jaunts to Scotland. He identified items of clothing found at the murder scene as belonging to Jean Jordan. He was advised by DCI Fletcher not to view the body. An identification was very quickly made with the briefest glimpses of the face in the mortuary by Jean's friend Anna Holt, who sometimes worked the streets with her. Dental records later confirmed the identification. No one on Ridgway's murder squad was surprised by the story which soon unfolded. Alan Royal and Jean had met some 4 years earlier, in October 1973, when Jordan, then aged 16, ran away from her parents' home in Motherwell near Glasgow and headed south. Royal was then a 21-year-old chef who, travelling home from work, spotted her wandering about alone on Manchester's main Victoria station. After buying her a cup of tea and something to eat, he took her under his wing and they started living together. But Jean and Alan had a strained and turbulent relationship and grew tired of each other, going their separate ways while still living together. Royal later told police they drifted apart when Jean started going out with her girlfriends. It was a familiar tale. They had no money, and she turned to prostitution to feed her children, working the streets of Moss Side and Cheetham Hill for a couple of years. Sometimes, especially in the winter, she and Anna Holt used the same flat where they took men for business. It was rented by a mutual friend. Previously, the couple had lived in a small flat in the suburb of Wythenshawe. They were anxious to find somewhere bigger to give the children more room to play in, and had been in their council flat in Hume only a matter of weeks. Royal said that occasionally Jean would take off for several days at a time, hitchhiking to Glasgow and leaving him to care for the 2 children, Alan aged 3 and James aged 12 months. Jean had once actually left him and gone to live with relatives, but later returned. She was an attractive woman, slim with a pretty face, about 5 feet 6 inches tall with long auburn hair. On her pitch in Moss Side, she was known to the other working girls as Scotch Jean. In the summertime, she, like the other street girls, took men to the quiet patch of land near the Southern Cemetery, once part of the original Manchester airport. But according to Anna Holt, Jean was growing tired of selling herself for sex and was trying to settle down. She had twice been arrested and cautioned for soliciting by the Vice Squad. "Jean was not really cut out for it," she said. "She was guilty about her kids." Neighbours described her as quiet, shy and timid. On Friday the 1st of October at 9:30 in the evening, Jordan left her children in the care of a babysitter, saying she was going to get a breath of air and buy cigarettes from the local off-licence. Royal, who had no job, was already out. When he returned from having a drink, she had gone. "When she didn't come back on Saturday morning, I wasn't too alarmed," he said. "I thought she'd taken one of her trips to Scotland again. I didn't think to tell police, because she'd done it so often before. It wasn't till I read the description in the paper that I began to worry." DCI Tony Fletcher and a fingerprint specialist then proceeded to search the family home for a print to match ones taken from the dead body. A 5-hour search of all the likely places yielded nothing. Finally, at around midnight, he instructed all remaining items to be collected in tea chests and taken to the Fingerprint Bureau. A team of 6 specialists began work next morning at 8:30. Within 5 minutes, a left thumbprint matching Jean Jordan's was found on a lemonade bottle removed from under the kitchen sink. None of the other articles removed from Jordan's flat yielded a trace of her fingerprints. Why? Because Alan Royal did all the cooking and most of the household chores. Royal told detectives that Jean Jordan had a fake leather handbag which appeared to be missing. Police flooded the area with printed notices about the murder, specifically mentioning the dark brown vinyl handbag, which had 2 carrying handles and a shoulder strap made of the same material. It was believed to contain about £15 in cash, a few cosmetics, and some yellow tissue paper. Every person who used the allotment site was interviewed, and a fingertip search of the disused allotment site failed to find the handbag. The post-mortem was carried out by Reuben Woodcock at the brand-new purpose-built Central Police Mortuary in Rachel Street, Manchester, Jack Ridgway at his side. They had worked closely together many times, and an easy-going familiarity resulted. The police officer always found the pathologist thorough, not to say painstaking, and quite approachable. He would discuss his findings with Ridgway, and more importantly, from the detective's viewpoint, thoughtfully listened to what he had to say. "Some tend to be a little remote," Ridgway reflected. "They are the pathologist and not particularly interested in what your views are, whether they may or may not be valid. I always found Mr. Woodcock was quite prepared to listen to your views, and if they didn't coincide with his findings, he would explain why it couldn't be right medically. Woodcock began to itemize the injuries. First, to the head. There were 11 in all, some causing depressed fractures of the skull, some fairly superficial, others in a cluster of wounds, each about 1 inch in diameter, and all with fractures of the skull beneath. The woman had been hit with enough force in the mouth to loosen the middle 4 teeth in her upper jaw, and there were tooth fragments in her mouth. He had little doubt that a heavy weapon with a rounded end, such as a hammer, had been used. Moving to the shoulder, neck, and trunk, he found a series of 19 massive injuries, dark brown in colour, on her arms and upper chest. He believed they were also caused by blows from a hammer. Further down were more savage wounds, incisions to the front of the trunk. Other slashing wounds were found on her right thigh. As he examined the body, Woodcock felt sure the wounds were made in a series of slashes from the left shoulder to the right knee. He noted in his report, 18 wounds were seen on the abdomen and chest and 6 on the right thigh. The largest wound on the abdomen was 7 inches long and the intestine protruded through it. There was a neighbouring large wound through which gut protruded. It had been made with such ferocity that the intestine had been cut, the wound extending deep into the abdomen and into the front of the backbone. He could see fly eggs present, but no maggots in this wound. This indicates that the wound had not been exposed to flies as long a time as the head, he wrote. More wounds were on the left side of the trunk. It all added up to an extraordinary conclusion. The evidence in the stomach wounds of fly eggs not yet become maggots meant they had been caused very recently, and most certainly after the woman was killed. The head injuries alone had caused her death, he believed. Convinced the body had been attacked with a sharp instrument like a knife some time after death, Woodcock's report concluded, there were indications suggesting that the body had been clothed for some days after death and then stripped a day or so before the body was found. The age of the maggots indicated that death had occurred 9 or 10 days before being found. Samples of the maggots were sent off to Manchester University in an effort to determine the exact timing from fly eggs being laid to becoming maggots. The pathologist, who was some years older than Ridgway, had made some startling discoveries. Massive injuries to both head and stomach immediately reminded Ridgway of a special conference of senior detectives from northern England a few months previously in Wakefield, at which George Oldfield gave a presentation with slides on the injuries found in the 5 Ripper murders so far. Ridgway sent a senior colleague back to his office to find the special West Yorkshire Police Intelligence report covering the Ripper murders, and once reminded of the fact felt certain he had a Ripper killing on his hands. There was, however, one additional gruesome fact which Woodcock deliberately omitted from his report at Ridgway's request. There had been a crude attempt to sever the woman's head. Clear marks in 2 separate places showed that a saw had been used in an effort to decapitate the woman. Ridgway wanted this information kept top secret. Over the next few years, very few people were privy to it. It was, Ridgway believed, one of those facts which only the person who had tried to cut the head off would know. If any headbangers came forward to claim false ownership of Jordan's murder, the fact that they could not disclose this evidence meant he would be able to eliminate them quickly. It all added up to a pretty extraordinary story. A woman had been murdered with considerable ferocity, with injuries to her head, shoulders, neck, and upper trunk. The wounds were probably caused by a hammer. She had then been hidden in a depression in the ground under the privet hedge beside the shed in the disused allotment before being covered with a wooden door. 8 days later, her body had been deliberately moved into the open, stripped, her clothing strewn over the long grass, and another series of savage injuries inflicted. She had not just been murdered, she had been defiled in grotesque fashion. Ridgway called George Oldfield's office in Leeds and arranged to see him the following day. The 2 men were neither friends nor acquaintances. They had met briefly previously. West Yorkshire detectives had worked closely with their Manchester counterparts on the M62 coach bombing investigation, but there was little regular contact. Arriving in Leeds the next day, Ridgway gave Oldfield a verbal report and his reasons for believing this to be a Ripper murder. He had no photographs from the lab, nor a written report from the pathologist. These would take some time to arrive at his desk. "I told him we had a Ripper murder," Ridgway remembered 24 years later. "His reaction is that he doesn't want to know." Ridgway's impression was that the West Yorkshire force had cornered the market on Ripper murders and didn't want anyone else getting in on the act. This was the feeling I got, not in those words, but it was the impression he presented. An expression of interest, but no more. The first sour note, and it was only minor, came later. George said, "I think we should keep this thing quiet for the time being." He knew I had not told the press it was a Ripper murder, and he said it would be beneficial for all if we kept this under our hat. In fairness, they had a lot more Ripper murders, and I did not want to rock the boat. I was prepared to go along with it and see how it panned out. Then I was driving back to Manchester over the Pennines and had the radio on. An announcement came on that West Yorkshire Police had said the murder in Manchester is one of the Ripper series. I was so incensed. We knew the world and his wife would arrive on our doorstep once the announcement was made that Manchester had a Ripper murder. It was something we could have done without for a little while. What made me angry was that we had made an agreement. I had gone along with his request that we keep things quiet for a while. I could have made it public myself. I never had it out with him later. What could I have done? Ridgway hedged with the press over whether he was really dealing with a Ripper murder, merely saying there were only similarities with the West Yorkshire killings. He refused to confirm she had been a prostitute. "There is nothing to suggest it," he said. "It could be that while she was walking, some motorist stopped and offered her a lift, and that she expected she might be able to get a ride up to Scotland. She has hitchhiked on occasions before." Oldfield had previously only ever referred in the most guarded terms to the injuries inflicted on Ripper victims. Ridgway was equally cautious. The reporters were always anxious for more details, but the CID chief was having none of it. In some senses, Jordan's murder bore the hallmarks of a Ripper killing, he told them. In other ways, they were different. There had been no sexual assault, although the passage of time might have dissipated evidence of a sex attack. The CID chief had never had a cosy relationship with the media at the best of times. He provided them with the minimum information necessary to get the job done. "I just have never been a media person," he says. "I used them because I had to. I would play ball with them because I wanted something out of them." But soon Ridgway would be launching a media offensive. The cause of this turnabout was a crucial discovery made 5 days after Jordan's body was uncovered. During the fingertip search of the disused allotment, every effort had been made to find the all-important handbag, but the team of uniformed officers halted their search at the wire fence between the new and disused allotments. On the morning of Saturday the 15th of October, a man called Cox found the handbag, on the other side of the wire fence. It was exactly 189 feet, or 60 yards from where the body was discovered. More than half a football pitch away. Ridgway drove quickly to the scene. The handbag was green, not dark brown. It transpired that Royal was colourblind. It had a zip fastener and a wrap-over strap which fastened with a clasp on the side. There were 2 external pockets. Ridgway examined these and in one of them found a concealed compartment. He felt inside and pulled out a folded-up, brand-new £5 note and a used £1 note. "Punter's fiver," he exclaimed, to no one in particular. Suddenly, in Ridgway's mind, some of the most bewildering features seemed to fit. The handbag had clearly been searched by the killer, then apparently hurled away over the wire fence. He had returned to the scene more than a week after the murder to try and recover the £5 note, which he realized might incriminate him. This would explain the stripping of the body and strewing Jordan's clothes all over the place. If he thought the £5 note was hidden on the body or in her clothing, he probably hurled the clothing about in frustration at not finding anything. It went some way also to explaining the additional wounds inflicted on the corpse, again in anger, most probably. He went berserk when he couldn't find the money he had given her, kicked and slashed at her body, and perhaps tried to remove the head to cover up the fact it was a Ripper killing. Back in his office next to the control room, Ridgway knew he had to find who had issued the £5 note. He felt certain Jordan's last client had given it to her, the man who murdered her. She had last been seen around 9:40 the night she was murdered. No semen had been found in or on the body, so it was unlikely she had had another punter that evening. No, in Ridgway's mind, the man who gave her the £5 also killed her. But finding exactly where the note originated from would not be easy. In an earlier case in Manchester where a prostitute had been murdered, 3 £1 notes had been found on her. Tracing their origin, detectives succeeded in finding and convicting the man who killed her. Ridgway was certain this note, too, was probably from a payroll. Standard wages were such in 1977 that £10 notes were less likely to be given to employees in their pay packets. The crisp note appeared brand new. Fletcher's fingerprint specialists used every trick they knew to yield evidence, but without success. But they had a banknote serial number, AW51121565. The next task was to phone the Bank of England in London, who it turned out also had a branch in Leeds. The bank agreed to provide the information quickly. Ridgway arranged for the Metropolitan Police to assign an officer to collect it from the bank's premises in Threadneedle Street in the City of London. It was to be addressed to Ridgway personally at Basildon Police Station. The officer was to take it personally to King's Cross Station and hand it to a guard on a train going to Bradford. The officer was then to ring Ridgway and tell him what time the train would arrive. Ridgway, in turn, designated an officer to meet the train and collect the envelope. The man duly met the train, only the package wasn't on it, and the guard knew nothing about it. At some point, the train had split in half. One part went to Huddersfield, the rest on to Bradford. The package was waiting at Huddersfield, and a motorbike rider went to collect it from there. Jordan's £5 note had been part of a delivery of new notes from the Bank of England printing works sent to its Leeds branch on the 27th of September, just 4 days before the murder. This was extraordinary news. The chances of a brand new note finding its way so quickly from West Yorkshire into the handbag of a prostitute in Manchester on the other side of the Pennines must be remote indeed. The likelihood was that it had been paid out as payroll by a local firm. They quickly followed the trail of the note. It was one in a parcel of new notes numbered F87947, which totalled £25,000. This had been released to the Midland Bank in nearby Park Road, Leeds, together with 3 others, totalling £100,000 in all. They had been collected by a bullion van from the Midland Bank for delivery on a very specific run to a number of branches in the Leeds and Bradford area. Each parcel of £25,000 was made up of 10 bundles in heat-sealed polythene packs, each containing £2,500, with each bundle being made up of 5 smaller packets, each containing £500. The trail was complicated by the fact that the original parcel containing Jordan's £5 note had been joined on the bullion van with other parcels of brand new notes, plus used £5 notes from the Midland Bank's own vaults. Thus, there was on the bullion van a total of £127,500 to be distributed in Leeds, Headingley, Otley, Guiseley, Manningham, Bingley and Shipley. Some banks needed £25,000, which meant they were given a complete self-contained parcel. Others wanted smaller amounts. This involved breaking open a parcel and handing over only part of the contents. With records from the Midland Bank and a powerful piece of deductive logic, Ridgway's team began to narrow down where the contents of parcel F87947 had gone. Some £2,500 had been paid into the Midland Bank at Bingley, along with £7,500 from a different parcel, totalling £10,000 in all. This left £22,500 in parcel F87947. Of that amount, £17,500 was handed over to the Midlands Shipley branch, leaving £5,000, which was then distributed to the bank at Manningham. All the money was scheduled for paying out at the end of the week. Ridgway again met with Oldfield and worked out a plan of action. Leaving a skeleton team at the Longsite incident room, a team of 30 officers from Manchester would travel across the Pennines on the M62 each day, making inquiries at firms in the Shipley area, since that is where the bulk of the money from the parcel F87947 was distributed. They set up an incident room in a small police station in Baildon on the northern fringes of Bradford. Oldfield offered 30 West Yorkshire detectives to assist the Manchester inquiry. On the 26th of October, the Yorkshire Post reported a sudden influx of Manchester officers into West Yorkshire in connection with the Jean Jordan murder. "Naked girl killer hunt switches to West Yorkshire," ran its headline. Oldfield and Ridgway tried playing their cards close to their chest, worried the killer might dispose of evidence. Initially, they declined to say what the line of inquiry was about. They were, Ridgway said, keeping an open mind on whether there was a link with the Ripper murders. They would be visiting factories in Bingley, Shipley and other areas of Bradford. Oldfield was more emphatic. There was no link with the Ripper killings. The following day, the Leeds Evening Post was reporting details of the £5 note in Jean Jordan's handbag. Ridgway had come clean. "We are looking for a very strange man," he said. There was a distinct possibility that the man who gave Jordan the note, probably in payment for sex, was also the killer. The lead they had was so vital they would interview every single person they needed to, even if it took a month. They would visit every factory in the area if necessary and interview every employee. The newspaper revealed, "She has died from head injuries, but she also had stomach injuries." Forensic evidence suggested that the stomach wounds were inflicted after the body had been stripped, 8 days after her murder. At a press conference, Ridgway said what was in his mind. "I believe the killer was annoyed or disappointed when Jean Jordan's body wasn't found immediately. At some time, probably during the hours of darkness, he went back to the body to make sure it was found." Next day, Ridgway revealed the number of the £5 note. It was one of 69 consecutively numbered brand-new notes. With Christmas coming, he hoped local people might be saving for the festive season. "We have been quite surprised at the number of people who still have notes given to them in their pay packets nearly a month ago, so I am appealing to the thrifty Yorkshire people to have a look in their purses, wallets or savings tins for the notes in this vital series. I would even go as far as asking wives to look through their husbands' wallets to see if they find one of these notes." If they could narrow down which firm issued the note to an employee, they would be much closer to catching the killer. Officers had already visited factories in Baildon and Shipley. During a 3-day period, the 28th to the 30th of September, 34 firms had drawn money from the Midland Bank at Shipley. In addition, a large number of private customers had received £5 notes over the counter. Thousands of fivers had also been paid to the Bradford and Bingley Building Society in Shipley, and they in turn had paid out money to nearly 200 clients. In breaking down the trail of the £5 note, Ridgway had the assistance of the Midland Bank staff at Shipley. At the age of 33, Mrs. Maureen Banham had done 2 key things since leaving Ilkley Grammar School. She had had a full-time job with the Midland Bank, left to have her children after she married, and returned later part-time to the Shipley branch in October 1975 when her 2 daughters were 10 and 12. She went in on regular days and always occupied the same cashier's point. Shipley was a sub-branch of the firm's Manningham Bank. Only half a dozen people worked there, and it was very much a centre of the community. Maureen Banham and the rest of the staff got to know their customers pretty well, including the people sent from local firms and retailers each week to collect cash to be paid in the weekly wage packets. Some of them had been doing the same thing for several years. The firms would say how much they needed and in what denominations. In the true tradition of banking, which still prevailed before there was a computer on every desktop, each transaction was written down in a blue till book. One side was for people paying in, the other for people taking money out. Customers would come in with a cheque to cash. It would be stamped, the money paid out, and an entry made in the till book. On the back they put a trap stamp. This showed the denominations paid out for the cheque. Says Mrs. Banham, married at the time to a lorry driver and living in Baildon,
We knew exactly how much we'd given them and in which denomination.
But finding who had that particular £5 note wouldn't be easy. There were 3 counters in operation in the Shipley branch on a busy payout day. The newly delivered money was kept in the bank safe along with the money paid in the day previously, and remnants of previous batches yet to be paid out. To keep a check on how much was being paid out from the safe, they had a cash sheet and a reserve sheet. Each morning, an amount of cash would be removed from the safe to commence the day's business. It was handed to counter number 1, which redistributed it to counters 2 and 3 as the day progressed. If they ran out of money, more was taken from the safe, and the same process started over again. Good fortune had it that when the notes were taken from the safe, the amount was recorded, and since the money in the delivery was mostly new notes, the numbers would run in sequence. Because they knew each other's writing, they could see which of the bank tellers had handled which batches of notes. It was almost a month after the £5 note was distributed that the police arrived and asked for assistance in their murder inquiry.
They wanted us to try and determine which batch of notes the £5 note had come from and who the batch had gone to, said Mrs. Banham. It was a process of elimination. We went through all the paperwork, trying to work out who we had given the note to. We knew we had given the note to a customer, but I wasn't sure he was necessarily the killer. He could have gone over the road and given it to a newsagent. We had to get the cheques and the vouchers out and go through everything carefully. 3 or 4 policemen were with us working after bank hours. We finished our normal job and accounted for all the money during that day's business, making sure everything balanced. When that process was completed, we could turn our attention to the police investigation.
Another bank worker was Simon Stewart, aged 29, who had been with the Midland since leaving school at 16. He and his wife were both bank staff and had been married 4 years. He commuted from his home in Burnstall by bus. Mr. Stewart was in charge of the cash in the bank and had 4 other cashiers under him. Today, the whole business is recorded by computer. In 1977, it was he who ordered money from the Midland Bank bullion van. Money taken from the safe was recorded in the to and from safe cash book, which tabulated into columns, £1 notes, 5s and 10s, so they knew the stock of the day they had drawn out. Then there would be a balance of what was left in the safe. At the end of the day, in the late afternoon, the money left in the cashier's tills would be gathered up and put back in the safe. The figures would be added up, and everything, with luck, would balance. On a wall in Baildon Police Station, Ridgway had prepared a huge wall chart on which to plot individual £5 notes as they were located, trying to determine when they had been paid out and to which firm or person. In this way, they could eliminate some firms if their batch of £5 notes was in a sequence so far removed from the number of Jordan's £5 note that it was certain the money could not have been paid to their company. But it was slow progress filling the chart in. When money was taken out or put into the Shipley branch safe, cashiers did not write down the serial numbers, only how much was taken out or put back. Also, cashiers had idiosyncrasies in the way they paid money out. Some paid out old £5 notes first before touching new notes. Others retained new notes for their regular customers, who sometimes demanded them, holding back old notes for people who were not regular clients. To assist Ridgway's team, Simon Stewart prepared a cash analysis of each till on a large piece of ruled paper measuring 3 feet by 2. He had broken his arm in an accident and was brought to work each day at Baildon Police Station in a police car. He was brilliant at his job. On the one side was credits, on the other debits. Each cashier had a cash book for the day, so there was cash paid in on one side and cheques paid in on the other. In preparing the cash analysis, they recorded how the amount was paid out in 20s, 10s, 5s, single-pound notes, 10-shilling notes, right down to individual pennies. Stewart had been taught the process on a special cashier's course. In the old days, if they were a pound wrong in working out the balance for the day, they did a complete cash analysis. It was necessary, according to company rules, to show where you had gone wrong. It was a sort of slap on the hand, he said. £1 was a lot of money in the 1970s, and also you won't make that mistake again because it's going to take you so long to do the cash analysis. It evokes self-discipline in the staff. His branch manager,
Ian Sturrock, had been away on a banking course and arrived back at Shipley to find the police carrying out a major murder investigation. A native of Consett in north-east England, this was his first managerial appointment. He had joined the bank 14 years before after 3 years with the TSB. "The police were very confident they were going to capture the killer because of the £5 note," he said. "They thought it would take them to his door and were almost planning the drinks party and getting ready to invite us." It wasn't that easy. Filling in Ridgway's wall chart at the tiny Baildon police station was a time-consuming process. Tracking the flow of money in and out of a bank was like hunting a needle in a haystack. Occasionally, a bus driver might arrive in Shipley, stopping close to the bank to bring in a huge amount of loose change, wanting fivers in exchange. The transaction might not be recorded in precise detail. Another cashier might suddenly have a run on cash and turn to a colleague and say, "Hey, can you let me have some cash quickly because I've run out?" Individual cashiers had particular ways of distributing notes. Ridgway had also expected that in a bundle of £500, the new notes would run consecutively from 1 to 499. "That is not the case," he revealed. "That was the premise we had been working on up to that point, but when we received the breakdown from the Bank of England, there were several numbers missing. It may very well be that a bundle of notes starts at 1, but instead of finishing at 499 to account for 500 notes, finishes at something like 627. The reason is because of spoils. There could be dozens of reasons why a note was not acceptable to be put into circulation, but they had to be perfect, and any that were faulty were removed, and of course that meant the sequence went completely to pot. It put us on the back foot straight away. We had been working on the assumption that there would be a sequential run through all the notes." The cashiers at the Shipley branch were amazing. They could recall whom they paid, how much, and who they paid old money to. There was a local bookmaker very close to the bank, and he was often paying money in and taking money out. On one of the crucial days, he had withdrawn a large number of £5 notes, but the cashier was able to tell us that the bookmaker would only take old fivers. He never took the new notes because of the danger that, when he was paying out to his customers, some of the notes might stick together. There was some luck on their side. Occasionally someone might have been ill in bed for 2 or 3 weeks and could not spend their wages because it was still in the safe at work, waiting to be collected. It was possible then to firmly establish that a particular bunch of notes went to a certain firm. Ridgway remained convinced the Jordan note was key to solving the murder. He thought it highly unlikely that a £5 note paid into a shop for goods could, in the normal course of business, come into circulation again on the other side of the Pennines within just a matter of days. Equally, he thought it unlikely the £5 note would have been received as part of change from a £10 note. A £10 note was, in his view, an even rarer animal. These deductions were made by Ridgway sitting in his office in Baildon. He hadn't much else to do other than toss around in his mind various permutations of how the money could have got into Jordan's hands. Again and again he came back to the simple conclusion. The punter was the killer. Ridgway knew his team had a long slog ahead. They were up early, leaving Manchester at 8 a.m. and driving across to Bradford on the M62 every day. They didn't get back till late at night, frequently after 10 p.m. Each morning he briefed them. The journey could be miserable and cold, especially on dark grey autumn mornings when there was mist or fog on the motorway. Thinking his team needed a bit of a morale boost, the CID chief hit on the perfect idea. One morning, driving to Bradford, he made a break from his normal routine of listening to tapes of classical music and instead tuned into Radio 2 and the Terry Wogan Show. The Irish DJ was playing a Yorkshire brass band's rendition of The Floral Dance, a traditional Cornish tune. Ridgway arranged to get a cassette tape of the music. At the briefing, every single morning, the Manchester and West Yorkshire officers then had to listen to the brass band playing The Floral Dance before they could start work. "It's a super tune," Ridgway said. "It's catchy, it's lively, and it gets you going. I played it all day." He had utmost faith in his own team and made sure officers worked in pairs, one from Manchester, one from West Yorkshire. "I was 100% reliant on the quality of the work done by those men. They were prepared to really graft. If they believed in what they were doing, they would give you 100%. I gave them all the information I had in my possession, with the single exception of the attempt to remove the head. I was prepared to do that with them on the strict understanding that I was the only person who spoke to the press, because obviously you have to control the information going to the press. It was clearly understood that if I ever discovered a member of the team had been talking or passing information to any member of the press, they would have been off the inquiry the moment I found out. Detectives are sensible people, I've found after years of experience. I don't think many of them indulge in idle chit-chat among their friends. I don't discuss murder inquiries with my family, and I assumed they didn't either. Despite every effort, Ridgway's wall chart didn't point him to the precise firm which received the crucial £5 note. At one briefing, the inquiry teams were given confidential information about the case. The murder weapon was thought to be a hammer. Some form of cutting, stabbing instrument was used. The killer had worn size 7 Wellington or industrial boots. Finally, the murderer's vehicle might be fitted with 2 India Auto-Way tyres, though not too much reliance was placed on this because Oldfield believed these tyres may well have been replaced. Oldfield went through the list of injuries inflicted on the West Yorkshire victims. He was still interested in taxi drivers and particularly Terence Hawkshaw. Inquiry teams were asked to take a particular interest in men who used taxis and paid for a trip with a new £5 note. Finally, there were 2 crucial questions Ridgway wanted the men on their list to answer. Where were you on the night of Jordan's murder, the 1st of October, and on the night of the 9th-10th of October when the killer returned to inflict further wounds on the body? Ridgway narrowed down the total number of firms he was interested in to 34. They employed between them some 6,000 people, but he was more than prepared for the task. Going through the companies in alphabetical order, his officers quickly arrived at the firm of T&W H. Clark Holdings Limited in Hilliam Road, Bradford, a firm of Bradford engineers who had received several £1,000s of payroll from the Shipley branch at the relevant time. The detectives needed a complete list of employees with names and addresses. Before October was out, the inquiry teams began interviewing employees in their homes. Individual firms on the list had been given an alphabetical prefix and individual employees a number so that they could be identified. T&W H. Clark had the prefix F, and one of their employees, called Peter Sutcliffe, was given the number 44. For the purposes of the £5 note inquiry, his reference was F44. On the 2nd of November 1977, 2 detective constables, one from Manchester, the other from West Yorkshire, called at Sutcliffe's home, 6 Garden Lane, Heaton, a narrow, detached house built on a steep embankment. The lorry driver was at home with his wife, a 27-year-old supply teacher called Sonia. They had married a few years earlier and then lived with her parents, post-war refugees from Czechoslovakia. They had only recently moved into their new home, having paid £16,000 for what Sonia was to call my castle, the house of my dreams. Sonia's mother lent them money towards the deposit. She had been given the name Oksana, which in Czech means peace-loving, after her birth in a maternity home in Horton Lane, Bradford, 3 years after her parents arrived in Britain as penniless refugees fleeing communism. Before the outbreak of the Second World War, her father, Bohdan Žurma, had been a physical education teacher who left his native Ukraine to join the staff of a grammar school in Prague. When Russian tanks entered Czechoslovakia, he was sent to a displaced persons camp. There he met and later married a young woman, Maria Mostikova, from Prague. Their first real home in Britain was a 2-up, 2-down terrace house in Earl Street, Bradford. Bohdan worked as a machine minder in a local textile factory. Both their daughters grew up speaking Czech, Ukrainian and English fluently. When the detectives called at the house, Sutcliffe was unable to produce any of the £5 notes from his wage packet of 29th of September. He said that on the 1st of October he had been at home with Sonia, and that on the 9th of October they had held a housewarming party. Both accounts were verified by Sonia. Sutcliffe claimed he had last visited Manchester a year previously while making a delivery for the firm he worked for before he joined Clark's. But while she confirmed what her husband had said, Mrs. Sutcliffe failed to mention how, after the housewarming party on the 9th of October, Peter had taken some of his relatives home by car and been gone some time. Curiously, when the officers came to file their report, they wrote that Sutcliffe did not own a car. They may not have seen a vehicle at the house, but at the time Sutcliffe owned a red Ford Corsair, bought about 5 weeks earlier. However, this stage of the inquiry was merely to determine whether or not Mr. Sutcliffe, who worked for one of the firms which could have received the Jordan £5 note, had any money from his wages in his possession. The answer was no. A second phase of the inquiry involved a separate team of officers from Manchester and West Yorkshire visiting employees to ask more detailed questions about the murders in the Ripper series. Ridgway insisted on different teams of detectives calling for the second visit to each worker to avoid anyone being questioned, developing a cosy relationship with one pair of inquiry officers. No person would be seen twice by the same pair of officers, though it was vital that detectives who carried out the follow-up interview should have access to all the relevant papers gathered earlier. 6 days later, on the 8th of November 1977, Sutcliffe was questioned again. He repeated his alibis for the relevant dates, and his wife again confirmed them. Given that the couple had only moved into their new home on the 26th of September, this seemed a reasonable explanation. Moreover, the alibi for the 9th and 10th of October was strengthened by Sutcliffe's mother, who had been present at the party. The detectives called on her, and she signed a statement confirming she had been at the housewarming party that weekend. The detectives also discovered that Sutcliffe actually owned a red Ford Corsair and had earlier owned a white car of the same make, which he had taken to a scrapyard some time previously. They didn't examine the red Corsair or carry out a full search of the home, though they questioned Sutcliffe about his tools and boots. But there was nothing to point the finger of suspicion. In fact, the officers took little advantage of the information provided at the detailed briefing on the case. Had they examined the red Ford Corsair, they would have certainly found it had 2 tyres that could have left tread marks similar to those at the Richardson murder. This might have prompted them to probe further and question the alibi regarding the housewarming party. Their instructions demanded that the house, garage and cars be searched. But equally, Oldfield had not stressed the importance of the tyre marks left at the Richardson scene because he was convinced the killer was driving a Ford Cortina when he attacked Long. No specific instruction was given to record the makes of tyres on vehicles owned by people interviewed. Neither were the officers briefed that they should look for a hacksaw which had been used to try to sever Jordan's head. Ridgway still felt it was vital to keep this back from them, but it was possible, had all officers been instructed to collect every hacksaw they found in interviewees' toolboxes or garages, they could have been sent for forensic analysis. It would have been a gigantic task, but this was an extraordinary investigation. A golden opportunity to catch the Ripper thus slipped by. No trace of the 69 £5 notes with consecutive numbers was ever found by Ridgway's team, and a few months later the inquiry was wound down. There were simply too many people who could have received the Jordan £5 note. Nor was it possible at that time to run a computer check trying to match owners on Jim Hobson's list of the 53,000 vehicles that could have left the tyre marks at the Richardson crime scene with the 6,000 employees who might have received the £5 note. The question was simply never posed. The paperwork developed at the Manchester end of the inquiry was sent to Leeds to be included in the files of the incident room at Millgarth. The forensic scientists had managed to isolate 1 or 2 microscopic clues yielded from the post-mortem. A hair from an Asian male had been found on Jordan's jacket, and a multicoloured man-made fibre was found on an inside cuff on the coat, coloured red, blue and yellow, and thought to come from either a piece of woman's clothing or a man's tie. Jack Ridgway was bitterly disappointed that his operation hadn't found the killer. He remained convinced he was on the right lines, but recognised when it was time to call it a day. Ridgway felt they had almost certainly already interviewed the killer, and that his name was already in the system. Chapter 8. The job is life. Life is the job. In Leeds, during the aftermath of the MacDonald murder, Oldfield had toured the streets of Chapeltown, chatting with the street girls.
He felt no personal animus towards them and urged the women to look after themselves, operate in pairs, and take the car numbers of one another's clients. It had been a terrible year. He was no nearer fulfilling his promise to Wilf MacDonald to bring his daughter's killer to justice. At Christmas 1977, somewhere in the north of England, a vicious madman with a profound hatred of prostitutes was on the loose. 5 women on either side of the Pennines had died as a result of plying their trade. A 6th, 16-year-old Jane, had clearly been mistaken for a streetwalker simply because she had passed through a red light area late at night on her way home. And so the word went out from police, social workers and probation officers. Women selling sex were now in the gravest danger, particularly those who stood in the dark, at night, at street corners, trying to pick up men in cars. For most of the women involved, it was a miserable life. Sex for a $5 or less with a total stranger in the back of a car, or lying on the ground in some lonely, seedy spot, frequently surrounded by the detritus of life and sex, especially used condoms. A few, like Tina Atkinson, had found a room with a bed somewhere to take a punter back to. Many women were beaten or abused, or both. Some had money stolen and dared not report the theft to police. Some had to hand their money over to pimps. Still more took their money home to pay the rent and feed their children. Others drowned their sorrows in drink. A few worked, and like Emily Jackson, had the backing and cooperation of a spouse. One husband in the mid-1970s, accused of living off his wife's earnings, supposedly banked £3,000 of unexplained cash during a 3-month period. He told the court he earned it selling finches to pet shops. His wife said they wanted to buy a house away from the vice area. With a serial killer on the loose and prostitutes in grave danger plying their trade, one answer, according to Mrs. Cynthia Stein, chairman of the Bradford branch of the National Housewives Register, would be to legalise brothels. I am sure we would not have had a ripper if brothels had been made legal. It was a view shared by Ronald Gregory, who said prostitution, legalised in some way, would eliminate a lot of these vicious attacks. But when a group of prostitutes in Bradford took their clients to a house in Bellevue, Manningham, rather than have sex in cars, the local vice squad raided the place, claiming it was being used as a brothel. Even before the Ripper attacks, the attitude of police in the 1970s towards violence against prostitutes was hugely ambivalent. Vice squads in inner cities clamped down on street women because many crimes of drunkenness and violence took place within red light areas. Police officers felt it was hard enough keeping the peace and controlling crime at the best of times without women putting themselves in harm's way by going with men for money and making themselves vulnerable. This sentiment included women whom police regarded as a grade down from those openly prostituting themselves, the ones who occasionally slept with men in exchange for a present or a good time, or perhaps even a few pounds. They called them women of loose moral fibre. In the mid-1950s, the great and good of British society had debated the current law on prostitution and homosexuality. A committee in London, under the chairmanship of the Vice-Chancellor of Reading University, Sir John Wolfenden, deliberated on the moral and legal issues and made a series of supposedly liberal recommendations. Wolfenden's committee claimed it did not want to moralise by interfering in the private lives of British citizens. Its goal was to preserve public order and decency and provide safeguards against the exploitation of women, particularly the vulnerable. London and a number of large towns in the provinces were of principal concern because of the visible and obvious presence of prostitutes in considerable numbers on public streets. It was the very openness of the activity which seemed to appall Wolfenden and his committee. They labelled London the world's capital of vice, pointing to the impudence of prostitutes in the streets and the existence of soliciting in daylight, and women who openly flaunted their trade, behaving in embarrassing and shocking ways. In 1959, Parliament passed the Street Offences Act. Women accused of selling themselves for sex were now officially common prostitutes, and it was illegal for them to loiter or solicit in a street or public place for the purpose of their chosen trade. To ensure that Innocent women were not arrested. No prosecution could take place until a woman had been officially cautioned for soliciting by police on 2 separate occasions. Patrolling members of the police vice squads got to know the women in the red light districts. Cautions were issued, but then the women moved on elsewhere, to another suburb, occasionally to a nearby town, sometimes even to London or one of the other big cities. Manchester in 1977 had its own vice squad, clamping down on street women by issuing cautions, then prosecuting persistent offenders. Unable to find witnesses who had seen Jean Jordan at her normal pitch the night she died, Detective Chief Superintendent Jack Ridgway thought it was likely the latest Ripper victim had moved on from her usual place in Moss Side for picking up punters after receiving 2 cautions. 2 years before Jordan was murdered, a working party on street offences reported that the Street Offences Act had been a considerable success in clearing the streets of prostitutes. The numbers of women convicted of loitering plummeted from 19,663 in 1958 to 2,828 in 1960 and 3,466 in 1972. But the law didn't stop the likes of McCann, Jackson, Richardson, Atkinson and Jordan plying their trade. As one writer noted, the nuisance did not go away, it just went somewhere else. The middle-class shoppers in Manchester were spared the sight of whores in leopard skin coats and stiletto heels leaning against the windows of Lewis's Arcade. Instead, the girls went to Moss Side and Whalley Range, where the police weren't so thick on the ground, and working-class and immigrant inhabitants were less vocal in protest. The problem was not the supply side of the equation. It was the demand. Men in large numbers, young, middle-aged and elderly, representative of all classes and professions, continued actively to seek the services of street prostitutes. There were bank managers and solicitors, lorry drivers and labourers. Mass ownership of cars from the 1960s onwards made the situation worse and brought a new phenomenon to some of the most deprived inner-city areas: curb crawling. It wasn't illegal to be a prostitute. It was illegal merely to solicit for the purposes of prostitution. Smart women moved their trade indoors. They rented rooms and hired a maid. They advertised in shop windows and telephone boxes and tended to keep their professional activities secret from families and friends while regarding their chosen profession as a legitimate career, almost akin to social work. This was the respectable, even acceptable end of the market. As one observer commented, "Each prostitute is for each client a kind of professional concubine, as Mademoiselle O'Murphy was for Louis XV. A survey found that most women who moved their activities indoors engaged in prostitution mainly for money after trying other jobs and becoming bored. Friends had introduced them to the work. They tried it for a few weeks and decided to continue. Some were even budding entrepreneurs, dreaming of starting their own businesses or of going to university and having a legitimate career. But at the lower end of the trade were the streetwalkers, who practiced prostitution as a lifelong trade because life had dealt them a difficult hand and few other opportunities were available to them. There was a marked excess of alcohol consumption among the street girls. Many were single mothers, so had to become the breadwinners. A few, like Emily Jackson, enjoyed the work as well as needing the money. In 1976, early police tactics following the attacks on McCann and Jackson in Leeds had been to gather a list of all known prostitutes operating in the areas where attacks took place. They were then traced and interviewed about violent or queer clients. These men were tracked down and interviewed in an effort to eliminate them. Detectives quickly discovered many prostitutes in Leeds and Bradford were married and earning money during the evenings without their husbands' knowledge. Several hundred men were interviewed, but the killer was never in the frame. They tried a crackdown by arresting prostitutes in the hope they would get off the local streets, but the women were too desperate for money and moved to ply their trade elsewhere. Women detectives were used in Manningham and Chapeltown as decoys, hoping to trap the Ripper. Shadowing them were detectives with radios. This tactic, too, was abandoned. Journalists began speculating on why the killer was attacking prostitutes. Police believe the man is probably from West Yorkshire, certainly with a good knowledge of Leeds and Bradford, and has possibly developed a psychological hang-up about prostitutes, either at the hands of one or possibly because his mother was one. All this was true. Detectives were mystified why he was attacking prostitutes, but Oldfield was constantly wondering who would be the next victim, because in the absence of any tangible clues he could only hope the Ripper would make a mistake. Just 10 days before Christmas 1977 he got his answer. A 25-year-old mother of 2 children was rushed to hospital after being viciously attacked in Leeds. She had a conviction for prostitution, and her name was Marilyn Moore. Mercifully, she survived. The woman had a son aged 6 and a daughter aged 12 months, neither of whom lived with their mother. She had left home at 15 and was married at 16. Later, she divorced. Since then, she had been plying her trade for 6 years in London, Slough, Bradford and Leeds, but clearly kept the fact secret from her landlord. Moore lodged in an upstairs room at a house owned by 51-year-old Peter Sutcliffe in the Hare Hills area of Leeds. He revealed that she often went with a friend to nightclubs in Bradford and Halifax and on many occasions stayed away a week. Hobson realised this would be when she went travelling, looking for trade outside her normal haunts. The night she was attacked, according to Mr. Sutcliffe, she had been waiting for a friend to call, then said she would go and look for her, promising to return around 11 p.m. It was Wednesday, the 14th of December 1977, and Marilyn Moore, working the streets of Chapeltown at about 8 p.m., noticed a man driving a car who seemed obviously looking for a woman. She swiftly walked down several streets to be in a position where she was facing the car on her side of the street so she could pick up a client. When next she saw the car, it was parked at the curb and the man was standing near the driver's door. They agreed a price of £5 and she sat in the front seat. Before he got into the car, he appeared to wave to someone he knew. He then drove off, claiming to know a right quiet place. He chatted casually, saying his name was Dave, but he preferred David. Moore asked him who he had been waving to. He said it was his girlfriend who was ill, and claimed to know 2 prostitutes in Chapeltown called Gloria and Hilary. The one with the Jamaican boyfriend. Since the area was full of West Indians, it was a good guess that local prostitutes might have a boyfriend from the Caribbean. He pulled up 1.5 miles away on a piece of spare ground next to a beck behind Brown's factory in Buslingthorpe Lane. Agreeing to sex in the back of the car, Marilyn got out to open the rear passenger door. It was then she was clubbed from behind. She screamed and put her hands up to shield her head. She slid to the ground, trying to hold on to the man's trouser leg as more blows rained down. She slipped into unconsciousness. A dog began barking nearby. The attacker returned to his car, reversed quickly and drove off, wheels spinning. A local man called Hayward, who lived in Scott Hall Farm, heard the screams at about 8:45 and went outside with his dogs, but heard nothing more. Marilyn Moore had staggered into Scott Hall Street, an unmade road, and from there into Buslingthorpe Lane. A girl and her teenage boyfriend were standing chatting idly as she approached them, bleeding profusely from under her ginger hair. She begged them to call an ambulance. More people came to her aid before the emergency call was answered. Soon the ambulance was rushing her to Leeds General Infirmary, where she was immediately seen by a neurological registrar who decided to operate. Sometime past midnight, Professor David G. went to Theatre 6 in the main theatre block and watched the tail end of the delicate operation to save Marilyn Moore's life. She had a number of lacerations to the head, perhaps 8 in all, one of which was caused by heavy force. This blow had depressed the skull into the brain, and the neurosurgeon had elevated the skull bone to relieve the pressure. Most of the head injuries had been excised and restitched, but G could see 2 lacerations of the scalp. One at the nape of her neck, semi-lunar in shape, concaving backwards. The depressed fracture had also been an oval shape. A long stitched wound on her left thumb and bruising on her right hand showed where she had tried to protect herself, but the giveaway for G was the head injuries. Very reminiscent of some of the others, and almost certainly caused by a hammer. G was able to make a superficial examination while she was being moved from the theatre table to a trolley, prior to being taken to a hospital ward to recover from the operation. She bore no obvious injuries to her face nor to her trunk or legs. Marilyn Moore was a very, very lucky woman. Her screams had probably saved her life. It should have been the breakthrough everyone wanted. A Ripper victim had survived, and unlike Maureen Long, whose memory was shot to pieces, Moore was able to provide a positive description of her attacker and the car he drove. Next day, as Hobson attended the inquest into Jane MacDonald's murder and was telling the coroner how 13,000 people had been interviewed and 4,000 statements taken so far in the Ripper inquiry, two of his officers were questioning a heavily bandaged Marilyn Moore in her hospital bed. Her repaired injuries bore 56 stitches, and she was very poorly, but she was able to describe her attacker as white, 28 years old, and 5'6" or 8 inches tall, with a stocky build. He had long, dark, curling hair, a Jason King moustache, a short, full beard. He spoke softly and had brown eyes, bushy eyebrows, and a swarthy or sun-tanned complexion. He was wearing a yellow shirt, blue jeans, a dark-coloured zip-up lightweight car coat. It was as good a description from a prospective murder victim as the police were ever going to get. Jim Hobson next day gave the press details and left them in no doubt that the spot where Moore was attacked was a favourite haunt of prostitutes and their clients. The Jason King description, after a character in a 1970s TV drama series, was well publicised, as was the photo fit a couple of days later. Journalists were told the attacker drove a maroon or dark-coloured car and was well acquainted with the back streets of Chapeltown and the Sheepscar area of Leeds. To Hobson, it indicated he was regularly in the area. Later, Marilyn Moore described her attacker in more detail. He was good-looking, and he knew it. He had a drooping moustache and come-to-bed eyes. The clues about the driver being called Dave and the names he gave of two local prostitutes led to a large number of inquiries by detectives and the task force. The index in the main incident room was searched for men called Dave or David. There were 1,037 of them already seen and eliminated. All were interviewed again and asked to provide alibis. 200 prostitutes were questioned. A witness called Jimmy Pearson, aged 40, lived in a caravan in an adjoining scrap metal dealer's yard. He and his girlfriend described a dull red car containing two people going into the lane behind Brown's factory at about 8:20 p.m. The engine and lights were switched off. I saw figures which looked as though they were going to have a cuddle. Moore herself described the car as maroon or dark-coloured and recalled that inside were two interior rear-view mirrors. It had had 4 doors, which meant that 6 from the long list of vehicles which could have been used at the Richardson murder could be eliminated. At the scene of the attack, crime officers had taken plaster casts of tyre tracks. 3 of the tyres were of a similar make to those which left tracks at the Richardson murder scene. The track widths seemed identical, but the experts were in disagreement. They could not be certain whether the car had been on full lock when it negotiated a small bush and a pile of rubbish. Finally, it was deduced to have been on full lock, which meant a particular measurement of the turning circle. This then reduced the number of possible vehicles to 8. From the description of the car's interior, officers from the stolen vehicle squad believed Moore had been sitting in a BMC Farina, a range produced by the British Motor Corporation in 5 separately named styles between 1958 and 1962. The Austin A55, Cambridge Mark II, the MG Magnet Series 3, the Morris Oxford Mark V, the Riley 468, and the Wolsey 1560. But there were 3 other vehicles which could have left the tracks. 2 Roots Group cars and 1 Ford, the Corsair 2000E, made between 1966 and 1970. Moore, who discharged herself from hospital on Christmas Eve, was asked to sit in different cars to see if it was the one the attacker used. She firmly ruled out a Hillman Minx and a Singer Gazelle, and thought it couldn't have been the Corsair because the bell housing was too big. Also, she said she had noticed fins at the rear of the car. It transpired in 1981 that Peter Sutcliffe had by this time got rid of his white Corsair because it wouldn't pass the MOT. He purchased a second red Corsair 2000E, registration PHE 355G, swapping some of the better tyres from his old vehicle onto his new one. He had also used the spare wheel from the white Corsair. The assumption the Ripper squad made was that the killer was using the same car. They were struggling in trying to determine the make of the car he used. A few months later, Dr. R.P. Snaith, a senior lecturer in psychiatry at Leeds University, put both Moore and Maureen Long under hypnosis on several occasions to see if they could remember more about their attacker. Long's memory was severely impaired, but in April 1978, the much younger and robust Moore provided a second photo-fit impression. It was different from the first in that now the suspect had longer hair, though the drooping moustache and beard remained a prominent feature. Under hypnosis, she recalled seeing a cardboard box on the dashboard and the letters T-R-I written on it. Unfortunately, shortly after Dr. Snaith completed his hypnosis sessions on the Ripper's surviving victims, Marilyn Moore made a frantic telephone call to the Millgarth incident room. She sounded desperate and claimed she had just seen the man who attacked her driving a mini saloon in Bradford. She gave the registration number and the man was traced. He bore a striking resemblance to the second photo-fit description, but had a rock-solid alibi and was eliminated from the inquiry. The press were linking the attack with the previous Ripper murders, but Hobson and Oldfield were having serious doubts about Moore's photo-fit description. Moore later picked out yet another man in the street, and he too was checked and eliminated. It only served to cast more doubt on her description and the validity of the photo-fits. For one family, the first photo-fit resurrected memories of a horrifying night a few years earlier. After it was prominently published locally, the mother of Tracy Brown, savagely attacked near Silsden in August 1975, became concerned enough to take her daughter into Keighley Police Station. Tracy was convinced the same man had attacked her, and Nora Brown decided the police should know as soon as possible. Tragically, because of doubts about the value of the photo-fit, a golden opportunity was wasted. A young constable serving behind the desk didn't take the matter seriously enough. They showed him the newspaper, and Mrs. Brown explained what had happened to her daughter. Tracy was absolutely certain it was the same man. The constable looked at them and said, "We are all having fun and games today, aren't we?" He gave them a form to fill in. Mrs. Brown was furious. Just then a detective happened to be passing and stopped to talk to them both, trying to calm the women down. He took down their details, but they were never followed up. "They didn't take me seriously," Tracy Brown said years later. "I don't know why. Maybe it was my age. A lot of people didn't. If I told them I had been attacked by the Ripper, they'd just dismiss me, so I didn't broadcast it." She was left with a permanent 3-inch crescent-shaped dent at the top of her head and a smaller one at the rear. She also suffered constant nightmares. Many years later, the photo-fits provided by Brown and Moore were examined side by side. They looked remarkably similar and bore a stunning likeness to Peter Sutcliffe. Added to the photo-fits provided by Barbara Miller in Bradford and Marcella Claxton in Leeds, a clear and distinct pattern emerges. As an internal West Yorkshire police report produced in the early 1980s later commented, if her photo-fit had been compared with those provided by other survivors, the similarity is so striking that it is beyond belief that they would not all have been linked, and considerable emphasis given to tracing the bearded man described. Following the murder of Jane MacDonald, the incident room had started a special beard index because a witness had seen someone they thought had a ginger beard. From that time on, the beard index referred only to men with ginger beards. Had the criteria been widened to include dark or black beards, it seems highly likely that photo-fits provided by earlier victims who survived attacks would have surfaced. Officers who subsequently interviewed a suspect with a beard would then have placed that name within the beard index. The tragedy is that Moore was seated in the relevant cars that could have made the tyre tracks. A retired Detective Superintendent Dick Holland reflected 25 years later. She went for the Morris Oxford and not the Ford Corsair. She was certain it was not that, and as a result she got it wrong. But with the photo fit she got that so right, despite her serious head injuries. Holland was a permanent fixture on the Ripper squad for almost 4 years at George Oldfield's behest.
For the first time in ages in that year of 1977, Holland spent both Christmas and New Year at home in Elland on the outskirts of Huddersfield, the town where he had lived all his life. Personally, he had little to celebrate during the festive season. His marriage had broken up, not surprising given the stresses and strains his work imposed, but his wife had taken half their furniture. He neither drank nor smoked, and hadn't the heart to impose himself on any of his friends. Besides, he was a lifelong atheist, preferring the assured certainty of science to what he regarded as the sophistry of those who argued the existence of a higher being. A close colleague, senior to Holland, once calculated that 70% of detectives under his command were either divorced or having marital difficulties. "Detectives are a peculiar animal," he said. "The job that they do is so exciting no one day is the same as any other. People you interview are all totally different. You can go on working and working and working and thoroughly enjoy it. What a lot of detectives don't realize is what it is doing to their home life, to their wives and families. I hope when the troops went off duty at night they would go home and enjoy their family life. But the adrenaline is still pumping, and a lot of them don't go home straight away. They go for a pint, and then have another." The detectives were working long hours. They were getting tired. They were working days off that they should have spent with their family. Family life suffers. They suffer. They get tired, and one can see the drain on physical and mental attitude as the thing goes on. I saw them suffer throughout the Ripper inquiry. The morale got lower, and the tiredness got greater. The public relate police work very much to what they see on television. They have no conception of the pressure detectives are under. From the lowest detective, the detective constables, who are the absolute front rank, going out knocking on doors and asking the questions that matter. Were they up to the job, because they were working long hours and they were tired? Were they capable of recognizing things for what they were? If they were to knock on the door and speak to the man who had committed all these murders, would they recognize it? Would they be able to get inside his mind and say, "I'm not happy, come with me," and then go into the depth it deserved? Tired detectives, although they try, are not always capable of doing that. As a senior manager, you've got so many inquiries going on, so many murders in this particular series that the thin blue line is so thin it's got gaps in it. Where do you produce other people from? You've only got a certain number of detectives and uniformed staff in the force. It's up to the chief constable to decide whether he needs help from outside. But when you start wanting outside help, you are admitting a certain amount of failure, and people don't like to admit that. I think there were senior detectives all over the country sitting back and saying, "Thank God it's in West Yorkshire and not in my area." Holland's marital breakdown mirrored a situation repeated in police forces around Britain. Heavy demands had been placed on all West Yorkshire detectives, both those on the Ripper inquiry and the remainder who were left having to carry the burden of an enormous extra workload. Good officers, and especially detectives, were normally deeply committed. The challenge of solving serious crimes, of being part of a team working on a major inquiry, especially a murder, acted like a drug for many. It required dedication in superabundance. The higher up the chain of command you were, the more committed to the work you had to be. So infrequently did they spend time at home that they had more in common and shared more genuinely memorable times with colleagues than with families. How could a senior detective explain to his wife the sheer electric excitement of arresting a 4-time serial killer, or of cracking the murder of an 11-year-old Boy Scout with only the fibres from a worn carpet as a clue? Both these things happened to Holland during the dying months of his marriage. In truth, Dick Holland lived for the job. It was his life, and had been for many years. If he wasn't working on an inquiry, then he was playing cricket or rugby for a local police team. He could be considerate, even kind, to subordinates, but he didn't tolerate fools. People liked working for him, and he expected his officers to have the same commitment to their work as he did. So it was that Holland was at first blind, and then, as his relationship with his wife Catherine broke down, somewhat indifferent to the effect his work was having on his marriage. She was fed up with being put second. Like countless other women married to dedicated detectives, his wife could not be blamed for believing he cared for the police service more than her. Of course, he loved her, in the way men do after 4 children and 20-plus years of marriage, but he was passionate about his work. It provided him with comradeship, intellectual challenges, and the tangible rewards of being a successful detective, the most important of which were the admiration and approval of close colleagues whose opinion he valued. Chief among them was his boss, George Oldfield, to whom he was utterly loyal. In Holland's view, loyalty bred loyalty. In times of trouble, police officers stuck together. He never in his career sanctioned corruption, and he viewed bent police officers as a curse. But he knew what was expected of him where the job was concerned. Results. Villains had to be locked up, taken off the streets, in order that the tranquility of local citizens be preserved. Keeping the Queen's peace meant precisely that, allowing local people to go about their lives unhindered, safe in the knowledge that the police were there to protect them. If judges' rules were broken, it was done in true utilitarian fashion and with honest intent. Holland was born in 1933 in a village called Mould Green on the Wakefield Road out of Huddersfield. His was an extended family, with 3 grandparents and an aunt living in close proximity. His maternal grandfather was a tuner in a mill, keeping the looms going and remaking machine parts when they broke down. Like countless others of his generation, when it was snowing so bad the buses couldn't run, Holland's grandfather would walk 8 or 9 miles to work. His parents, Edith and Cyril Holland, were one of the few couples in their street not to work in the textile mills. They were in the catering trade. His grandfather had bought Holland's mother a small bakery, and one of his father's jobs was hawking bread and cakes locally from a basket. They had to sell the business in the 1930s depression. Holland attended Huddersfield College, an academic grammar school whose prime purpose was gearing its pupils for university. So much so that if boys went into a blue-collar job, their headmaster thought they had failed in life. The school was in an old Victorian castellated building, and the masters wore gowns and mortarboards. Proudly displayed on the honours board were the names of boys who had won scholarships and exhibitions to Oxford and Cambridge. By the time Holland won a place at the college, his father was in the army, and the family were excused the fees of 3 guineas a term. For someone who hardly moved from his home environment for almost all his life, Holland regards the grammar school as the saviour of bright working-class children who could do better for themselves and move up and out of poverty. One effect of his grammar school education was to make him a lifelong supporter of rugby union, while his family and most other local schoolboys were rugby league men, a sport most commonly associated with the hard industrial areas of northern England. In 1951, Holland should have been on his way to study for a degree in agricultural zoology at Leeds. He gained the higher school certificate and did particularly well in physics, chemistry and biology at A-level to gain his place at university. Then, when his girlfriend announced she was expecting a child, his dreams of becoming a veterinary surgeon fell by the wayside. Catherine had been working in his parents' bakery, and the fact that she was pregnant was at the time quite scandalous. "My headmaster was disgusted, and my parents weren't right pleased," he said. Having to get married at 18 meant he wouldn't be able to take up a university scholarship, and instead was called up into the army to do national service. Impaired hearing denied him the opportunity of being an officer, and he quickly became a sergeant in the Ordnance Corps, spending most of his 2 years' army service at a depot in Bicester, north of Oxford. In 1953, he returned to Huddersfield. He was married with a baby son and had just bought a small house on a mortgage. He weighed up the possibility of becoming a civil servant, but then considered a police career. A second child was on the way, and the police had a good pension scheme. He was a good prospect, fit, powerfully built, had completed his national service and run a platoon of men at the age of 19. He was virtually able to walk into the Huddersfield Borough Police, who sent him for training at the local police college at Panel Ash near Harrogate. His initial weekly pay was less than he had earned in the army, but police officers had various extras. A rent allowance which helped with the mortgage, a boot allowance, even a bicycle allowance. One of his new neighbours was a detective sergeant, and Holland had his heart set on joining the CID. It took him 3 years to get a permanent place. By 1968, when Huddersfield was absorbed into the West Yorkshire Force along with the other boroughs like Wakefield, Halifax and Dewsbury, Holland was a detective sergeant with several years' experience on the regional crime squad under Dennis Hoban. Huddersfield was a violent place, and the borough police were very tough in their efforts to enforce the law. Little had changed in local police methods since Victorian times. In 1931, Huddersfield Police had made a technological breakthrough when they got their first mechanised patrol section, 3 motorcycles and sidecars. But a dog section had to wait another 35 years. In terms of mainstream policing, the local watch committee set the tone. Many of its members were woolmen steeped in the textile trade who ensured that their officers had the finest tailor-made uniforms of worsted cloth dyed indigo blue. They wanted an orderly town and made sure the local chief constable knew it. Hooliganism and violence in Huddersfield were quickly jumped on. It was not unknown for officers to draw batons to sort out local gangs of roughs. Early on, as a probationer, while walking down a street with his inspector, Holland stepped into the roadside to avoid some youths coming towards him. It earned him a dressing down. "You walk down this bloody pavement as though you own it. You own the main street of Huddersfield. You're not a bloody trespasser. When you get to an incident, you take charge. You do something. It doesn't matter if it's wrong. You show the public that you're doing something and you take charge. You are in charge of it. They are going to do what you say." He was taught that you could only succeed as a detective if you were capable of being a bigger bastard than the bigger bastards you had to deal with. The CID needed real evidence in court to obtain a conviction. Particularly helpful was the return of stolen property and a voluntary statement in which the accused admitted his wrongdoing. To be able to obtain these without being over-forceful, the prime requirement for being in the CID was an ability to empathise with criminals, use their language, strike a rapport. Dennis Holborn had done it in Leeds with aplomb. Sometimes detectives who are a bit thick have an ability to talk to people and come down to speak a thief's language and use a thief's mannerisms. They do extremely well, Holland said. We had 3 ex-coal miners in Huddersfield CID and none of them got above sergeant rank because they couldn't pass the exam. You don't have to be a real brain box to pass the inspector's exam. None of them did, but they were good detectives. What they learned down the pit was how to deal with people. Something never taught in college or detective training school. By the time of the second Great Amalgamation with Leeds and Bradford in 1974, he was a detective chief inspector. But the road to these lofty heights was full of pitfalls. 2 of his children were still youngsters and the pay of police officers remained poor. While still a detective sergeant, Holland had turned down 2 earlier offers of promotion to detective inspector, as it would have meant moving his family across the country and disrupting the children's schooling. Then he was offered promotion back into uniform, but as an inspector who could live in the family home. He spurned the idea, having worked out he would earn less money as a uniformed inspector, and also be forced to buy a car to travel to and from work at Hebden Bridge. He was able to turn down these offers of promotion and continue to live in his house in Huddersfield because Huddersfield Borough Police had given its constables the legal right not to be moved from their home without their consent. And I wasn't consenting, he says. It was the 3rd move I had turned down. Called to Force Headquarters in Wakefield a few months later, he was offered the job of uniformed inspector in Huddersfield. It meant he wouldn't have to move, but he would have to leave the CID. An assistant chief constable left him in no doubt that this was his last chance. Take it, or you'll never get another bloody thing and you'll be blacklisted for everything. Don't forget you're senior detective sergeant now, and you can soon become a uniformed sergeant. A miserable 4.5 months of being a uniformed inspector made Holland prepared to accept a demotion if he could get back into the CID. Then things changed. He was told to set up a new task force, a go-anywhere, help-anyone flying squad of officers, the brainchild of the chief constable, Ronald Gregory. I had a bloody good relationship with him when I was on the task force because I covered the whole county, said Holland. He sent for me several times and treated me very well. We got all the big jobs, murders, serious crimes, emergencies. With murders, we did house-to-house inquiries and fingertip searches and manned the mobile control room vans. 6 months later, he was summoned to see the chief, promoted to detective chief inspector,
and moved to Halifax, where he also became an integral member of the head of CID's murder team. Holland had gone from detective sergeant to DCI in 10.5 months. Then, in 1976, at the age of 43, with his marriage all but broken down, he was promoted superintendent, and in October that year became deputy head of Bradford area CID. Yet, curiously, the genial giant Dick Holland had no real ambition to be a high flyer with ACC rank, nor did he want transfers to the Inspectorate of Constabulary or the Home Office or an attachment to Special Branch. He had hung on tenaciously to the family home in the divorce settlement with Catherine because, as a former Huddersfield constable, so long as he lived there, he would never be forced to move. In this sense, for a highly intelligent man, he was deeply parochial. He wanted still to be able to go to his local cricket club, where since the age of 11 he was just Dick Holland. "I was totally accepted there," he says, speaking of it with the kind of pride only Yorkshiremen can muster, and frankly only Yorkshiremen can comprehend. "I couldn't have moved elsewhere and got that sort of life. I needed that. I would work round the clock if I had to, but when I had some time off I wanted to be playing Dick Holland back in my bloody village. I liked what I knew, and I knew Yorkshire, Yorkshire folk, Yorkshire crime. I was good at what I did, had some status, and these were reasons why I did not want to leave." In these few sentences is captured the essence of Dick Holland, and, to some extent, that of his mentor George Oldfield. They were men content to be big fish in a little pond, at home in the backwaters and midstream they grew up in, their horizons and methods limited by environment. Holland knew and understood a great deal, absorbing complex facts without effort. He read widely, eschewing fiction. At heart, he was a frustrated scientist who enjoyed working with colleagues from the forensic labs or the pathologists at autopsies. From them, because he understood first principles, he absorbed complex scientific knowledge without difficulty. Ronald Gregory had recognized when asking him to set up the task force that as a policeman he was courageous, a team player, and had good leadership skills. In harm's way he was brave, as he proved when arresting armed men or a deranged killer who had just murdered 2 strangers. The grammar school boy whose intellect was never tested or trained through the rigour of a university education simply liked what he knew. He was content with the knowledge he had, which was a great deal more than most officers above him. However, he also had his limitations. He had never heard the adage, "An intelligent man is one who knows." The more intelligent man knows what he knows, but the most intelligent man understands what he doesn't know. In the relatively small gene pool that was the West Yorkshire Force, the hierarchy at that time was chosen mostly from among their own. From Holland's perspective, he had done well, and could, with luck, expect to do better, perhaps become a detective chief superintendent. He applied to go on a command course at the police college at Bram's Hill in Hampshire. Success there would probably have meant going on the senior command course, but it wasn't to be. Part of his final college appraisal said that, with his forthright and occasionally abrasive attitude, Holland was unlikely to reach top rank within the police service. "I think that was fair," he said in a self-deprecating manner. "I've always believed if somebody's a stupid fool, then there comes a time when you've got to tell them. The thing that annoyed me about the police college was that it was rather like an officer's mess in the army. They had superb silverware on the oak dining tables, but the food was crap. Now, I played hell about that. I didn't enjoy it at all. This was a game they were playing, and I didn't want to be an ACC badly enough for me to change. Political correctness has never been one of my strong points. They were having some kind of problem because gypsies had set up an encampment on the college grounds near the front gate. They were talking about injunctions. I told them how we got rid of gypsies. You'd see the local beat man and make sure their horses were set free each night. Go round every hour and waken the dogs up and set them off barking, and they'll soon realise they're not wanted. I said that if they did it on farmland, you give them notice, and you tell the farmer he's going to be out with the muck spreader, and if they're still there at 11 o'clock in the morning, they're going to get a load of shit over them. The others on the course thought it was appalling that a policeman should talk about things like that. They were from all over the country. I quite openly told them. Before leaving to travel south on his 3-month command course at the police college, Holland was involved in setting up the top-secret intelligence-gathering operation that would come to dominate the Ripper investigation. Following the murder of Jean Jordan, George Oldfield was keen to build on the proactive efforts to catch the killer which Jim Hobson began a year earlier in Leeds. The concept of undercover units monitoring punters cruising Chapeltown in cars to look for prostitutes had considerable merit in Oldfield's view. The Ripper was certainly using a car, and it was abundantly clear he switched between red-light areas in his search for victims. The very vulnerability of prostitutes made them an obvious target. Somehow the Ripper was able to find a streetwalker on her own with no witnesses about, pick her up and take her off somewhere quiet to attack her. Oldfield, with Ronald Gregory's sanction, decided Hobson's scheme needed reorganizing and expanding. They needed intelligence on the prostitutes and the men they went with, the areas where they worked and the places where they took their clients. 3 red light districts in Leeds, Bradford and Huddersfield were to be kept under covert surveillance by officers, and details of all vehicles passing through the observation points would be noted. We reasoned that prior to each murder he must do some touring around to find that person in such a suitable position, Holland said. The idea was to gather intelligence on those regularly trying to pick up women for sex, not simply record anyone passing through the area. This meant observation points had to be established at various locations to ascertain which vehicles were actually trawling or curb crawling. They were interested in single men on their own or in the company of known prostitutes. A total of 33 observation points were established, 14 in Chapeltown, 12 in Manningham, 7 in Huddersfield. Every evening approximately 100 officers were engaged in the operation. Initially they wrote down vehicle registration numbers, but it soon became obvious that at certain locations the traffic flow was so high it was difficult to record all details properly. They discovered they were missing as many as 80% of the cars passing through a particular zone. Some officers started experimenting with cassette tape recorders, dictating the numbers instead of writing them down. Soon, all officers involved were using pocket tape recorders. The cassette tape was used at one location only, with the date and time a vehicle was seen being recorded. The tape would then be filed for 3 months. If another attack occurred in a red light area, the tape for that date would be retrieved and details of all the vehicles spotted that night in that particular area could be obtained. Terrible as it sounds, the desperate truth was that the Ripper squad needed the killer to strike again if they were to catch him. We were hoping we would have an attack while the observations were on, and we would have him recorded touring round in the area immediately before the woman was picked up and killed, Holland explained. We didn't anticipate any witnesses because in almost every case no one had seen the prostitute disappear with the killer. He had been careful, but that told us hypothetically that he'd been touring around looking for a pro whom he could get into his car without anyone seeing. He must have therefore toured round to find a woman, probably in more than one area. Clearance for the operation had to come from the top. It was a huge commitment for the West Yorkshire force. For each group of observation points within a zone they needed reserves so those on duty could obey a call of nature, have a break or a hot drink. They could radio in and ask for someone to take over briefly. Some of the streetwalkers quickly realized they were under close observation and told would-be punters they were being clocked by the police, and if they didn't drop them back at the right spot safe and well, then they'd be in trouble. Usually they waited until they got their money before breaking the news, for the men then tended to lose interest, and with it their sexual appetite, and the women could be back at their pitches all the sooner. The exact spots where teams were positioned had to be precise so they could view a rear number plate accurately. It was impossible to see front registration plates because the headlights dazzled. Some street lighting was perfect. Other lights made it near impossible to read the number plates perfectly. Most teams worked in couples, not always as a man and a woman pretending to be courting, because it wasn't always possible. Occasionally they might stand in doorways or view from a special observation vehicle. Manningham was Bradford's only red light area. It involved 6 streets and 12 observation teams. 2-way streets had to be covered in both directions. It was very labour-intensive. The system was by no means perfect. Some women worked streets just outside the generally defined red light area, or they worked at different times, some starting and finishing early before the observation teams arrived on site, others working late on through the night until 3 or 4 in the morning. Occasionally, officers would witness a crime taking place and be forced to break cover and intervene. One night in Lum Lane, Bradford, a man blasted a nightclub with a shotgun and had to be arrested. Another team in Chapeltown, Leeds, witnessed a vicious assault that turned out to be an attempted murder when one West Indian man began hitting another with an iron bar. They pursued and arrested the attacker. They had a duty under the law to intervene, Holland said. I can't begin to imagine what would have happened if we had a copper who witnessed an attempted murder and didn't do anything. Sometimes there simply wasn't the manpower to mount a full operation every single night. The task force occasionally had to undertake other urgent operations. The observation teams did not record the index number of the vehicle which picked up Marilyn Moore in Chapeltown, and the flaws in the operation were thrown into stark relief when the Ripper next struck. Officers had been redirected to raid an illegal drinking club in Huddersfield when, by luck or design, he murdered another young woman and disappeared into the night. Chapter 9. A Miserable Place to Die. At 18 years old, Helen Ritker had hardly had time to begin being an adult. Through her childhood and teenage years, she felt constantly lonely and permanently deprived of a parent's warm embrace. All she ever really wanted was to be loved. Put into care as a tiny tot along with her siblings, she had been shunted all her life from pillar to post, from one care home to another all over Yorkshire, from Leeds to Bradford to Knaresborough to Dewsbury. Finally, she ended up in Huddersfield, where she died at the Ripper's hands. A report prepared by West Yorkshire Police for the Director of Public Prosecutions summed up the story of Helen's bleak existence in these few words. She had lived a short and sad life. For almost their entire lives, the Ritker children, who included 2 sets of twins born to a Jamaican mother and a Polish father, had been cared for in Roman Catholic orphanages or by foster parents. Helen, a petite girl with a beautiful face, an afro hairstyle and a narrow frame, worked as a £20 a week packer in a sweet factory at Hetmanwyke. A few weeks short of their 19th birthday, she and her identical twin sister Rita were living in a small bedsit in an Edwardian house on the northern fringes of Huddersfield, close to the M62. The house was run down, the paint had peeled and the stonework crumbled. Rita decorated the flat in bright colours to cheer it up. A talented young woman, she had attended art school in Batley, but dropped out a few weeks into the second year of her course. She was strapped for money. For a while she lived in the flat alone, but became increasingly depressed, missing her twin desperately. When Helen agreed to give up her job in the sweet factory and join her, she cheered up greatly. By now, Rita was paying her way by prostitution in the town's small red light district. In late January, just as the weather was turning bitterly cold, Helen agreed with Rita that it was an easy way to make money. She had been working the pavement of Great Northern Street, going off with men in their cars for sex, for only a couple of days when she became the 7th victim of the man the newspapers now began to call the Yorkshire Ripper. The twins shared a double bed with a light blue counterpane. With only a small gas fire to heat the room on the coldest of nights, they would huddle together under the blankets to keep warm. On the 31st of January 1978, they got up at 1:30 in the afternoon. Breakfast was actually lunch. They made a stew of meat, potatoes, yam, sweet potatoes, black-eyed beans, and some dumplings made from flour and cornmeal. Thyme was added for seasoning. The stew boiled on the stove for 30 minutes before they sat down at the only table in the room to eat their main meal of the day. Later, around 5:30 p.m., they had tea and biscuits. Just after 9 o'clock that evening, they were out in the cold night air, stamping their shoes, trying to improve the circulation in their frozen feet. They were down in the red light area trying to pick up men in the cars that slowly cruised by them, hoping the drivers were eager for their services. It was a miserable place, more industrial than residential and nothing like Chapeltown or Manningham in terms of size, the number of working girls or the volume of trade. Half a mile from the town centre there were only a few houses in the street. The women collected close to a men's public toilet in Great Northern Street opposite the junction with Millhouse Lane. 80 yards down on the same side of the road was a large, unfenced timber yard where a number of them took their clients. To the rear of these premises was a viaduct of dark and mostly deserted railway arches, along which ran passenger trains from Leeds to Manchester. Further down the road was the town's abattoir, the local cattle market, and the bus depot. Two men in plush limousines jointly approached the twins outside the public lavatory. The twins agreed to go off with them. Rita left with one man in his car. Sitting in the front seat, embracing the warmth from the heater, she looked back to see her sister getting into the other vehicle. Helen was the first to be dropped back outside the public lavatory. The time was 9:25 p.m. 5 minutes later, Rita returned to the same spot, dropped off after doing business for a fiver with one of the chauffeurs. She started looking for her twin but couldn't find her. Later, she was picked up by another client in a white sports car and decided to take him back to the bedsit for sex, hoping her sister would turn up later. When Helen failed to reappear by Thursday the 2nd of February, Rita reported her missing to the police, at first keeping quiet about the reason they had been in Great Northern Street. Then she revealed they were both on the game, and she had last seen Helen going off with a man in his car. Alarm bells began to ring in the mind of the Huddersfield's CID chief, John Stainthorpe. He initiated an urgent missing person alert for Helen, and a hunt began. The following afternoon, a Friday, a police dog handler turned up at Garrard's timber yard to begin a search. The main Garrard's building was a huge warehouse of corrugated metal with a pitched roof of the same material. Next door was a wholesale carpeting company. The yard was filled with stacks of sawn, unplaned timber of different sizes for the building trade. Piled 8 or 9 feet high, they created a maze-like warren. Garrard's foreman, Melvin Cleland, had that morning been telephoned by an inspector from Huddersfield Police to say they wanted to search the yard. The parish clock was just striking 2 p.m. when the dog handler arrived. Mr. Cleland walked with him round the yard, thinking they were looking for a young boy called Lester Chapman, just reported missing from home. Near the back of the premises, close to some disused toilets, next to a steep railway embankment, the Alsatian police dog began to get excited, pulling on its lead. It had clearly picked up a scent. "I think this might be it," said the handler, giving the animal a bit more lead. The dog walked forward 10 yards or so and stopped near a stack of timber between a shed and the wooden fence. The dog handler again spoke out loud to the foreman behind him. "I think that's it." The officer edged forward and looked closer. Behind the stack of timber was Helen's body, concealed in an inaccessible spot by a sheet of corrugated asbestos and some pieces of wood. She had been deliberately covered over and wedged into an 18-inch space between a brick wall and the timber. He could see her legs and the front of the trunk, but not the head or arms. A wound was clearly visible in the front of the chest, with some staining of the surrounding skin. Blood had run from the wound towards her belly button and then dropped to the ground. The dog handler asked the foreman to wait by the timber stack and prevent anyone else coming near. He returned the dog to his van, collected a roll of blue tape, and radioed through to the local police control room. They then taped off the area of the crime scene and waited for the cavalry to arrive. Minutes later, sirens began to wail and whine through Huddersfield town centre as police vehicles weaved through the afternoon traffic from different directions to converge on the murder scene. It didn't take long for the word to go round. A girl had gone missing. A prostitute. Her body had been found. It looks like another Ripper attack. Everyone locally knew the Wood Yard was a place prostitutes took their clients. It was also a haunt of homosexuals. A used condom was found near the crime scene, and the yard foreman told the dog handler that only a few days previously a pair of women's black lace panties had been found in the yard with dried blood on them.
Some of the lads working there nailed them to one of the packing cases for a laugh, thinking one of the prostitutes who regularly took clients into the yard at night had left them behind. "You know what young lads are like," said Mr. Cleland. One of them had also found a handbag containing a lighter and kept quiet about it until detectives started questioning him. Now Melvyn Cleland noticed what he thought was blood on the wall of an asbestos shed, scattered up and down as though something had been thrown at the wall. There was clothing scattered here and there. The lads in the yard were very shocked because they thought the clothes they found were left by prostitutes. They just picked them up, as lads do, as a joke, and nailed them up. I think they felt guilty about it then. It was big news, national news. Everybody was talking about the murder everywhere you went, in the pubs, on television. They were talking about this chap the Ripper. It was the first murder in Huddersfield. It came out of the blue to me that there was a chap going about killing women. I didn't know anything about it. Soon it was getting dark, and a van load of equipment was brought to the yard to enable police to respond to a major nighttime incident. A mobile control room was towed into position in a nearby street, and floodlights and lamps were lugged over to the crime scene. When Professor David G. arrived at 6:45 p.m. with a female colleague from his Department of Forensic Medicine at Leeds University, the full West Yorkshire murder team was already turned out in force. Oldfield, who had immediately taken charge, was waiting for him. John Domail, the Southern Area Head of CID, was present along with DCI Swan, in charge of the Fingerprint and Scenes of Crime Department. Ron Outridge was also there from the Home Office Laboratory at Wetherby. A large piece of polythene sheeting had been hung between the wall and the stack of timber to form a makeshift tent, protecting the murder scene from rain which fell like it might turn to snow. It was so cold. Removing the asbestos sheeting, G could see Helen's perilously thin body with its protruding bony hips lying tilted on its right side. Her head was covered by what seemed to be cloth or tarred paper. She was virtually naked, clad only in dark-coloured socks and a black bra entangled with a black woolen jumper that had been pulled up and over her chin. There were oblong marks on her thigh which left a depression as if something like a plank of wood had been placed over her. Her arms were stretched above the head. Around the left upper arm was a piece of blue material. G noticed a silver cross at the front of her neck, apparently from a necklace, though the chain appeared to be missing. There was a large laceration on the forehead. Feeling behind with gloved hands, G discovered another wound at the back of her head. There were also 3 clear but separate stab wounds to the chest. They had some difficulty easing the body, feet first, out from the space between the timber and the shed. It was then placed gently on a plastic sheet. The body felt very cold, as if it had lain there some time. It was a bitterly freezing night with a steady downpour, but thankfully no wind. Nearly 3 hours after G's arrival, the body was wrapped and taken to the mortuary at Huddersfield Royal Infirmary. Later that night, the mortuary assistants, with considerable care, slowly cleaned Helen's face. It was always a desperately painful business preparing a relative or loved one for what happened next. In front of 2 police officers, Rita Ritke identified her twin sister's body. Now she knew the worst. Back at the crime scene, with the corpse removed, G conducted a quick examination of the immediate area. Some senior officers accompanying him held small portable lamps. Only a tiny amount of blood soiled the debris, pieces of wood, tarred paper and strips of metal that had been beneath the body. But nearer to the back of the main building, behind another stack of timber, he was shown an area of blood soiling the ground, covered with a plastic sheet to protect it. His immediate assumption was that the girl had been killed here or had lain here before being moved to where she was found and covered with the asbestos sheet. He decided to postpone the autopsy until he had made a more thorough examination of the crime scene the following day. Saturday morning was still cold and miserable, but the chief constable himself turned out. Oldfield briefed him before phoning Dick Holland at home, even though he was not on the call-out roster that weekend. Oldfield simply said, "I want you on Ritke." He didn't say now, he didn't have to. Holland knew he meant now, and he had to get himself down to the murder room at Huddersfield. In those situations, Oldfield was a man of few words. According to his acolyte Holland, he simply barked orders to get things going. Earlier, at dawn, police had raided the home of taxi driver Terence Hawkshaw in Driglington on the Bradford to Morley Road. Since the earlier intensive interrogation of Hawkshaw on the top floor of the training academy, Oldfield had been obsessively convinced he was a prime suspect. A plan had been hatched for detectives to swoop on Hawkshaw as soon as there was another murder. Officers searched his home and took away various house contents and tools from a wooden garage, including several hammers, later examined at the Weatherby laboratory by Ron Outridge. Hawkshaw's white Ford Cortina was taken to Huddersfield's Castlegate police station and the front seats and wheels removed. Nothing of any significance was found. It was raining very hard as the forensic experts and the task force used the available daylight to comb the woodyard and the railway embankment, placing any material found in plastic bags for microscopic examination. Several feet from where the body had lain, they discovered a thin metal bangle, a gold hinged stud earring, a button and some coins. All were painstakingly marked and photographed. Helen's sling-back platform sole shoes were retrieved some distance away, thrown over a dilapidated wooden fence next to the railway embankment. Her dark denim jeans and fake fur jacket were found by the fence on the woodyard side. High up on the viaduct overlooking the scene, a police officer was positioned to keep onlookers away. After lunch, senior officers gathered at the Royal Infirmary for the post-mortem, among them Jack Ridgway from Manchester, alerted by John DeMail the previous night. As the mortuary attendants removed the clothing from around Helen's neck, they found a tiny silver chain which had held the small silver cross. A minute search and taping of the corpse on the mortuary table revealed different traces of mud and several small hairs on the surface of the body, including what turned out to be a pubic hair in the victim's mouth. The head bore 6 lacerated wounds, 1 in the centre of the forehead, 3 to the right side, and 2 to the back. The telltale semicircular fractures of the skull were present in some of the wounds, indicating to G a hammer striking with considerable force. The stabbing of the chest had caused wounds to both lungs, the heart, the aorta, the liver, and the stomach. Dissecting and tracking the wounds, G could see that the knife, which was a blade some 6 or 7 inches long, had been thrust through the same 2 stab openings at least 13 times, causing injuries to the internal organs. The absence of significant blood staining on the ground where Helen was found, and the presence of deep impressions on the thigh, suggested the body had been lying against a hard object some time after death. The body was killed somewhere else, and after death remained in another place for some time, already naked, G wrote in his report. The body was subsequently moved to the position in which it was later found. Ron Outridge believed the body had first been covered with a plastic sheet, and then after a considerable time, perhaps overnight, been removed to where it was found. Ridgway was able to confirm the same thing had happened in the death of Jean Jordan. The killer had returned to the body, except that in the case of Helen Rittker, instead of deliberately moving it into the open where it would be found, he had dragged it to where it could be concealed. Now, for the first time, the press gave the murderer a specific name, the Yorkshire Ripper, to make him geographically distinct from the London-based Jack the Ripper of the late 19th century. The same day the phrase was first used, Oldfield broke new ground and made an appeal direct to Britain at large on BBC Radio's Jimmy Young Show, a mid-morning light entertainment programme that mixed popular music and current affairs. It had a huge listening audience, and Oldfield hoped to reach out to large numbers of women at home as they went about their domestic chores. He said the Ripper was in his 30s, and he believed someone in the Yorkshire area was shielding him, for he could not believe the killer had not aroused at least some suspicion. "The Ripper is someone's neighbour, and he is someone's husband or son," he told the ageing disc jockey. The shock of Helen's death hit hard for people who had spent years caring for her and Rita. The twins had been fostered for more than a year by a Roman Catholic civil servant and his wife who lived in a large house in the upmarket area of Dewsbury. With no children of their own, they had answered an appeal from the local diocese, which was anxious to find the sisters a normal home after they had spent great portions of their lives in orphanages. They needed a halfway house to help them adjust eventually to taking responsibility for themselves. The twins attended a local school, and Helen frequently made visits to a nearby hostel for girls run by Catholic nuns. In charge of the hostel was Sister Della Rosa, who knew her well. She was, she said, a warm, vivacious and outward-going girl who was also very ambitious and dreamed of being on the stage. She and Rita talked of forming a girls' pop group. Helen loved to act. Her twin was the singer. The nun could not bring herself to accept that the twins had become prostitutes. Their one dream was of becoming famous, and they would have gone to any lengths to achieve this, and I think this is exactly what has happened. They were both gullible and would have believed anyone who would have held out promises of stardom. I know there has been a lot of talk about the kind of lives these girls were leading, but we know that these girls were not promiscuous. They were young and ambitious and had childish dreams. They could so easily have been persuaded into a way of life that might have promised them an opening into the entertainment business. The heartbreaking thing about this tragedy is that girls like Rita and Helen have to leave our care when they are 18, and many of them are not ready to face the world on their own. Oldfield's appeal for witnesses became desperate. Few had been on the streets that cold winter's night, and detectives struggled to find people who actually saw Helen. As always, the punters who picked the girls up were reluctant to come forward. Checks were made to trace a number of vehicles in the vicinity at the crucial time. Among the most vital was a dark-coloured Morris Oxford Saloon Series 6, the same make of car which featured in the Farina inquiry, begun after the attempt to kill Marilyn Moore in Leeds 6 weeks earlier. A car of this make had been seen near the public toilets where the girls were standing. Once more, Oldfield warned the men cruising the area to come forward to avoid the embarrassment of policemen knocking on their doors at home and asking awkward questions. The police investigation zeroed in on men using the public lavatory on the night of the murder. It was a haunt for homosexuals, which made the detectives' inquiries even more difficult. In his public appeals, Oldfield stressed he wasn't interested in people's morals, only in whether they had evidence to help him find the killer. 2 chauffeurs working for a nationalised industry in South Yorkshire were interviewed after they came forward to volunteer information. They had both taken their bosses separately to a director's dinner at the George Hotel in Huddersfield on the crucial night. With the overtime money they were earning for night work, they decided to treat themselves and pick up 2 women for sex. They headed down to Great Northern Street, where they hired the Ritke sisters and told them to wait while they went into the lavatory to relieve themselves. As they stood urinating, a 3rd man came in and occupied the stall between them. He turned to one of them and said, "They tell me you can find birds down here, girls on the game." "Yes," came the reply, "but those 2 outside are booked. They're waiting for us. You'll have to wait your turn until we come back." Helen and Rita took the men in separate cars to a quiet corner of the large parking area behind Huddersfield Town Football Club. As this was a Friday night, it was totally dark and the ideal place for illicit sex. The drivers returned the women to Great Northern Street at different times and then drove back to where their bosses were dining. They said the man who came into the toilets asking about prostitutes had been driving a 2-tone Ford Granada. It had been parked outside. With the taxi driver Terence Hawkshaw by now in the clear, Oldfield believed there was a good chance the driver of the Ford Granada could have waited for the twins to return before driving off with Helen and killing her. The task force began making house-to-house inquiries in the immediate vicinity, seeking to find anyone who had seen the Ford Granada or what the driver did after he came out of the public toilet. They soon came to a house occupied by a mother and her 14-year-old daughter. The girl was a juvenile in the eyes of the law, but certainly didn't look it. She was interviewed in front of her mother. Sometime after 9 o'clock on the night of the murder, the girl had gone on an errand to buy cigarettes for her mother from a corner shop run by a Pakistani family 200 yards from her home. As she walked back from the shop, a car pulled up beside her. The driver wound down the window and asked, "How much for a short time, love?"
Officer: "And what did you say?" Girl: "I told him to fuck off, didn't I, Mum?" Officer: "Can you remember what kind of car it was?" Girl: "Yes, it was a Ford Granada." Officer: "Can you remember anything about the car number plate?" Girl: "I wrote it down on the cig packet, didn't I, Mum?" Officer: "Have you got the cigarette packet?" Girl: "No, Mum burnt it the following day."
The officers urgently pressed the girl's mother on whether she could remember anything about the registration plate. She had spent 24 hours with a cigarette packet in her possession looking at the car's number. "Think," said the officer. "Can you remember?" Racking her memory and making a joint effort with her daughter, the woman came up with a number. Painstakingly, the officers drew it out of her subconscious memory. Having taken statements, the task force men returned urgently to Castlegate police station where the murder incident room had been set up. It was only a few days after Helen's murder when they fed the number into the terminal of the police national computer. It came back. No trace. They flipped the digits round and tried again. Out came the registration details. For a two-tone Ford Granada. Meanwhile, Oldfield has held a press conference asking for the anonymous driver of the Ford Granada to come forward. It hit the afternoon papers and the local TV news programmes with a splash. The response in the incident room was fairly immediate. A male caller telephoned and the tape recorder attached to the special phone line kicked on. One of the incident room staff answered while another listened on an extension. "I'm the driver of the Ford Granada you're looking for. I was down there that night, but I'm not the murderer. I left when I couldn't find a woman." The GPO was alerted to intercept the call, and by the time the caller had rung off, the police knew it was coming from an exchange west of Barnsley. The officer on the phone had tried to keep the man talking and urged him to come into the police station to give a statement in confidence. The caller's final words were, "Look, I'm not the murderer and I'm not coming to see you. You'll have to fucking find me." Click. The line was disconnected. Incident room staff now began tracing the owner of the vehicle, which was registered to an ICI subsidiary in Hertfordshire on the outskirts of London. They immediately sent colleagues in the Metropolitan Police to the address of the key holder to discover who had been actually driving the car. Back came an address for the firm's Northern Area sales agent, a man covering the Sheffield area but based in Penistone, which was west of Barnsley. Task force officers visited the man's home and arrested him in front of his wife. "We genuinely thought he was a strong prospect for the Ritger murder, bearing in mind that he'd been waiting for a prostitute while the twins were away with the chauffeurs," says Holland. "Then he tapped up the teenage girl. He had a lot of explaining to do, but eventually he was able to convince us quite conclusively that he was in a hotel on the date of one of the other murders. I think he had a sight more explaining to do to his wife when he got home." Tracing the Ford Granada driver and hauling him in for a probing interview provided a fillip for the incident room staff. Detective Sergeant Megan Winterburn, who 6 months earlier had gone on the undercover operation with Maureen Long to Bradford's dives and dance halls, was transferred to the Huddersfield incident room to start work as an indexer. At the beginning of a murder investigation, information came into the incident room thick and fast. Indexers had little time to sit and think about the true value of the information they were handling. It was a manual indexing system based on a circular drum. Soon, the volume of paper they were handling grew rapidly. One single piece of information could generate one action to be dealt with, or 10 actions. The public were phoning and writing in, trying to be of help. For each snippet of information, an action form was generated, which went to the indexer, who then underlined what they believed was the relevant part to be followed up. It was an important job. Given that relatively junior ranks manned the system, they bore great responsibility to ensure that each piece of paper was indexed correctly. When the indexer had done her job, the various actions went to members of an outside inquiry team via a team leader. Someone may have been walking their dog down Great Northern Street and happened to see a yellow car pass by at a relevant time. The person walking, the fact there was a dog, the fact they had seen a vehicle and it was coloured yellow, all this had to be indexed, then followed up. Who else had seen the woman with the dog? Who else had seen a yellow car? Did they know its make or index number? And so on. A relatively tiny snippet, apparently insignificant, could generate weeks of additional work and keep the snowball rolling, gathering bulk and momentum. Sometime after Rita Ritger returned to the gents' lavatory, she went off with a local man in a white sports car. Inquiries revealed that they were followed by a peeping Tom driving a scruffy Ford Transit van who regularly kept watch on the activities of prostitutes and their clients. The mainstay of his social life was to creep up on a punter's car while he was having sex inside and peer in through a window. Holland's team could only curse their bad luck. Had the sexually challenged van driver chosen not to stalk Rita but to follow Helen instead, they could have had a vital witness to a murder, or at least the best clue yet as to the kind of car the killer was driving. In the absence of any dramatic breakthrough, the search for the missing Morris Oxford Farina-style car, featured in the Marilyn Moore inquiry, was moved into high gear. An urgent appeal was made for the driver to come forward. Because of the possible links with the Richardson and Moore attacks, the checks on Farina-type cars were widened when this appeal failed. All similar vehicles owned or used in West Yorkshire were to be tracked down. Most owners were traced and eliminated in thousands of time-consuming interviews with drivers who had their car tyres examined and alibis checked. Police played down the reasons why they needed to find this particular kind of car. They did not want the killer disposing of his tyres. Likewise, they kept details of the injuries to the victims to themselves, speaking only of head injuries and stab wounds in the broadest terms. In order to avoid copycat attacks, there was no mention of the displacement of clothing by the killer. Indeed, the media was given very little real information. Keen to find another angle on the story, the local ITV news station in Leeds interviewed a local psychiatrist, Dr. Stephen Shaw, wanting to know what could have prompted the Ripper's savage deeds. "I would have thought it would build up over a few days," replied Shaw. "He would begin to get the urge, begin to think about it, and he is bright, remember, and he would begin to plan it carefully because he knows he has got to avoid the police. For several days he will build up quite meticulously because if he is working he hasn't got to be out all night, and he has got to get cleaned up afterwards because there is a lot of blood about. He has got to plan it very carefully, and then after 3 or 4 days he will go out and do it." Shaw had told Oldfield more or less the same thing. It didn't take a genius to work out that the killer had a screw loose, but as the psychiatrist pointed out, he was also remarkably cunning, or remarkably lucky. Holland's team began probing why the killer had left it so long between the slayings of Emily Jackson and Irene Richardson, a period of 54 weeks. They suspected the murderer might have been in prison and began a check of violent criminals entering and leaving Britain's jails between the two killings. Records were searched through the prison department at the Home Office, but threw up no useful suspect. Again, it meant a considerable effort and took Oldfield nowhere. Pressure was mounting now on the local police authority who held the purse strings because 250 officers were working full-time on the various murder inquiries. It was a huge strain on financial resources, with West Yorkshire receiving no additional funding from the Home Office. Hoping to push someone into turning informant, the police authority announced a £10,000 reward for information leading to the capture and conviction of the Ripper. 6 murders by the same man being investigated by a single force was a unique situation. The original Jack the Ripper in London's Whitechapel had only murdered 5. Home Office civil servants initially opposed offering a reward in case it prompted people to provide false or misleading information. There was concern, too, that innocent people might be embarrassed. After howls of protest, the Home Secretary, Merlin Rees, MP for a Leeds constituency, sanctioned the reward. It was added to money put up by a local paper and a group of private individuals and came to total £20,000. Those claiming the money had to phone a special telephone number and provide a 6-figure number of their choice, plus a code word. If their information led to the killer's capture, they could thus be identified. Calls from the public now came thick and fast. Inquiries took officers all over the country. In London, they questioned a prostitute who had been attacked by a man in late November or early December the previous year in a Doncaster multi-storey car park. The woman had since gone south where she felt safer. She remembered the man as being aged 35 to 40, tall and slimly built with dark hair brushed back and a moustache. She later saw him drive out of a lorry park in Doncaster and concluded he had left his truck there while he went searching for women. Other prostitutes in Doncaster were interviewed and shown a photo fit of the man with dark wavy hair and a moustache. It was published in the local press, but no one identified him. A few weeks after Helen's murder, Oldfield seemed convinced it was now only a matter of time till they nailed the killer. True, he needed to keep his own spirits up as well as those of his officers. "I am satisfied that we are closer to him on this inquiry than we have been on any of the others," he said optimistically, trying to reassure the general public, which was clearly now in a state of alarm. The known toll so far was 7 murders and 2 attempted killings. For the first time, people were coming forward with information, and Holland's staff in the incident room had managed to narrow down the time frame in which Helen must have met her killer. If someone had seen them together, the police would at last be on the verge of cracking the case. 2 walls of the Castlegate police station incident room were covered with blown-up, large-scale street maps of Great Northern Street and Garrard's Woodyard. Each one was devoted to a specific 15-minute time period: 9 to 9:15 p.m., 9:15 to 9:30 p.m., 9:30 to 9:45 p.m., 9:45 to 10 p.m., and so on up until 11 p.m. Tiny blue-coloured tickets indicated the time and presence of a witness or a vehicle. A person or car may yet be unidentified, but its presence was recorded, and the detectives needed to trace them as a matter of priority. Holland directed his investigating teams to break down to the last minute the specific times when witnesses might have seen anything. Their responses were then cross-checked and re-verified by the incident room staff. This team of 20 male and female officers were now working 12 to 15-hour days, consuming countless cups of coffee or tea, taking bites from stale sandwiches at moments of dire hunger, but spurred on by Oldfield's conviction that they were closing in. The crucial time frame was the short period between Helen being dropped off by one of the chauffeurs and picked up by the killer. Perhaps no more than 10 minutes at the most, maybe even 5. This relentless process of eliminating all possible suspects in the area until you were left with only one vehicle or person who had not been eliminated was the well-tried method by which murders were frequently solved. After 6 murders in which no one saw anything, Oldfield's optimism was being fueled by a gut instinct that he was getting closer to his quarry. People who were in the area of Great Northern Street after 9:45 p.m. were traced and interviewed. Had Helen still been around after that time, Oldfield believed she would have been noticed. Crucially, a man was seen standing at the entrance to the Woodyard at around 9:30. He was aged about 30, well-built, 5 feet 8 inches tall, and wore dark clothing. When he failed to come forward after a public appeal, Oldfield considered he might be a prime prospect. However, the homosexuals who also frequented the area and used the Woodyard for sexual activity with men met in the public lavatory, a well-known cottage, had been reluctant to come forward. The man outside the Woodyard might have been looking for trade. Oldfield wasn't bothered about his love life if he was a homosexual, or whether he had gone into the yard to steal timber. He just needed to find him. Oldfield appealed to the killer directly, trying to prick his conscience by making him think about his own family. Speaking into a camera for a local TV documentary, he said softly and with an air of calm certainty, "We are getting nearer and nearer to you, and it is only a matter of time before you are caught. In your own interests, and in the interests of the relatives and friends of past victims, in the interests of your own relatives and friends, and in the interests of any potential future victims, it is now time for you to come forward and give yourself up. The net is closing. I am anxious that we catch you before you have time to add another death to the appalling catalogue that you already have to your credit." The crime chief was clutching at straws, keeping the publicity bandwagon going in the vain hope someone might turn the Ripper in, or a crucial missing link be offered by a reluctant witness. Dick Holland's team of detectives had been fired up by the prospect of cracking a case which had now achieved notoriety. The worldwide media were talking of the hunt for the Yorkshire Ripper, a 7 times killer. For the first time there were people about and witnesses in the area who were able to give us leads and descriptions, and we hoped through them we would trace the murderer, said Holland. They all turned out to be useless. We spent a lot of time following them up, but no one in fact had seen the killer. We traced a lot of people who were punting, going off with prostitutes, but none of them were the murderer or gave any description of the murderer. In his heart, Oldfield wanted to avoid yet another tragedy. His direct appeal to the killer was a clear sign of his desperation. He spent time talking alone with Rita Ritka, who was not much older than his own daughter. He saw how the violent death of her twin sister had torn Rita apart emotionally. Helen, after all, had followed her sister into prostitution, and he could sympathise with Rita if she felt to blame for the terrible tragedy which followed. Oldfield remembered, too, Wilf MacDonald's anguish and trauma at losing his beloved daughter Jane. He was prepared to go any distance, try any tactic to catch this madman before he killed again. Yet what Oldfield never countenanced was enlisting the help of his deputy, Dennis Holborn, in grappling with a murder inquiry that was slowly but surely ebbing out of control. As any objective observer would have had to conclude, by this stage Oldfield was never going to solve the Ripper investigation unless he had an amazing piece of luck, and to be fair, luck eluded him throughout the inquiry. Had he handed the case over to Holborn, the outcome would have been different in terms of the future critical and flawed decisions made by Oldfield, where Holborn would have exercised more caution. Holborn would certainly never have become so emotionally involved, nor as territorial. He had had broad experience of working with senior officers from other forces from his time on the Regional Crime Squad. He would not have immersed himself in mountains of paperwork as Oldfield did, and he could have had the luxury of spending time thinking without also trying to run the entire CID of a huge force like West Yorkshire. Oldfield was trying to do the two jobs and finding difficulties with both. He should never have been allowed to take over the inquiry in the first place. Allowing him to do it had disastrous consequences. When Jim Hobson's tracking inquiry was halfway complete, Oldfield abandoned it. Yet, as ACC crime, he should have been a court of last resort for Hobson to appeal to. A neutral crime chief would have immediately seen Hobson's tracking inquiry as the best hope of finding the killer, since it hinged on positive evidence found at a crime scene and not a wild guess. Oldfield, as ACC crime, should have assessed the manpower required to see the tracking inquiry through, then lobbied the chief constable for the resources for the job to be completed. To abandon it half completed was totally irrational. Equally, wearing two hats was an impossible position for Oldfield. The responsibility for this rested with Ronald Gregory, the chief constable, who should never have allowed it. Putting Oldfield's deputy in overall charge would have been the obvious management decision and an imaginative solution. Instead, Oldfield kept Holborn at arm's length from the Ripper investigation. They didn't work well together, but ultimately even their non-relationship was overtaken by events. As Oldfield's number 2 and head of Western Area CID based in Bradford, Dennis Holborn had had other murders to investigate, but never another Ripper killing. His health became a major problem. He was working as hard as ever, but he knew he couldn't continue at this pace. He had pains in his eyes, almost certainly because of damaged retinal blood vessels, a byproduct of his diabetes. Too frequently, Holborn's brain felt squiggly, and he knew he was about to undergo an attack of hypoglycemia. The lifestyle he was leading simply didn't go hand in hand with controlling diabetes safely. Glucose levels within the body had to be kept within normal range, which meant getting to grips with the delicate balancing act of the right amount of insulin combined with the right diet. Injecting yourself with insulin was a serious business and had to be done correctly if it was to be absorbed by the body properly. Blood glucose is also affected by stress and surges of adrenaline if the patient becomes excited. It was a fact that Holborn didn't particularly care much for being posted to Bradford. He didn't know the town and felt like a fish out of water. In Leeds, people had recognised the man in the aquascutum suit, wearing his trench coat or sheepskin jacket invariably topped off with a trilby or a peaked cap and a splash of Old Spice aftershave. He missed that status. In the middle of February 1978, Holborn was still grappling with the particularly vicious murder of a 20-year-old sales clerk, Carol Wilkinson from Bradford, found beaten over the head with a 56-pound coping stone at 9 a.m. 4 months previously. Her head injuries had been horrific, and she was judged clinically dead when a few days later her parents had her life support system switched off and a murder inquiry began. The investigation was hampered in the early stages by a false report from local children that they had been attacked by a man wearing a blue anorak. It turned out to be a lie. Time was wasted. Valuable men were sidetracked on a false inquiry that lasted several days. "It was one of the worst things that could have happened," Holborn said in an interview with the Bradford Telegraph and Argus.
The trouble with this kind of hoax is that members of the public whom you depend on for information get descriptions and times fixed in their minds, and they stay there long after the whole thing has been dropped. I'm sure there are dozens of people who still think we're looking for that man in a blue anorak."
The date the interview appeared was the 14th of February 1978, the day after Hoban's first grandson, Paul, was born. He saw him once, but never got to hold him. His observations about the dangers of a hoax sidetracking a murder investigation proved a remarkable foretaste of what subsequently happened in the Yorkshire Ripper case. Hoban did not speak again on the subject, or of the murderers who had eluded him, particularly the killer of Wilma McCann and Emily Jackson. On the 8th of March, he was suddenly admitted to the Leeds General Infirmary with a chest infection. During an investigative operation the following day, he had a heart attack and lapsed into unconsciousness. His son Richard, then aged 27 and a schoolteacher, had an emergency phone call at work and dashed to his father's bedside. He was in intensive care, and then he looked a bit better, and I thought, he's going to pull through. It was not to be. On the 15th of March, 1978, he died at the age of 51. In people with diabetes, heart attacks, strokes, and peripheral damage to blood vessels become more common and can be a leading cause of premature death. He had been ill during both the McCann and Jackson murder inquiries. While probing the McCann killing, he temporarily went blind in one eye, and a few months later found himself short of breath. Sometimes it was so severe he was left gasping, unable to breathe. He was diagnosed with heart disease. His best friend, Jim Hobson, who had taken over as head of Leeds CID, said straight away that Hoban had worked himself to death. Only half-jokingly, he told close friends the only way he could get Hoban to a rugby match was to suggest they might grab a few pickpockets while they were there. Later, Betty Hoban confessed she felt bitter at how hard Dennis had worked and the stress he endured when there were unsolved murders on his hands. He should never have got married, because his job meant so much to him. If he hadn't put so much into his work, he might not have died. The funeral was a grand affair, attended by the top brass of the West Yorkshire Police, led by the Chief Constable. The funeral procession went along the Leeds Ring Road to the Rawdon Crematorium. Crowds came out to pay their respects, and much of the route was lined by policemen. Considerable numbers of mourners had to stand outside the crematorium and hear the service over a tannoy system. The event was covered on that night's local TV news. Old clients, men arrested by Hoban in his younger days whose favourite haunt was a cafe in the city centre, clubbed together to take out an in memoriam tribute in the Yorkshire Post, expressing respect for the copper they were proud to be nabbed by. 2 days earlier, the inquest had opened into Helen's death. The coroner issued an urgent appeal for anyone having a suspicion about the killer's identity to come forward. He understood people might have reservations if the suspect was a close friend or relative. But unless this person is apprehended, there is the gravest possible likelihood that he will commit another similar offence, and we shall have another death on our hands. The person who is feeling mental anguish will have the added burden of another death which they could possibly have avoided. Their anguish and responsibility will be even greater than it is now. Mr. Philip Gill's words were echoed in the coroner's court by Detective Chief Superintendent John DeMail, who said the police had 100 officers trying to find Helen's killer. It is likely, looking back on the events leading up to this tragedy, that unless this person is apprehended, another death will follow. These warnings, added to that of Oldfield in the aftermath of Helen Ritger's death, were grave indeed. But they were already too late, and with Dennis Hoban's passing, the West Yorkshire Police had probably lost their best real chance of quickly apprehending the man who was to terrorise northern England for several more years. Chapter 10. Chinese Walls. Easter Sunday in 1978 came much earlier than usual, on the 26th of March. For most people in Britain, 2 bank holidays in quick succession represented a welcome 4-day break, from Good Friday to Easter Monday. Detective Chief Superintendent Trevor Lappish had put the trials of being the head of the Western Area CID behind him for the weekend. He had only recently taken up the post, based at the brand new police headquarters in the centre of Bradford after several years running the detective training school in Wakefield. The son of a railway signalman, Lappish was a born educator, so being responsible for teaching a new generation of detectives from all over the country was a job he had thrived on. He then relished returning to the CID and found himself back at the sharp end of crime detection. The pressures turned out to be immense. Already on his patch in the Bradford area were 2 recent unsolved but very vicious murders of women. Neither had anything to do with the Ripper case, but the West Yorkshire force remained 400 officers short of its proper manning levels, and with the ongoing Ripper inquiry there was little slack in the system. There were problems with recruiting and huge pressures on the police budget. Every detective under his command was working flat out, and so were their bosses. Being one of the top men in the West Yorkshire CID was a position that carried a lot of stress, as the very recent death of his colleague Dennis Holborn had shown. The 2 men weren't really close friends, but Holborn regularly lectured at the training school. 32 uniformed and CID officers had formed a guard of honour for Holborn at the crematorium, and 6 senior detectives were picked to carry the coffin, including Dick Holland. Dennis's wife Betty had insisted there should be no sad music or morbid talk. They should remember Dennis as he was, full of life, full of fun, full of vitality. Which was all very well. But Holborn was dead, aged 51, leaving a grieving widow, 2 sons and his first grandchild. For Lappish, at 43, it was one of those critical signals which made him silently promise himself he would not work a day longer than the 30 years' service he needed to qualify for a full police pension. On this Easter day, Bradford's CID chief had an important duty to perform. He was at home in Ossett with his wife and 2 sons, preparing himself for the traditional ritual of carving a roast turkey. The family was playing host to his parents. A phone call at about 12:30 put paid to this scene of domestic bliss. An arm had been found sticking out from underneath an abandoned sofa on Wasteland in Bradford. His presence was required as a matter of urgency. By the time Lappish arrived at the plot of rough ground bordering a short road called Arthington Street, which ran at right angles to one of Bradford's main roads, the B6144 at Wetley Hill, his colleagues had already convinced themselves they knew the identity of the victim. A 21-year-old local prostitute, Yvonne Ann Pearson, mother of 2 young children, had been reported missing since the 21st of January. A major police search for her yielded nothing. She left her 2 children in the care of a babysitter, had a drink in a local pub, the Flying Dutchman, then announced she was going off to earn some money. Her disappearance sparked off press speculation that the Ripper had struck again, but police played down the idea. Photos of her appeared on the front pages of national newspapers. Yvonne was a trim-looking woman, and even at 5 feet 5 inches tall she weighed only 8 stone. She dyed her hair platinum blonde and sported what in the 1970s was called a Purdy haircut, after a character in the Avengers series on television. Already a convicted prostitute with 1 term of imprisonment behind her when she went missing, Yvonne was on police bail and due at the local magistrate's court in a few days' time on a charge of soliciting. She had been arrested in November 1977 in Manningham. The man she lived with, a Jamaican, Roy Saunders, who was father of her children, aged 2 years and 5 months respectively, had recently returned to the Caribbean on a visit to relatives. Yvonne had apparently made arrangements for her children to be cared for in the event of receiving another prison sentence. Friends and neighbours in the back-to-back row of terraced houses where she lived were mystified why she had taken nothing with her. One claimed she hadn't looked well for a while and that she was not eating, which some saw as proof she was worried about her impending court appearance. "She would not leave her children because she idolised them," said Margaret Kenny, a neighbour. "If she had been going away she would have taken her bank book and her family allowance book. All she had with her was a small handbag and only the price of 2 drinks." There were rumours she had absconded to London, and a prostitute in London who knew Yvonne came forward and told police she had seen the vice girl working in the capital. It was assumed she had after all fled south to avoid a prison sentence. But not everyone was happy with this explanation. Another neighbour claimed Yvonne wasn't really bothered about the magistrate's hearing. She was only concerned for the children. She just wouldn't leave them like that, she said. She had a lot of guts. She faced up to things. She was easygoing and easily offended. She's the sort of person who plans things. She's one of those people who are punctual. That's why it's worrying. If she was going away anywhere, she would have taken her stuff with her. 9 weeks after her disappearance, the presence of so many police vehicles in Arthington Street caused a small group of local people to gather in front of factory buildings and a garage overlooking the crime scene. Detectives questioned the local youth who had made the 999 call. He had walked past the overturned couch on the wasteland and seen a human arm sticking out. The rough ground at the end of the road just beyond the garage was covered in scrubby grass. At the back was a steep bank, and closer to Arthington Street was an area where piles of rubbish had been burned by local firms. Jim Hobson took Lappish over to the decaying settee. Standing behind an area already taped off by the task force were the on-call members of the murder team, along with Russell Stockdale from the Weatherby lab, who was talking with a forensic pathologist called out from Professor G's department at St James's Hospital. It was David G's weekend off. Lappish, Hobson, and several others quietly agreed it was an odds-on certainty the victim would turn out to be the missing woman, and so it later proved. The pathologist wanted the settee lifted to get a better look at what was underneath. Almost all its covering was missing, revealing the wooden frame and internal springs. The armrests still retained a kind of dark velvet material. Only one of the 6 casters was still in place. Crouching forward, the pathologist, Lappish, and Stockdale could see a decomposing head which bore obvious injuries. The right forearm that had been sticking out from under the 2-seater settee was totally discoloured. A shoe and a piece of wood were on the ground on the left side. Placing this death at the hands of the Yorkshire Ripper required no leap of the imagination as far as Lappish was concerned. The woman had head injuries. She was probably from Manningham, plied her trade there, had numerous convictions for prostitution, a professional who travelled widely, sometimes as far as Leicester, Bristol, Manchester, and London. The mere suspicion this was another Ripper victim was enough for Lappish to summon the attendance of David G., even on his weekend off. It was crucial to maintain continuity with previous forensic examinations in the series, but several hours elapsed before G could be tracked down. He arrived a few minutes before 6 p.m. Meanwhile, scenes of crime officers wearing yellow waterproofs and Wellington boots examined the area around the settee for evidence. The police photographer had already begun to take wide-angle shots to show the area of waste ground, close-ups of the settee with the arms sticking out, and the position of the body in relation to the wider area. He snapped carefully away at a platform shoe found about 20 yards away at the top of the ridge, overlooking where the body lay. It matched one under the settee. He then photographed a purse, a pair of tights, and a contraceptive sheath close by. There was a large stone on the ground near the sofa, as well as several others nearby. Another officer placed a cone at the point where the shoe was discovered on the banking, so it could be photographed in relation to the settee and the immediate surroundings. Lappish began pondering whether the shoe had been thrown away, or whether it had been displaced when the victim was attacked before being dragged to where she was found. Once the settee was completely turned over, the lower part of the body became visible. From the wrist down, the right hand was darkened and discoloured. Underneath the hand was a copy, back page uppermost, of the Daily Mirror, dated the 21st of February 1978, a full month after Yvonne Pearson had been reported missing. The weather was dry but bitingly cold, and a strong wind blew Lappish's tousled hair over his forehead and across the bridge of his nose. Wrapped up in a warm sheepskin coat and wearing gloves, he looked down at the corpse and saw the headlines of Mirror Sport staring up at him, something about the England football team. Yet, apart from the decomposing arm, hand and head, it seemed almost impossible to believe there was actually a body here. It was covered with sods of earth, springs from the settee, grass, other debris, and horsehair stuffing from the inside of the sofa. The left arm was raised above the head, stretching out in rigor mortis. It had been stuck in the springs of the sofa. G's very presence gave the senior detective great reassurance. The prof reflected a state of total businesslike calm to everyone around him. He and Lappish were old colleagues from years back and on first-name terms.
"Everything he did by the book, and nothing was ever missed,"
Lappish enthused years later.
"He was absolutely at the top of his profession. Watching him do a post-mortem was like seeing an artist at work. He got on well with everyone, especially with some of the young police officers who by law had to attend to the post-mortem because they were the first officer to see the body. Knowing the ordeal of some of these young coppers watching their first autopsy, he would say to them, 'Have you seen one before?' He would then explain what he was going to do and how he would do it. He was a great teacher."
Over by the settee, the material covering part of the head was eased back for G to get a closer look at the body. It was badly decomposed. There were several holes in the skull, and a small metal comb had been placed upright between the thighs, which were themselves covered in dried grass and horsehair from the settee. The victim had worn a greenish-yellow jacket with a zigzag design, a black polo neck jumper, and a white bra, all of which were pulled above her chest area. Her pants had been rolled down slightly around her upper thighs, but her legs and feet were bare. Once the body was lifted onto a sheet of black plastic, G and Lappish could see there were a pair of dark blue slacks sticking to its undersurface. A small bottle of perfume and a leather handbag were close by. There were also a small number of maggots on the surface of the body, especially around the neck. It was starting to get dark, and little more could be done in the failing light. Half an hour after G arrived, the body was taken to Bradford Public Mortuary. George Oldfield had turned up partway through the afternoon in a practical frame of mind. "Sorry, but you can't have any more men," was the immediate message he brought to Lappish. He would have to manage with what he had in terms of manpower. Oldfield had 100 men on the Ritka murder over in Huddersfield, a good many of whom normally worked for Lappish. The ACC reckoned that with the Ritka murder he had more chance of catching the killer than Lappish had with a 2-month-old corpse. "You'll have to manage with what you can get, because Ritka is the one that is going to find who the Ripper is and convict him."
George made it plain right from the word go that he was going to detect it on the Huddersfield one,
Lappish remembered. The detectives, the forensic scientists and the 2 pathologists, after standing around for hours in a chillingly cold wind, headed for the canteen at Bradford's police headquarters and a warm meal before starting the 4.5-hour post-mortem. Despite the horrendous state of the body, Lappish wasn't deterred from the idea of food. It promised to be a long night, and he needed sustenance.
"One detective, I remember, simply couldn't cope with seeing bodies," he said. "It may seem harsh, but to me they were a piece of meat at that stage. There was absolutely nothing you could do for them except find out everything which would help with the inquiry. You simply could not be emotional about it."
The post-mortem began shortly after 8 p.m. and finished well past midnight. The body, covered in horsehair, clumps of earth and other debris, had first to be photographed, then cleaned. It was only halfway through the autopsy, as G dissected the throat, that he found a large, oval-shaped ball of horsehair had been thrust back into the victim's mouth, presumably in an effort to keep her quiet before she died. It completely filled the back of the mouth and the upper part of the throat, blocking the larynx by pushing the epiglottis over its upper surface. Lappish took a decision that this information would be held back from the other detectives on the team. Only the killer would know he had stuffed the victim's mouth with horsehair. A great deal of the work at the post-mortem was technical and painstaking, and Lappish, for the umpteenth time in his life, watched G at work with such fascination that time flew by. Organs, including the brain, had to be taken out, photographed and weighed. Individual wounds had to be photographed, then re-photographed at various stages of dissection as G tried to discover how each one had been made. It was a difficult post-mortem because of the advanced state of decomposition. The talk among the detectives at the autopsy table was that this looked like another Ripper attack, but G had profound doubts. The more he studied and probed the body, the greater his uncertainty became. The skull had been smashed with a heavy object into many different parts. He counted 17 in all. So badly damaged was the head, G commented later, that in order to reconstruct the actual pattern of the fractures, we had to rebuild the skull around a large ball of modelling clay, so that it could be photographed in roughly the form it must have been at death. These were obviously quite unlike any of the neat, depressed fractures we had seen in other cases. The fractures were such that they gave the appearance of a severe crushing injury to the head, a diagnosis later confirmed by X-rays of the skull. Clearly missing, though, were the telltale signs of the hammer, the crescent-shaped wounds seen in other cases. There were no wounds visible on the trunk or the limbs or to the vagina or breasts. When he dissected the chest area, he found fractured ribs and later various ruptured organs as if she had been kicked. Death had clearly been due to multiple injuries, but exactly what caused those injuries in pathological terms he found it difficult to say. He deduced from the fact that there was no significant blood soiling of the lower air passages, in spite of the fractures of the skull around the nose and upper jaw, that the ball of fibrous material in the throat was in position obstructing the air passages very soon after the head injuries were sustained. The absence of gross bleeding in the abdominal cavity or around the fracture of the left rib suggests that death occurred soon after these injuries had been sustained, G wrote in his post-mortem report. Considerable force would have been necessary to cause the damage to the skull. It is possible for this damage to have been caused by one impact on the head by a heavy object. For a while he thought the body might have been involved in a motor accident, and then partly stripped in order to mislead as to the real circumstances of death, and afterwards concealed. The absence of injuries to any other principal bones in the body then persuaded him otherwise. Finally he concluded, "The most probable circumstances are that the deceased's injuries were caused by a deliberate attack on her, apparently causing the head injuries by a blow with some heavy object, causing the injuries to the trunk either by a blow with a similar object or, for instance, by a kick, and pushing into the throat a mass of the material found at the scene. The clothing could have been disturbed either before or after the attack." For the time being, the Pearson killing was not placed in the Ripper series, and for some years G continued to express grave reservations. He told Lappish, "While I could not say that this woman was not killed by the same person who killed the other woman in the series, my findings were so different that I could not with certainty include this case in the series on pathological grounds." Being undecided was not a problem for the quietly spoken professor. His ambivalence was professional and scientific. There was no place in his work for speculation when certainty could not be proved. He was a scientist. They were police officers. He understood their desire for certainty. Indeed, he personally liked many of them, especially those who were enthusiastic. Some reminded him of men he met in the army in the 1950s, when national service interrupted his time at King's College Hospital Medical School in South London, where he had graduated with considerable distinction as a Jelf medalist in 1954. This award is given annually by King's College to the most distinguished final-year student. Later, at Guy's Hospital, G was a protégé of Professor Keith Simpson. G held some junior hospital posts before going into the army. He travelled to the Far East, to the jungles of Malaya, where he served as medical officer with the Gurkha regiment, one byproduct of this time being learning Nepalese. When he later returned to King's, it was as a demonstrator in pathology. Then, in 1959, he took up a post at Leeds University, initially as an assistant lecturer. G earned his chair the hard way, moving up through the posts of lecturer and senior lecturer and becoming head of department in 1972 without getting a higher degree. He once told a colleague who equally had not obtained a PhD that he seemed to have spent a considerable amount of his working life helping others get their higher degrees and never had time to earn one for himself. He would be out at the coalface of forensic pathology on cold winter nights, examining a body in some god-forsaken muddy field in the middle of nowhere, while others researched for their doctorates. Forensic pathologists and scientists who had observed G at work commented on his self-discipline. His method of working was not merely routine, it was a ritual. He took the most detailed notes any of them had ever seen, and often his formal reports of autopsies could run to 20 pages or more. His brief spell in the army had taught him the value of discipline and order. There was one way to do it, the proper way. no matter how tired he was or what the time of day, or how many miles he had just driven. G would always carry out his inspections on the ground methodically. His subsequent post-mortems were conducted in exactly the same way. He started with the head. He let the blood drain out, then moved on to the body, and if anything else was found, it had to have been put there by someone else. G, the son of a bank clerk, was brought up in Romsford and had gone to grammar school. Initially, he did not consider becoming a forensic pathologist. He had gone up to Leeds for the interview, hoping for a job as a microbiologist at St James's University Hospital. They asked him instead if he would take a 6-month contract as a pathologist. Needing the work and the money, he took the temporary post and never left. Over the years, he served on numerous official committees and became a key member of the university establishment and the hierarchy of the forensic pathologist's profession, preeminent in his field. He and his wife Eileen set up the family home in North Yorkshire and had 3 children. He worked in various advisory capacities for both the Home Office and the Ministry of Defence, and was a consultant to the Chemical Defence Establishment at Porton Down. His status was very high, and when there was a politically sensitive mystery to be solved, they turned to G. 6 months after the Pearson case, in September 1978, he was the forensic pathologist called in by the CDE at Porton Down after the strange death of a Bulgarian émigré writer. Georgi Markov had been a major problem for the Bulgarian government with his broadcasts on the BBC World Service. His fate was to be assassinated by an East European intelligence service. G helped with the discovery that the killer had used a minute quantity of a highly toxic poison called ricin, said to be more deadly than cobra venom. While walking across Waterloo Bridge, Markov had been stabbed in the back of his right thigh by a needle disguised in the ferrule of an umbrella. He died a few days later. Off duty, back in his home territory, G was not a great socializer, but he would make an effort when required. His main interests were his family, then painting and gardening, and the study of the green man in English culture. He was not an emotional person. Indeed, he could appear quite reserved and cool to many who did not know him well. As a young man, his early passion in life was revealed by his sizable collection of jazz records. A close university colleague summed up why G was so admired. Niceness, transparent honesty, innocence, guilelessness, and lack of aggression sound doubtful attributes for a successful career in university life, yet it was just through these very qualities that David became so highly respected, and it was a delight to find that these benign characteristics could more than match deviousness, intrigue, and self-seeking ambition. It seemed particularly pleasing that such gentle features were dominant in one whose professional activity was concerned with the harshest facets of human behaviour. This was perfectly true. For the quiet and modest professor, sudden and violent death in all its forms was his professional life. Murders provided him with many challenges, and none more so than the Ripper case. G viewed himself as an integral member of the investigating team, but he could also distance himself from men like Lappish, Oldfield, Hobson and Holland. His relationship with senior investigating officers was a partnership. His role was to link appropriate cases and reject unrelated ones, no matter how inconvenient. This intellectual neutrality on the part of the pathologist was similar to that of a forensic scientist. For G, it was an absolute. Though consciously or unconsciously, police officers were capable of pressing for black-and-white answers in ways that at times showed little subtlety. However, the intense pressures on the police officers had little effect on him professionally. There was a Chinese wall between him and the pressures on the police force. The public, the media, the police authority who held the purse strings, and especially the hierarchy of the police service. G rarely, if ever, gave interviews. He could sympathise with the position senior officers found themselves in with the Yorkshire Ripper because he wanted to help them catch this despicable killer. More than anyone, G knew exactly what the murderer was doing to these women. He was getting considerable pleasure from these murders, particularly in the way he stabbed them. He was sick and twisted and a considerable threat to women everywhere. But the dangers of putting a particular murder into a series which ought not to be there were considerable, especially if the police apprehended the real killer. If, in court, the accused was able to show he had a perfect alibi for a murder wrongly attributed to the series, the prosecution case would be considerably weakened. Placing murders in or out of a series is fraught with difficulty, but G's approach was straightforward. By creating a basic pattern that linked the killings, he could see whether a particular case conformed in all or most of these features. With the Ripper, the features were the occupation of the victim, indeed the very sex of the victim, and the fact it was a woman. Then there was the presence of injuries to the head caused by hammer blows struck mainly from behind, the presence of stab wounds, the displacing of clothing before stabbing with the bra pulled up but the pants left more or less in position, the situation of the body itself, out of doors, an association with a motor vehicle, the presence of the killer's boot marks, the absence of sexual intercourse with the victim. Yvonne Pearson's murder was atypical of the series. Some features were similar, but her head injuries were unlike any of the previous neat hammer marks he had seen during earlier autopsies. They were massive injuries with a shattering of the skull into many separate fragments like the damage produced by a large rock, and there were no penetrating injuries in the body at all, he said later. I never felt I could honestly say that it was one. The pathological features were so different that I would not include this case in the series, speaking from the medical point of view, though for other reasons the police thought that perhaps she was in the series. So too did Russell Stockdale at the forensic laboratory at Wetherby, who had also attended the crime scene and the post-mortem. Aware of the dangers of sending the police inquiry off at a tangent if the wrong murder was included in the series, he believed Pearson was firmly in the series. David G. and I did not see eye to eye on that, he remembered. We had several long discussions back at the laboratory. She had horrendous injuries. Her clothing had been displaced and she had been moved. Ritka had been moved. So had Jordan in Manchester. Lappish was also sure he had a Ripper victim on his hands, even if the killer had changed his method of attack. Yet, for now, as so often with previous victims, the press was told the police were keeping an open mind. As the senior investigating officer, Lappish wanted to know as much as possible about Yvonne Pearson, last sightings, all her friends, relatives, associates, the area she worked from, who she knew, where she went drinking, everything it was possible to know about her. Every single inquiry that ensued would be actioned and require a detective or member of the task force to follow it up. It appeared she had changed her method of working by going with men in cars after previously taking them back home for sex. She lived not far from where Patricia Atkinson had been murdered in her flat. Searching her home, police found a white-coloured address book edged in gold. Yvonne had clearly been active in her work, and Lappish wanted the men she had been with to come forward. Having come from Wakefield City, where there wasn't a vice problem, he told some of his team about the time when the force was being inspected by Her Majesty's Inspectorate. The inspector asked one of the local officers whether there was any problem with prostitutes. "We don't have any prostitutes in Wakefield," came the reply. "None?" asked the inspecting officer, eyebrows raised. "No, sir, we have no prostitutes, but we've got bags of enthusiastic amateurs." Bradford was a major area for women selling sex. It had its own vice squad, who of course had dealings with Yvonne. They interviewed every known prostitute in Bradford along with many of their clients. Again, little relevant information was gathered. One woman claimed to have seen Yvonne getting into a light-coloured minivan the night she died, and all similar vehicles in Bradford were checked and eliminated. Some of the sex workers in Manningham had decided to move on and went on the nationwide vice circuit. Others took the intercity express train to London, looking for business in some of the classier hotels. In her locality, Yvonne's death came as a great shock. Neighbours had high praise for her. "She was well thought of in the street," one commented to a local television news programme. "She only cared about her kids too much. She didn't care more or less what people thought of her. She only went out on the game so she would have enough food and clothes for the children. She didn't do it for anything else anyway. I have tried to persuade her to stop. She did say herself that she were afraid she might be the next one, but she just had to go down to get food for the children." The women who worked the streets of Manningham doubted Yvonne's death would make them give up the work. "She was cautious who she went with," said one. "She wouldn't get into any car just like that." She suspected the Ripper had killed Yvonne and that he came from Bradford. "We are going to get a shock when they eventually catch him, because we're sure he's going to be somebody we know and have seen around once or twice a week," she said in a prescient moment. While her body lay undiscovered, Yvonne's parents in Leeds had been through hell wondering what had happened to their daughter. Despite speculation that the Ripper had struck again, her father, John Pearson, a warehouse foreman, couldn't believe she was dead. 2 weeks after she went missing, he said she had been having domestic problems. A few years earlier, she had been a bit wayward. One of 4 children born into a Roman Catholic family, Yvonne had left home at 17 with the aim of being independent. She had a flat in Leeds, but for the next 2 years she cut off contact with her parents. Then one day she turned up out of the blue. It appeared she had been travelling all over England. Her father didn't believe she was a prostitute. This background knowledge hardly helped Lappish. As with the other Ripper murders, the clues in the case were negligible, and some sent them off on red herrings. The maggots discovered on the corpse by David G. turned out to be larvae from the trichocerid fly, which normally feeds on cow dung. A Leeds University colleague in the Department of Pure and Applied Zoology studied the specimens closely and consulted an expert at the British Museum in London. It was a full 6 months before any of the flies pupated and an identification was made. Since there were few cows grazing in the centre of Bradford, it was assumed they must have come from a rural area. For a while, detectives began probing farmers and their workmen around the Yorkshire Dales, suspecting the killer might have been a farm worker who carried cow dung on his Wellington boots. The inquiry went nowhere. How the flies got on the corpse was never solved. Russell Stockdale's laboratory tests also proved negative. He found smears of mud on the lower seat of Yvonne's slacks and inside a split seam in the seat. There were more smears of mud on the backs of the trouser legs at the bottoms and near the calves. One of the shoes was also smeared with mud. Stockdale thought this pointed to her being dragged backwards across an area of muddy ground, probably while being supported under the arms. He found no signs of mud staining anywhere else on the trousers, nor on any of the other items of clothing. It was likely there was no struggle and that Yvonne was dragged while unconscious. It was likely the trousers were then undone by the assailant and pulled off, probably by tugging at the right leg. "From the sequence of events indicated," he wrote in his report to Lappish, "the inference is that Pearson's killer derived some benefit from interfering with her clothing after she had been rendered unconscious. The position of the knickers would preclude an attempt having been made at sexual intercourse. I have found nothing else which at this stage is likely to assist your inquiry." Lappish was hardly surprised. He didn't expect anything else from a murder 2 months old when the body was discovered. "If you're going to be successful on a murder inquiry, the first 12 or 24 hours are absolutely vital, because you are relying on people remembering things, seeing somebody, seeing a vehicle or whatever, and it coming into the system to be analysed, cross-referenced, and then sending out a team to do an individual inquiry. So, if she has been there for 2 months, you've no chance at all of reconstructing the whole thing, or getting that sort of information to help you with the inquiry. I don't think there was a single clue that arose from the Pearson murder which helped me build a better picture of who the Ripper was. I never thought, as a result of my efforts, that I would find this man. The delay was a terrific barrier. You have got someone picking up a prostitute. It could be one of any number of dozens of people on any night in that area. It was the same situation that developed throughout the whole of the inquiry. Someone picks up a victim, they don't know them, had nothing else to do with them, and there is no link at all." The discovery of the Daily Mirror underneath the body, dated a month after Yvonne disappeared, told Lappish the killer had yet again returned to his victim, as he had done with both Ritka and Jordan. There was absolutely no way the newspaper could have appeared underneath Yvonne's hand as she lay dead, unless it had been put there deliberately. At a crisis conference of senior CID chiefs at the force headquarters in Wakefield in mid-April, Lappish proposed a bold tactic in the event that another Ripper victim was found. He suggested to his colleagues around the table in the oak-panelled conference room that they ought to transfer a dummy in similar clothing and then keep covert surveillance. It would require cooperation for a total news blackout from the local and national media, but this already happened with kidnapping cases.
We could have got the heads of the media together and done an embargo. We could have removed the body and replaced it with a dummy and put in cameras and covert surveillance. I thought it was very feasible. If he was going to keep coming back to victims that he had concealed, then I thought it was a very obvious thing to do, to try and catch the man who had been doing these terrible offences.
Oldfield vetoed the idea point blank on the grounds that valuable forensic evidence might be lost that could prove crucial later. He could see only difficulties and no merits in Lappish's argument.
I was sure this bloke was so full of his own importance and so bloody cocksure that he would go back again if it wasn't discovered and the press hadn't got onto it,
Lappish recalled.
He was on an ego trip, par excellence. He was glorying in what he was doing. I can see Mr. Oldfield's point of view. Forensic evidence is vital when it comes to getting a conviction in court. But how much better, in my mind, to catch the perpetrator coming back red-handed. You don't really need too much more to convince a jury and get a conviction then. Of course, it would have been difficult to explain to relatives of the next victim. Sometimes you don't know the identity. But all things being equal, I thought we could put a substitute body in place.
After the conference, Ronald Gregory announced that 2.5 years on, the Ripper case had cost his force £1.5 million in overtime payments, transport and other facilities on top of normal operating costs. Scores of police officers were resigning because of the pressures resulting from the case. The crime rate was up 17% and fewer criminals were being caught. The Ripper killings, according to Gregory, had reached epidemic proportions. He believed he would go on killing and before long would switch to non-prostitutes. It was time, he argued, to go on the offensive and develop proactive methods of catching the killer. It was also time to release other officers from the inquiry to concentrate on the fight against the rising crime rate. He now planned to set up an elite group of 12 detectives whose sole task was to devote themselves to catching the Yorkshire Ripper. Their boss was to be Detective Chief Superintendent John Domail, who had investigated the Atkinson murder. His colleagues regarded him as a high flyer and almost the Chief Constable's favourite son because of being specially chosen for the job by Gregory. His squad would have its own offices at Millgarth Police Station, down the corridor from the Ripper incident room. For a brief period, a Formica nameplate was screwed to the door of their office. It said, Special Homicide Investigation Team. Even after someone in the hierarchy had ordered the notice to be changed so that the word special was removed, among their colleagues throughout the West Yorkshire force, they continued to be referred to as the Shit Squad. Chapter 11. The Wrong Track. The domestic demands on John Domail's time were perhaps less than those on other officers with families. His wife was happily settled in Wakefield, and his son and daughters already set on career paths. The eldest, aged 21, was in nurse training at the Leeds General Infirmary, and her sister, a sixth-form pupil at Wakefield Girls' High School, wanted to follow suit. His son intended becoming an accountant. Domail was generally free to immerse himself in his work. The Ripper inquiry was the most important job of his life, and he felt the burden of responsibility acutely. Being the father of daughters, he had genuine sympathy for the victims' families' suffering, heightened by his knowledge of the killer's sadism. He couldn't imagine how it would feel to lose one of his girls, only that it would be unbearable. He constantly worried about his daughter living in Leeds, and later told her she had to move out of the flat she shared with other nurses in Chapeltown. Domail travelled far and wide, discussing cases with Ridgway in Manchester and Wilf Brooks at Lancashire CID headquarters in Preston. He made frequent trips to the Home Office in London to discuss with the boffins how the Ripper Squad could use computers. The investigation was now deluged by paperwork, and they desperately needed to improve the flow of information. There were dozens of meetings with colleagues ranging from round-table conferences with the whole team to one-on-one discussions with individuals assigned a particular aspect of the review inquiry.
There were also long meetings with the senior investigating officers in the various Ripper murders and attacks. These were delicate matters. Here was the detective from the West Country, whom his colleagues believed was the chief constable's man, probing the efforts of senior officers with vastly more experience than he had. De Mail, certain they had left no stone unturned in their efforts to catch the killer, was anxious to reassure them. There were just too many stones. The pressure had shifted from individual senior investigating officers, and now it was his team which had to achieve results. De Mail knew he had to raise his professional game way beyond anything he had done before in his police career. His squad had a broad remit to overhaul all reported serious assaults on women and to forage for any common link that might produce a new line of inquiry. An in-depth study of all previous attacks placed the earlier Ripper investigations under the microscope to ensure they had been pursued as far as practicable. In doing so, Ronald Gregory signalled the Ripper murders as his force's highest priority. No previous chief constable had dealt with a case of this magnitude. West Yorkshire was Britain's fifth largest force, covering a huge area of metropolitan England, with a population of 2 million spread over a huge area of rural and urban landscape. It contained major towns and cities, as well as vast swathes of farming land and rural landscapes. The chief had poured resources into catching the killer, yet the man continued to elude them. With each new murder, the Ripper seemed to be taunting his best officers, defying them almost to catch him. How was he able to snatch these women and slaughter them with no one seeing anything? Gregory knew the answer lay in the work his force had done, the murders already investigated. They had missed some vital clue which lay buried in their files, and they needed to redouble their efforts to close the gap between them and the killer. His top detectives had been distracted by other important crimes while trying to investigate the Ripper murders. It was not their fault they had to turn their attention to dealing with some other crisis, another murder, a serious rape or an armed robbery. Why should the public of West Yorkshire suffer a crime wave simply because all the police efforts were directed to catching a prostitute murderer? Now the crime detection rate was beginning to plummet, and Gregory decided it was time to regroup, to focus one senior officer and detective squad on the Ripper murders rather than individual murder squads investigating the deaths on their patches. The chosen one was John de Mail. The new strategy of a dedicated team of detectives being set up to hunt the Yorkshire Ripper was quickly picked up by the local media. When de Mail said the officers conducting the Ripper inquiry so far had been the most experienced detectives in the country, it was intended to reassure public opinion. Diplomatic he may have been in countering any suggestion of a lack of faith in colleagues' abilities, but it was an overstatement bordering on wishful thinking. They were as good as their experience and training allowed them to be. It was true West Yorkshire's top detectives had solved countless murders in their time, as had dozens of other leading CID men across the country. The high level of detection of individual homicides by the British police was a success story, and de Mail had had his fair share of experience in murder inquiries, which gave him confidence in taking on his new job. He had been with the West Yorkshire force 10 years, having transferred from Exeter, where he had been a detective inspector working on the local regional crime squad. A thoughtful person, sensitive to others' feelings and opinions, he was also ambitious. The police service, which considered itself a meritocracy, warmly embraced individuals like de Mail. Until now, he had done everything right. There were no blots on his personal character, he got on well with people, and he was a hard worker. De Mail had been a police cadet in Exeter at 15, did his national service in the RAF, and after completing police training school went on the beat. Within 3 years, he achieved his goal of becoming a detective. De Mail's family originated from Guernsey, but he was a Devonian through and through. Exeter was a softer and calmer place than Leeds or Bradford. It had 120 police officers and its own chief constable for the best part of a century. Its style of policing was completely different from that in the northern towns, and de Mail's quiet, easygoing charm reflected the place he spent all his early life. In 1969, he had applied to the West Yorkshire Force for a detective superintendent's job, and got it. Then, aged 35, he moved his wife and 3 children from one end of the country to the other, from a relatively quiet West Country cathedral town to Barnsley, an industrial landmark at that time still in the West Riding and the hub of the coal mining industry. Immediately, rumours began that because the new Chief Constable, Ronald Gregory, had previously been boss of Plymouth Police, then Deputy Chief of Devon and Cornwall, he must have hand-picked DeMail personally. This was completely untrue. The first time they met was at the interview in Wakefield, though there was a common link of sorts. It came through a man called Proven Sharp, head of CID for Devon and Cornwall. DeMail had worked with him while on the regional crime squad, and Proven Sharp gave him a glowing reference when he applied for the West Yorkshire post. DeMail took north some new ideas for the CID which had not been tried out in West Yorkshire, especially with regard to administration. In Exeter, a major incident room used printed duplicate forms provided by NCR. It meant information had only to be written down once and duplicate copies sent to appropriate people. The West Riding system was paper-heavy, very slow, and hadn't caught up with modern methods. On arrival in Yorkshire, DeMail quickly came under the wing of Donald Craig, the West Yorkshire CID boss. There were a couple of murders in which DeMail swiftly arrested the guilty men. His calm demeanour allowed him to bring them in without the need for handcuffs. He had only ever handcuffed 2 people in his life. "I believe in saying, 'You're nicked. You're going down the nick and you will come down with me.' I've always treated people, whatever they've done, as human beings, and as well as I could possibly treat them." Ultimately, DeMail was promoted to Chief Superintendent and put in charge of the Force Community Affairs branch, a job that involved the considerable diplomatic skills he had in abundance. He mixed easily with the media and ethnic communities. The force knew he was an operational detective doing this job, and in the eyes of many it gave him considerable credibility. The only senior officer he had slight difficulty with was George Oldfield, who thought DeMail's policy of giving the media as much information as he could was wrong. At each of the early Ripper murders, DeMail had turned out promptly to ensure the press and television and radio reporters were properly briefed. He gained a good inside knowledge of the crimes and working methods of the senior investigating officers, which helped when he took over Bradford CID and investigated the Atkinson murder. Now he had been given a huge job, but from DeMail's viewpoint there was only one drawback. He had to channel his review of the Ripper investigation through George Oldfield, who would have first sight of his report before it went to the Chief Constable. Surrounding divisions within West Yorkshire and other northern forces were telexed for details of women who had been seriously assaulted or murdered. Team members read the case files, interviewed surviving victims, witnesses, and the original investigating officers to decide which offences were rightly part of the series. Across one wall of the squad's offices, a large chart displayed details of other attacks similar to the series. Coloured in red were those they felt sure were the work of the Ripper. If there was some doubt, they were coloured black, which meant these cases could not be used for elimination purposes. A suspect could have a firm alibi for one of these offences, but still not be cleared of involvement in the attacks and murders coloured red on the chart. "We were influenced by the twin form of attack which appeared in these offences," DeMail said later. "The blunt instrument to the head and knife or sharp object to the body. Often, women who survived attacks suffered severe head injuries. I was aware that officers interviewing these women became very suspect of their ability to recall what had actually happened or who they had seen at the time of their attack. The more often officers saw these women, the more dubious the officers became regarding the validity of what the witness would say." DeMail placed great store by the instincts of the original investigating officer. They looked at many cases where women had been knocked about the head, but decided not to include them in the series. Some were as far away as Bristol and Wales. He paid an early visit to the Police Scientific Development Branch, who, with the Police Research Services Unit, made several return trips to West Yorkshire in May 1978. They came up with plans to use the Police National Computer, PNC, to process intelligence from the covert vehicle monitoring operation in the red light areas. DeMail wanted the entire nominal index system in the incident room put on a computer, but this proved a pipe dream and was turned down. Information held about different people varied to such an extent between individual murders that it would be nigh on impossible to convert it into a coherent database. However, retrieving vehicle index numbers was a much more viable proposition, made easier because the police national computer was now networked throughout Britain's police forces and made communications quite easy. The cost, however, was high, £240,000 by the time the Ripper inquiry was finished. 10 visual display units were installed at the main incident room on the 4th floor of Millgarth Police Station in Leeds. Home Office experts spent considerable time ironing out teething problems. A special PNC code allowed operating staff to record vehicles seen at all the observation points within the red light areas. They could also obtain printouts relating to particular inquiries, which was a major breakthrough since nothing like it had been tried before. The Ripper Squad was now truly at the frontier in the investigation of serious crime. But before this system was up and running, there was another murder in Manchester which had a critical effect on the inquiry. It took John DeMail across the Pennines to Jack Ridgway's office. Only a few months previously, it was Ridgway who made the journey in the opposite direction to liaise on the Ritker murder in Huddersfield. This time, a much older woman was involved. It was the 18th of May 1978. Yet another workman making an early morning start discovered the body of a Ripper victim, his 9th. Just after 8 o'clock, a team of 6 gardeners working for a Rochdale landscaping firm arrived in 2 vehicles at the small brick-walled compound of the private wing of Manchester's Royal Infirmary. Jim McGuigan saw what he thought was a large doll or tailor's dummy lying on the ground. It was close to a part of the wall which had collapsed and been replaced by a temporary wire fence. Taking a closer look, he saw it was the body of a woman who had been battered about the head. A coat had been placed on top of her from her knee to neck, and a piece of paper covered her head. Skid marks in the gravel of the nearby car park made him think the woman had been dumped from a car. A passing nurse came over to look at the woman's corpse huddled beside the wire fencing, and a doctor was immediately summoned from the nearby infirmary. He confirmed she was dead. Manchester's murder team turned out in force with Detective Chief Superintendent Jack Ridgway once more in command. 20 uniformed officers began an inch-by-inch search of the compound and the car park. 4 yards from the body, they discovered marks in mud on the ground where a struggle could have taken place, and some tyre tracks. Nearby was a pool of blood with hair and brain tissue in it. There were also scrape marks and blood splashes leading to the body, which lay on its right side in a semi-prone position, the feet extended towards the pool of blood. The woman's blue-brown reversible checked coat with a blue collar and cuffs was open. Her tights and slacks were in place, but her blue cardigan, floral-patterned yellow sleeveless dress and underslip had been pulled up to expose the abdomen. A blue and white bra still covered her breasts. A pair of blue canvas wedge-heel slingback shoes had been placed neatly beside the body. Taking a closer look, Ridgway had little doubt that this was another Ripper murder. There was a large wound on her stomach through which a coil of intestines protruded, and she had severe head wounds covered in blood. By the time the pathologist, Dr. Reuben Woodcock, arrived from Bolton at 12:30 p.m., rigor mortis was fully established. When he tested the body temperature an hour later, it showed death had occurred roughly 12 hours previously. Later that afternoon, Professor G and John DeMail watched Dr. Woodcock perform his autopsy at the Manchester Central Mortuary. The woman wore a wedding ring on her left hand, and there was an obvious operation scar on her lower abdomen. She had several skull fractures, and the brain had been lacerated. She had probably been attacked about the head from the right side. There was a circular fracture, and a disc of bone had been displaced into the skull. One chest wound passed between her ribs and penetrated the left lung, the liver, and the stomach. Woodcock thought 3 separate thrusts had been made into the wound with a weapon without it being withdrawn completely. Another wound in the stomach area, 8 inches long, had jagged edges caused by a large number of separate cutting movements. It was this that led the intestines to protrude. The pathologist concluded that the woman had suffered 3 blows to the head, probably from a hammer, and that these had caused her death. A wound at the back of the head could have been inflicted first while she was still standing,
From its shape, it was a glancing blow. The 2 other head injuries were caused as she lay on the ground. The stomach and chest wounds were inflicted either near death or after she had died. A fingerprint check identified the victim as 41-year-old Vera Evelyn Millward from Hume, a convicted prostitute with various aliases. She had 2 children, aged 8 and 6, by her common-law husband, a bearded West Indian from Jamaica called Cy Burkett. The couple had been together 8 years. He knew her not as Vera, but as Eva. They lived in a council flat in one of the toughest run-down areas of Manchester. The place where she was found was yet another area where prostitutes took clients. There was never any direct evidence she was still soliciting, but Ridgway learned Vera had been seeing the same man every Tuesday night for 5 years. He was more a friend than anything else, and provided her with food for the children. Each Tuesday evening he would appear in his Mercedes car in the road outside her flat, flash his car headlights, and she would leave to spend the evening with him. Questioned later by detectives, the man insisted their relationship was not sexual. They were friends, and he had taken pity on her. However, on the night she died, he had failed to turn up at her flat, and later was positively cleared of any involvement in the murder. A former prostitute living in the same council block said that 2 years earlier she and Vera had been working the Moss Side area together. Her last conviction for prostitution was in 1973. However, Vera Millward was not a well woman. She was described as both quiet and frail. She walked unsteadily and had a tendency to drag her right foot. Cy Burkett told Ridgway's officers she had a stomach complaint. The night she went missing, she indicated she might go to the infirmary to get some tablets because of bad stomach pains. Ostensibly she was going to the local pub to buy cigarettes, but it was obvious she had been picked up at some point by her killer. Piecing together Vera's family background was not easy. She had been born in Madrid, Spain, before the Second World War, and came to England in her teens to work as a domestic help. She had 7 children in all. Previously she lived with a man called Yusuf Muhammad Sultan, by whom she had 5 children. Detectives interviewed the eldest 3. When the youngest was 15, Vera left home and started working the streets of Moss Side. Yusuf Sultan died 2 years later, but by then she was living with Cy Burkett. Going out to buy cigarettes could have been a pretext to go looking for men to help out with the family budget. Mr. Burkett was convinced Vera had been on her way to the hospital and that her killer had given her a lift. Newspapers reported him saying that when her stomach complaint got really bad, she went to the Royal Infirmary to get painkillers. She had been complaining about the pain before she went out. When she didn't come back after 90 minutes, he went out to look for her briefly, but then returned home as the children were alone in the flat.
"This man has destroyed my life," Burkett told reporters. "I went to see her body in the mortuary. It was a terrible shock. It broke my heart. What do I say to my children? She was a very ill woman. She had undergone 3 major operations in the last couple of years and had only 1 lung."
He knew she had at one time been a prostitute, but believed she had given it up.
"It was an enormous shock to me to learn the police believe she was working the streets, and that is how she met this man. I cannot believe it. If I met this man, I would go berserk."
Vera, possibly the most frail of all the Yorkshire Ripper's victims, may have struggled very briefly with her killer. A man taking his son for emergency treatment to the infirmary probably heard her last dying cries for help. He was 100 yards or more away, sometime around 11:15 p.m, when there were piercing screams in the night. "Help! Help! Help!" The final scream was cut off. Then silence. The witness thought it was a patient in the hospital having a nightmare. On arriving at the car park, the Ripper had reversed his vehicle so it pointed towards an exit, allowing him to make good his escape after he enticed Vera Millward out of the car to kill her. By doing so, he left a crucial clue pointing to the track width of the vehicle and the type of tyres. The vehicle still had the Esso and India Autoway make of tyres seen in earlier attacks. Plaster casts were made. Soon, forensic experts at the Home Office lab at Chorley linked them to those found both at Richardson's murder and the attack on Marilyn Moore. Even so, Ridgway declined to confirm Millward's murder as part of the Ripper series being investigated by West Yorkshire Police. Manchester, he said, were still keeping an open mind. There were similarities but no direct evidence to connect them. This was untrue. He was protecting evidence from the tyre tracks, which some months later gave the Manchester team an important breakthrough that was then completely wasted. Ridgway's experts showed that the tyre tracks could not have been made by a car in the Farina range. Two officers, Keith Fletcher and David Booth, had been pestering Ridgway about the tyre inquiry. "They did excellent work, although early on I thought they were a bit of a pain," he revealed. "They kept coming to me and saying they were not happy with West Yorkshire's theory about the Farina. I told them eventually to pursue their hunch. They could not conclusively say which kind of car it was, but they definitely showed it was not in the Farina range. That got it down to a very small number of vehicles which could have left those tracks. It was a great piece of work." The arguments were complex because there were different sets of measurements to be considered. Some were a matter of a fraction of an inch. There was the track width of the vehicle, made by measuring the turning circle of the car and the distances between the front and back wheels. Then there was the actual size of the tyres. West Yorkshire was using data which included vehicles with tyres that could have measured 12, 13, 14 or 15 inches in diameter. Keith Fletcher in September 1978 revealed that Esso and the East German manufactured Newmont tyres, which had first appeared at the Richardson murder, were not available for the 14-inch wheels, the kind fitted to all vehicles in the Farina range. To fit both the tracking data and the tyre type in the Richardson, Moore and Millward cases, a BMC Farina car would have had to be fitted with rogue wheels, a confidential report later stated. In October 1978, Ridgway travelled across the Pennines to Leeds yet again, this time taking with him the results of Manchester's tyre research, which pointed to flaws in West Yorkshire's Farina hypothesis. "I was convinced that George Oldfield was on the wrong track, and I told him, but he would not have it at any price," he said. "The only concession Oldfield made was to have the tyre evidence re-examined. I told him we were not going to pursue the Farina inquiry." The West Yorkshire team continued to believe the killer had probably been using a Farina style of car. Oldfield had invested heavily in terms of manpower in West Yorkshire's tracking inquiry. Their expert was an inspector called Brian Sidebottom, a tall and supremely fit half-marathon runner. He had charge of West Yorkshire's stolen vehicles squad. Oldfield had every confidence in Sidebottom's ability and approved a plan for all West Yorkshire officers to report every sighting of any Farina car they saw. These were cross-referenced against the Farina Master Index in the incident room. Vehicles which hadn't been cleared were then thoroughly screened. The tyres were discreetly examined and all men having access to the vehicle checked and eliminated for one of the firm Ripper murder dates. It represented a massive commitment in terms of resources, but Oldfield had little else to go on. However, Keith Fletcher then provided Ridgway with another devastating piece of evidence. After more research, he noticed that Marilyn Moore had described the interior door handles of her attacker's car. When he applied that description against the list of vehicles West Yorkshire was relying on, it showed that only 2 vehicles fitted the criteria. These were a Ford Cortina Mark I and Ford Corsair models from 1964 onwards. Tragically, it was another missed opportunity because by this time Ridgway had lost faith in the vehicle aspect of the Moore inquiry. Instead, the Manchester detectives drew up a list of vehicles for the Millward killing based on their own evidence. The tyre tracks left in the car park at Manchester Royal Infirmary. Information was collected from the Ripper Vehicle Index in Leeds, but soon even this operation was aborted. Ridgway decided to halt the operation completely and use his resources elsewhere. Cooperation between the two forces over tyre tracks had not taken place until September 1978, 4 months after Millward's murder. Brian Sidebottom in Leeds also did more research and came up with a list of 5 vehicles including the Mark I Ford Cortina and the Ford Corsair. It was a golden opportunity for the forces to cooperate and narrow the scope of their inquiries. In the space of 19 months, the tracking inquiry had gradually whittled down the makes of vehicles which could have left the suspect tyre tracks. The process had started after Irene Richardson was murdered at Roundhay Park, Leeds, in February 1977. 100 possible makes of car were reduced to 53,
and later to 8, and finally, had Manchester's evidence been accepted, down to only 2. But with Oldfield's commitment to the red herring Farina, and because Ridgway now tragically decided to use his resources elsewhere, the tracking inquiry was aborted. Tens of thousands of vehicles have been checked. For Oldfield to have accepted Manchester's findings would have been to admit that almost the entire effort of the previous 20 months had been a complete waste of time and money, and by then the force had already spent £1.5 million on the Ripper inquiry. To understand the processes which led up to this major mistake, it needs to be understood that Oldfield and his team were charting new territory, like the early geographers trying to navigate the source of a great river through a vast wilderness. Such a journey required decisions based on imperfect evidence. At a divide in the river, they might take a wrong turn and travel many miles before realizing their mistake. Unconsciously, perhaps Oldfield couldn't face turning round to go back again. The difference between him and the navigators was that they chose to make the journey and volunteered for adventure. Oldfield did not. Often he had to rely on his gut instinct, and sadly at times it let him down. The Ripper investigation had outgrown West Yorkshire's ability to deal with it, both in terms of physical resources and the skills required to manage an inquiry of such mind-boggling size and complexity. There had never been a case like it before, in which a serial killer struck without mercy and completely at random. The only motive was his sheer enjoyment in having power over the women he murdered. The man was a head case, but a lucky head case. Senior detectives had attempted complex pieces of work, like the initial tyre inquiry, that were then abandoned when manpower pressures arose. But such a vast undertaking as attempting to check the tyres of 53,000 vehicles after Richardson's murder was a noble effort which had a morale-sapping effect on the officers involved. If the senior investigating officers had refined the tracking inquiry data to reduce the total number of vehicles screened, it would have made the job more manageable. The Manchester and West Yorkshire forces had each brought in their own experts rather than hand a complex piece of research and mathematical analysis over to the Forensic Science Service, who had the experience to tackle the job. Even so, Manchester's men got it down to 2 makes of vehicle, which was both amazing and tragic. One of these, a Ford Corsair, was being driven by the Ripper at the time he murdered 6 women and assaulted Long and Moore. A clear opportunity to resolve the case in 1978 was thus missed, with awful consequences. In this desperately long investigation, there would be no prizes for being nearly right. The ultimate penalty for errors made by the police was paid by the women who had a rendezvous with death. Mistakes quite literally cost lives. The clues were there in the tracking inquiry, but the detectives remained over-influenced by Moore's insistence she had not been in a Ford Corsair. She told detectives the position of the bell housing covering the Corsair's large gearbox for its V4 engine would have ruled out having sex in the front of the car. Dick Holland, who interviewed Moore, believes she probably got into a Farina-type vehicle some time before the Ripper picked her up and, confused after being attacked about the head, simply made a genuine mistake. DeMail's homicide investigation team completed its major review of attacks on other women, and more crimes were formally attributed to the Ripper for the first time, which meant that documents from these investigations were added to those being accumulated in the incident room. In June 1978, details of all suspected Ripper crimes were published in a confidential Criminal Intelligence Special Bulletin circulated to all British forces. They added an additional murder to the tally, as well as 2 serious assaults on West Yorkshire women who had survived. The Ripper's official toll of attacks since 1975 by now totalled 14, 10 homicides and 4 attempted murders. DeMail's team had re-examined the case files on the attempt to kill Anna Rogolski in Keighley in July 1975, and also Olive Smelt in Halifax 5 weeks later on the 15th of August 1975. Neither was a prostitute. David G's deputy in the Department of Forensic Medicine at St James's University Hospital in Leeds had examined both surviving victims within a few weeks of each other.
Dr. Michael Green was a highly experienced forensic pathologist who later became an eminent professor of forensic medicine at Sheffield University. A grammar school boy from Leeds, Green had had a varied career, including a spell as a flying doctor in Australia. Auburn-haired Anna Rogulski, then aged 34, had only just returned semi-conscious from the operating theatre when he made his examination at Leeds General Infirmary. Her scalp was shaved and heavily bandaged. 3 head injuries had left crescent-shaped lacerations with depressed fractures where she was struck with a heavy object. Bruising across her hands and right forearm suggested she tried to defend herself. On her abdomen was a peculiar mark or grazing of some kind, 7 inches long, running horizontally below the navel. Above this mark were 6 or 7 small but deeper scratches. The injured woman had been born Anna Patricia Brosnan in March 1941 at Tralee in County Kerry, Ireland, one of a large Catholic family, with 3 brothers and 8 sisters. After leaving school at 15, she moved from Ayr to Keighley to live with her eldest sister. She worked as a shop assistant in Woolworths, which was where she met her future husband, who was also employed in the store. Roman Rogulski was of Ukrainian extraction, and the pair married in February 1957. They had lived in Keighley but had no children, and the marriage ended in divorce in July 1973. A few years later, she took up with a man called Geoffrey Hughes, also living in Keighley. On American Independence Day, Friday the 4th of July 1975, the pair had had an argument, and Anna went off on her own into Bradford city centre for a night on the town with some girlfriends. She had been drinking in a pub, and later a nightclub called Bibby's. She left about midnight, by which time she was decidedly merry. 2 Jamaicans gave her a lift back to Keighley and dropped her off at her home. She discovered Geoffrey Hughes had packed up his belongings and gone back to his own house near Keighley town centre. In a maudlin state, Anna put on her favourite record. When it finished, she decided to go over to Hughes's home, probably to seek a reconciliation. Shortly before 2 a.m. she tried to wake him up by banging on the front door. The noise was heard by an elderly neighbour. When this failed to bring Hughes downstairs, she picked up one of her shoes in a temper and used it to break a ground-floor window. At 2:20 a.m. she was found in a nearby alleyway behind the local Ritz cinema, lying on her back, fully clothed with severe head injuries. Part of her clothing had been disturbed. She was only 50 feet from Hughes's house, and her handbag was close by with nothing stolen. The blood on her head was beginning to congeal. Taken to the local casualty department, she was quickly transferred to the General Infirmary in Leeds for specialised neurosurgery. Anna was desperately lucky to suffer no brain damage and made a good recovery, only to discover 3 years later that she had been included in the Yorkshire Ripper's list of victims. Since all but one at that stage had been prostitutes, she felt quite rightly she had been slurred with the same label, which she saw as a gross injustice. When her hair grew again, it had turned grey. Like all the Ripper's victims, Anna had simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time. 6 weeks later, in Halifax, a 46-year-old office cleaner, Olive Smelt, was attacked and left for dead. She and her husband Harry, who was 4 years older, were married in September 1948 and had 2 daughters and a son. Before their wedding, 21-year-old Olive Tempest lived with her mother and uncle in Boothtown, Halifax. Olive and Harry resided briefly with her mother before moving to the Ovenden area and starting their family. In the mid-1970s, Olive Smelt worked during the evenings from Monday to Friday at 3 separate firms in Halifax. She regularly went out for a drink in the town centre with her close friend Muriel Falkingham on Friday nights. On the 15th of August 1975, they had been in the White Horse pub, and she left 10 minutes before closing time, parting company with Muriel. She went on to the Royal Oak pub and stayed there until almost 11:30 when 2 friends gave her a lift. They dropped her 400 yards from her home. She walked down Woodville Road and turned into a narrow lane. It was then she noticed someone walking on her right-hand side. They spoke briefly. He said, "Weather's letting us down, isn't it?"
Olive walked off down an alleyway, thinking about the fish and chip supper she was supposed to have taken home for her family, worrying that because it was so late, the shop might now be closed. The next thing she remembered was waking up in hospital. Her life had been saved by the surprise intervention of a car driven by a local man whose headlights picked out her sprawled, bleeding body in the dark. She could have lain there all night and died very quickly from her appalling injuries had the driver not alerted the authorities. Olive Smelt was on the ground, face down. Her skirt had been pulled up, exposing her buttocks. Again, her handbag was nearby and nothing had been stolen. At Leeds General Infirmary, Michael Green noted 2 depressed fractures of her skull, one on the top, the other at the back. She had lacerations above her left eyebrow and right eyelid. She also had 2 curious abrasions in the small of her back, 12 inches and 4 inches long. Writing to Dick Holland, at that time in charge of Halifax CID, Dr. Green noted a possible connection with an earlier case. It might be interesting to look again at the case of Mrs. Rogulski, who was assaulted on the 5th of July, and compare the photograph of a wound on the abdomen with a wound on the back of Mrs. Smelt. On his original examination notes, Green drew a small picture of a hammer, but then crossed it out. As with the attack on Anna Rogulski, he couldn't make up his mind what had caused the injury to the head. Poor Olive Smelt recovered through grim determination, mainly because she was anxious to get back to her family and especially her 9-year-old son, Stephen. Friends and neighbours were kind. One sent her flowers, and she later learned some had been praying for her recovery. However, Olive and her family were left to carry the repercussions and mental scars of this devastating attack for many years. Like Anna Rogulski, Olive knew what people were saying about her because she had been a Ripper victim, and it was completely unfair. She had been a warm-hearted woman who loved fun and laughter, but the attack left her at times depressed and angry. Several years after the Ripper attempted to kill her, she gave an interview in which she accepted she was lucky to be alive. But sometimes I get so depressed I almost think it would have been better if he had finished me. Harry came under suspicion. He had been panelling out the kitchen of their home and had plenty of tools available. Olive later became afraid of all men, and it placed a great strain on their marriage. Ultimately, it was the love of their close family that pulled Olive and Harry through a terrible nightmare she has never been allowed to forget. Even many years later, the occasional person recognized her in the local market. One, unbelievably, even stopped her and asked for an autograph. Almost a quarter of a century later, John de Mail remembered he had good reasons for including both women in the series. It was because of the way they were attacked. Their clothing had been either pushed up or pulled down, and they had head injuries. Plus, they had been slashed with some kind of sharp instrument. De Mail says he equally had sound reasons for believing they shouldn't include in the series the attacks on Tracy Brown and Marcella Claxton from several years earlier. We were very much influenced by the twin form of attack which appeared in these offences, he said, the blunt instrument to the head and the knife or sharp object to the body. He was also particularly aware that the survivors had suffered severe head injuries. Officers interviewing these women became very suspect of their ability to recall what had actually happened or who they had seen at the time of their attack. The more often officers saw these women, the more dubious they became regarding the validity of what they would say. They had examined the case of Tracy Brown and decided a number of factors excluded her. She was a young girl, not a prostitute, walking in a country area when assaulted about the head with a single weapon. She had not been stabbed. The investigating officers thought at the time that a local person was responsible and did not see it as part of a series. Despite her denials, the police believed wrongly that Claxton had accepted money for sex and then tried to rip the man off. Prostitutes often get treated badly by their clients, especially if they take the money and fail to provide sex, he said. She had a wound on the head, possibly made by a bottle, requiring 50 stitches. She had not been stabbed. Even though the offence occurred near where Richardson had been killed, it was not unusual for prostitutes to frequent this area. DeMail was not absolutely certain the murder in Preston of Joan Harrison was a Ripper killing either, but decided to include her in the series as a possible, though in time the doubts got fewer and fewer, and many officers in West Yorkshire came to regard Harrison as a definite victim. Earlier, in February 1977, Jim Hobson and Detective Chief Superintendent Wilf Brooks from Lancashire CID had consulted about the Preston murder after Irene Richardson had been killed. There were certain similarities, notably the head injuries and the displacement of clothing. Also, her left boot had been placed tidily over her legs with the zip opened. But the former machinist and shop assistant had not been stabbed. Robbery could have been a motive, and she had had sex with 2 men before she was killed. DeMail had long conversations with Wilf Brooks, and his team had thoroughly examined the files of the case, which was still regarded as an unsolved murder by Lancashire CID. Brooks did not think it was a Ripper case, and DeMail always remained wary. Among the forensic clues yielded during the investigation was the fact that Harrison had had sexual intercourse with a man who was a B secretor-type blood grouping, someone who had secreted blood antibodies into their bodily fluids, like sweat, saliva and semen. She had also clearly been bitten on the left breast. The bite mark surrounded the nipple and measured 1.4 by 1.1 inches. There were also 3 small grazes on the inner side of the left breast, and 3 separate grazes, the largest 1.3 inches long, on the pit of her stomach. A forensic odontologist believed the man who bit her had a gap of 1/8 of an inch in his teeth, though this information was never released to the public. DeMail's 10-page report was compiled on the 25th of August 1978, by which time more than 200 West Yorkshire officers were permanently engaged on the Ripper inquiry, in addition to another 50 in Manchester. Gregory used the report at a seminar he organised on the Ripper attacks 3 weeks later at the annual meeting of the Association of Chief Constables in Preston. It was rare for Britain's most senior police officers to engage in a live murder inquiry, but the Ripper case had reached spectacular proportions in terms of victims. Gregory wanted to brief his fellow chief officers in case Ripper attacks occurred in their territory. He confirmed Yvonne Pearson had been part of the series, and now added the name of Joan Harrison. The official cost of the inquiry was now put at £2 million, but money was not an issue according to Gregory.
"We will be pressing on, and we will get this man in the end. You don't think in terms of how much money it is costing, or as some people might put it, the fact that all but one of these women, who died, were prostitutes. They were members of society. I can honestly say there is a burning keenness to solve this mystery, and we will."
Chapter 12. Going Covert. 2 Ripper murders in Manchester convinced Jack Ridgway that the killer was using his car to tour red light areas in northern England for women who were vulnerable. Despite protracted inquiries, his team had failed to turn up anyone who saw Jean Jordan or Vera Millward with the man who later killed them. The killer operated with deliberate stealth in choosing the women he wanted to murder. Once West Yorkshire had computerised its covert operation in the red light areas, Ridgway recommended that the Manchester force should participate. He was a firm believer in taking the offensive rather than wait for the Ripper to strike again. Moss Side came under covert watch from 13 police observation points in July 1978. 2 months later, South Yorkshire Police joined in with 4 points in Sheffield, swiftly followed by Humberside, who set up 3 covert observations in Hull. Using throat microphones, the undercover officers, making the nighttime observations, dictated car registration numbers of men punting onto cassette tape along with the make and colour of car and whether the driver was alone or in the company of a prostitute. The tapes from all 4 police forces were couriered nightly by police motorbike to Leeds, where the whole operation was controlled. 100 uniformed officers from West Yorkshire's police divisions and task force transcribed the tapes and typed data into the police national computer. It went on 24 hours a day for 18 months. They quickly discovered staggering numbers of men across the north of England who were out at night looking to pay for sex. Details of thousands of vehicles were being inputted from the West Yorkshire area alone every night.
in the first month, 150,000 vehicles were logged with the PNC. In Manchester, 4,000 cars a night were being cited and logged. A drastic change of plan occurred. To make the information more manageable, the computer would only print out the registration details of vehicles seen in at least 2 separate red light areas. At the end of the first month, 918 vehicles were identified by the PNC for punting in 2 towns. The drivers of these cars and vans now became suspects to be eliminated, in the same way as men who could have received the £5 note found in Jean Jordan's handbag were suspects. During the second week, the registration number PHE355G appeared on the printout sent up from Hendon. When cross-checked with the Swansea computer, it was confirmed it belonged to a red Ford Corsair owned by a Peter William Sutcliffe of 6 Garden Lane, Heaton, Bradford. He was scheduled for another interview. His third. The computerized cross-area sightings operation began on the 19th of June 1978. Between then and the 7th of July, Sutcliffe's red Ford Corsair was seen 6 times in the Bradford red light district and once in Chapeltown, Leeds. When the computer printed off his car registration number, he became one of countless actions which the incident room staff passed to the inquiry teams. A detective constable called A was tasked to eliminate Sutcliffe from the inquiry by accounting for his movements on one or more of the murder dates. Each officer had a list of key dates suspects should be alibied for. They would examine diaries, passports, holiday booking forms, records of periods in hospital or family anniversaries in order to positively alibi an interviewee. On no account could they let slip that the police were mounting secret observations in prostitute areas, nor were ball-peen hammers to be mentioned. Detective Constable A had to discover whether the man he was interviewing had been with prostitutes and had a motor vehicle which could have made the tyre tracks at the Richardson, Moore or Millwood crime scenes. Although cars in the Farina range were most suspect, if other vehicles which could have made the tracks were found, the make of tyres fitted had to be noted. It was not a difficult task, but it required tact and determination. A knew Sutcliffe had been interviewed twice before during the £5 note inquiry, and that he had a loose alibi. He wanted a stronger one for the recent murder of Millwood in Manchester in mid-May. What he did not know was that in the month following the sighting of Mr. Sutcliffe's Ford Corsair in Leeds on the 7th of July, he had purchased another car, a black Sunbeam Rapier, which was then spotted a further 9 times in the Manningham red light district. When A turned up at the Sutcliffe home in Bradford on the 13th of August 1978, he found a typical domestic scene taking place. Peter and Sonia Sutcliffe were decorating their house. All seemed normal enough. They were like a lot of young couples, putting their spare time energies into improving their home. Their outward demeanour was one of complete calm at his visit. Sonia Sutcliffe remained during the early part of the interview. Having recently purchased the house, they were spending all their leisure time, they explained, on alterations and decorations. So much so, they said, that they seldom went out, and when they did it was always together. At first they had difficulty remembering where they were over the weekend of the 16th and 17th of May. Mrs. Sutcliffe hadn't a clue she was married to a serial killer. Sonia Sutcliffe told the detective that on the 16th of May her husband would have come home from work and stayed home all evening. The couple each made a written statement on the same lines, and while Mrs. Sutcliffe was out of the room briefly, her husband denied he used the services of prostitutes. A then asked him some general questions about his car movements, keeping quiet about the fact that he had several times been seen obviously punting. Sutcliffe said he drove through Bradford via the city centre from his workplace to home, but he denied having been in Leeds recently. The officer knew there were errors in the information coming out of the covert monitoring operation and took Sutcliffe's response at face value. However, he didn't check the tyres on Sutcliffe's car, neither did he search the house or garage. From documents he collected from the incident room, he believed the house had been searched earlier. Perhaps influenced by the continuing effort to find the Farina car, A did not believe a Ford Corsair was the car they were looking for. Since the red light area in Bradford straddled a number of main access routes into the city, he thought Sutcliffe was telling the truth about passing through Manningham on the way home from work. Yet again, a golden opportunity slipped by. A didn't have with him the actual times Sutcliffe's Ford Corsair was recorded passing through the red light areas. The computer printout only displayed the time the data was put into the police national computer, not the actual time the vehicle was spotted going past observation points. In fact, the earliest time Sutcliffe was sighted was 8 p.m, and the latest 12:30 in the morning. If A had had this information at hand, he would immediately have realised it contradicted the Sutcliffe story that they hardly went out at night and only together. Neither could A challenge Sutcliffe's denial of having been in Leeds. Orders were that there were to be no confrontations with men who had clearly been seen out looking for prostitutes but denied ever doing so. In addition, no one could be arrested without the express authorization of George Oldfield himself. Of course, a suspect could always voluntarily accompany an officer to a police station to assist with inquiries. Detectives issued with a special notice a year earlier were given 10 points that must be strictly followed before a suspect could be arrested. They paid particular attention to the 10th point. A person could not be taken to a police station for questioning until all 9 points had been completely covered, and only then if the ACC crime approved after the submission of a full report. Fear of sparking marital strife inhibited detectives from using their gut instincts about a potential suspect. Seeking the approval of the ACC before arresting someone was a huge disincentive for a detective. He'd be sticking his neck on George Oldfield's chopping block if he were wrong. Addressing down if you were wrong from your immediate superior was one thing. A bollocking from the man at the top could, in the minds of young detectives, be career-threatening. Oldfield's prime concern was being landed with multiple claims for wrongful arrest and the costly litigation that would follow. Detective Constable A eventually returned the paperwork for this interview to the Millgarth incident room together with the statements from the Sutcliffes. The file passed through various channels until it ended up on the desk of Dick Holland. He was not happy with the lack of progress A had made. Ford Corsairs were still on the list of suspect vehicles drawn up by Brian Sidebottom, even though the Farina range was the red-hot favourite. Sutcliffe had owned 2 Ford Corsairs, and Holland instructed that the tyres of both vehicles must be checked. He also wanted details about Sutcliffe's employers and his personal banking arrangements. The Ripper squad was certainly on the right track. The tyres, the banking details and the £5 note, the sightings and alibis that would not add up. This new action was authorised by the incident room staff on the 29th of August 1978. However, Sod's law prevailed. The majority of members on the outside inquiry team were seconded to the Farina inquiry and the search for a Morris Oxford seen near the spot where Helen Ritka was killed. There was a delay of several months before the Sutcliffes were seen again. When Detective Constable A revisited the Sutcliffes' home on the 23rd of November 1978, he had another officer in tow. For both officers, this follow-up inquiry appeared a matter of routine. While A went inside the house, his colleague stayed sitting in the car. Sutcliffe had banked with Barclays, but in 1977 switched to the Halifax Building Society at Bradford. His purchase of the black Sunbeam Rapier had resulted in the sale of the red Ford Corsair. When A visited the new owner of the red Ford, new tyres had been fitted. A had no knowledge of the fact that Sutcliffe worked for T&W.H. Clark, one of the firms that figured in the £5 note lead, and duly reported the fact. The file of papers relating to Peter Sutcliffe was then returned by the detective to the incident room. Yet again, Peter Sutcliffe was to benefit. For some inexplicable reason, his file was misplaced for nearly a year. This crucial breakdown in the administration of the incident room was to have dire consequences for the whole investigation. No one had put the evidence together, but they might have done so if the file had remained alive. Although he was one of thousands of men being questioned throughout West Yorkshire, by this time Sutcliffe should have been firmly in the frame. His car was on the list of possible vehicles used in some of the killings. He could have received the £5 note given to Jean Jordan, and he had been seen punting in the red light areas of Bradford and Leeds. Moreover, he still had not been positively alibied. The odds on finding someone who fitted all 3 categories was fairly small, and at the very least his name should have been flagged up as a potential suspect. The incident room was dangerously overloaded with paperwork, and Sutcliffe's file had been broken into separate parts. A special record was kept of people regarded as suspects, known as a D62 file, which ultimately had 494 names on it. Some of the men on this list were rated so highly as suspects they were placed on round-the-clock watch, or were listed to be interviewed the moment another Ripper murder took place in order to check their alibis. Peter Sutcliffe should have been on this list. He was not. The incident room was under heavy pressure from both the cross-area sightings and the Farina operations continuing at the same time. That papers went missing was perhaps inevitable, given the huge workload involved in collating a massive investigation in a paper-led incident room. At the time of the Ritger murder, Sergeant Megan Winterburn had been working on the drugs squad before being transferred across to Huddersfield to work in the incident room after gaining considerable experience on several murders previously. When the paperwork for the Ritger investigation was transferred to the main incident room in Leeds, she went with it. Her experience gives just a small illustration of the complexity and confusion which had come to mire the Ripper squad in paperwork. Holland asked Megan Winterburn to begin a new index for a secret operation in the red light areas. We started off with one table, an index box which was like a long wooden shoebox with 5 dividers in it, she said, explaining the system. We would index each bit of information which came in about a particular car, vehicle make and type, model, colour, registration number alphabetical and registration number numerical. For the first week we were coping quite adequately. All the information fitted into the wooden box. Then, within a week or